As this let's get this thing going. All right, welcome back to We Play Games. I'm Walker, and here we are in Age of Wonders 4. And we're going to be doing our Frozen Caldera stream today. This is going to be the first part. I imagine this is probably going to take 2 days, simply because we are going to do the kill 'em all like achievement guide in addition to everything else, and just killing a bunch of players on a larger map does take a little bit longer. But I think we're going to have a fun time there. But before we jump in, I do want to take our normal intro opportunity to discuss something that I think is an interesting topic that keeps showing up time and time again on Reddit. So whenever people are first introduced to Age of Wonders 4, the first thing that you get at the very beginning of the game is, of course, your hero as well as your cultural units. Because you start the game with access to your cultural units, you're also implicitly also beginning with access to your racial units. This in turn, I think, influences like early player behavior in a way which I don't think is avoidable. I'm not sure if Triumph can do anything to influence human behaviors here other than work with an alien hive mind to take over the planet. But basically, because you start with these racial units, I think humans are naturally inclined to want to find ways to make their racial units stronger, which means that for a very long period of time, people who are newer to the game are largely going to be overlooking non-racial units. So our intro today is mostly going to be just talking about non-racial units. Of course, before we discuss the non-racial units, one of the other informing behaviors that kind of reinforces humans wanting to use these racial units is that you do get your racial perks. Like any of the perks that you choose at the beginning of the game are going to apply to these, whereas they will not be applying to these. So if you chose, like an optional mount, and then you have access to your Awakener or whatever, you're going to be inclined to think that that is always going to be your strongest tier 3. But because of the way that Age of Wonders 4 works in regards to units, I think you really do not want to discount your non-racials. So of course, the first thing that we need to highlight is that not all information about a unit is contained as to whether or not it is racial or non-racial. There are a couple of other really important things when it comes to influencing how a unit behaves in Age of Wonders 4. The first, of course, is what sort of unit type it is. What sort of unit type it is going to influence what sort of unit enchantments can go on to these units. Unlike your racial units, the ones that actually do have transformations, which is another thing that kind of juices this in people's basic psychology, these units cannot get any sort of racial transformations, but that also means that they have a lower casting point cost in order to really utilize them. So whenever you look at a transformation in Age of Wonders 4, you need to be aware that the big transformations are going to have a pretty large casting cost requirement in order to really use these, whereas a lot of the enchantments that are going to be applying to most of your non-racials are actually really inexpensive in order to cast. That means that going all in on, I'm just going to racial transform my units into outer space really is expensive from a casting point standpoint. It does have a nice benefit in that you don't need to be paying an upkeep in terms of mana, but don't think about that too much, simply because the casting points sometimes can make a huge difference. But even in regards to units that cannot receive normal unit enchantments, like here we have a Balor, which is a mythic unit, and because of the way most unit enchantments work, you're not going to be getting any of these on a Balor because they're not of the correct unit type. Mythics are almost entirely, with a couple of exceptions, things like Bone Dragons, because they have other unit types here, almost entirely mythic units are not going to be getting enchantments and transformations and blah blah blah. But even that should not dissuade you from using them once you understand that those are all buffs that are done outside of the realm of combat. Once you're inside combat, you can continue to buff units and therefore utilize the enormous base stats out of your mythics and whatnot by just applying strengthened and bolstered resistance and fortune and whatnot. I mean, this is kind of a little bit of a shitpost in regards to an opener for us, because I've talked about this on Reddit so much that I kind of feel silly like retreading the same space, but I do think that it is important that you don't think of things, especially in an auto-resolve universe, that you don't think of things about like just the best case scenario on like turn 100, but you also think about the growth pattern of like your units over the entirety of the game as you get there, and like what sort of resource requirements going in are required in order to get good outputs. And when it comes to, you know, using these big mythic units and non-racial units, you need to understand that not only do you have access to those enchantments, but you have access to things like strengthened and bolstered. So you need to, when you're designing something for auto-resolve, you need to understand the tools that you're actually going to be using when it comes to your build, and like what sort of strengths you actually want to highlight and what sort of weaknesses you want to try to depress, because they're very, very different depending on what your army composition looks like. A big core of non-racials that you're going to get access to are of course undead. We've talked a lot about corrupt souls and their use off of the Tome of Souls. I do think that generally speaking, if you're trying to use undead and the undead tag, and this is another important categorization of non-racials, is that you'll see not only do they have a type associated with them, but they might have these sorts of tags that can actually get enchantments on them. Like here, where is it? The Horned God. The Horned God is actually a plant, and therefore does get the tier 5 nature tome onto it. But like corrupt souls here, because they have access to these sorts of unique tags here in undead and magic origin and ethereal, anything that gives you access to more tags here gives you more modifications that you can then sort of like either try to mitigate. Like you can see here on the corrupt souls, one of the big downsides to these guys is they are just like massively weak to magical damage, and so if you're going to try to use these as necromancers, one of the reasons that I do encourage people to use Tome of Warding is not only to mitigate the spirit and the fire damage, but on the corrupt souls themselves, the lightning damage as well. You need magic resists whenever you're playing with undead. That is one of the big problems with them, is that they get crunked by the natural development of the game. But these non-racials, because they have abilities, because they have all of these extra knickknacks that have been tacked onto them, you do need to frame them against the racial units that you're going to be using as effectively already just having some transformations done on them in terms of the value inherent in what sort of stuff they have. Like you can see here, an Ancestral Warden is going to line up pretty cleanly against a corrupt soul in terms of value, like just looking at the magical resistances and defenses. And because Ancestral Wardens are pretty good, you do actually get access to a nice ability. So like this is a relatively favorable comparison there for the racial unit, until you start digging down into things like morale. Like depending on what sort of combat you're going into, if you're going into a manual combat against another human, then getting access to a minus 50% modifier to morale changes is actually a really, really big deal in a big turn 25 or turn 30 fight. Being able to have units that will not break can save your bacon big time. And so like you kind of need to assume that the other racial units, the ones that have access to racial transformations, are actually using them. Now fortunately, we have a pretty good access to the racial transformation things here within the encyclopedia, so this is actually a really good tool overall. The biggest ding that I can levy against this thing is that we don't have, I don't know why they don't give us access to this, but we don't have a way to throw mounts on these. And now I have one of the boys, one of the cats is over here demanding attention. So I'm gonna multitask here. But you can see just like pretty easily what sort of transformations you have going on. And because of that, you can do a pretty good job of doing comparisons. I do wish that we had a better. All right, wait, he's trying to bite my hand off. Get out of here, Pico. He's a very friendly boy, but he chomps a lot. But I do wish that we had easier access to just seeing the optional mounts in here, like ways to tag those on, so we can look at some stuff. But we are going to be playing today with our Primals, as I said, and we're going to be going into the Crimson Caldera. So the Primal faction that we have built out today is going to be something that's going to do a good job, I hope, of highlighting both racial as well as non-racial units, because we're going to be playing with the Tome of Beasts. So whenever you play with the Tome of Beasts, there's like a couple of different ways to really leverage this thing. I think the best way to leverage this thing is to just play on Arctic terrain. And one of the things that Primal can do for you is give you access to Arctic terrain. Now, the Arctic terrain might inspire you to immediately dive in on Cryomancy, and we are going to pick up Cryomancy, but I think that generally speaking, unless you're like dramatically pushing your knowledge economy, that you can get a lot of value out of using Tome of Beasts early on. This thing, because of the way it scales up your power based off of unit experience, you really do get a lot out of getting some good evolutionary summons down early and then keeping them around. And so managing those carefully is really important. And here is where like we're gonna break from traditional assessment of Tome of Beasts. Tome of Beasts does give you access to bonus to your cav on flanker and critical hit chance, but the keep in mind whenever you're playing with a strong tier 3, which I do think that Ancestral Wardens are strong, we want to try to highlight those within our build. And I think here the best way we're going to highlight this is actually going in on Naga Transformation, and Naga Transformation does not play well with Cav. So we are going to be playing with a Wizard King and of course Hermit Kingdoms. We're going to do Hermit Kingdoms and Runesmiths just so we can do a little bit of extra knowledge stacking. I think that's overall pretty fun. Crimson Caldera, generally speaking, I would encourage you to play with an Industrious character or a Barbarian on Crimson Caldera. Industrious just have like an infinite amount of mountains that they can go to, and therefore they can scale up their economy like crazy fast. Just get some scouts and it's not too hard. And then Barbarians, there's just like a lot of fighting that you can do. But it is important to note here that every 2 turns, all units have a base 30% of being afflicted with Berserk. So if you want to get around this, you can do stuff to try to upgrade your own status resistance. But one of the strengths of Tome of Beasts is that it will lead us naturally into Tome of Vigor. And Tome of Vigor is going to give us the control loss immunity on our animal tag, if I remember the upgrade to their enchantment now. And so that should give us a really good option against this background radiation on this planet. And of course, because we'll be going into the Tome of the Great Frost, we will have access to Flash Freeze, which is pretty messed up with that Berserk ability. You know what? I'm not gonna read this story here. This is a primal glacier character. We've just emerged from a great hibernation and discovered that the place that we were in is now a volcano. That's what's going on, and now we gotta go out there and freeze the land. So in the Crimson Caldera, I think the most important thing to keep in mind is that we are trying to get that like achievement thing upgrade. Like I already got it myself, but we're doing an achievement guide here, so we have to just like kill all of the other players, and so anything that you can do to help yourself out in that direction is good. This is, I think, when you're just trying to kill them all, this is your best bet. Being able to see the map is easily worth your starting mana. It does mean that you can't roll on like trying to find your summon, and so that does make starting on Cryomancy a little more expensive than starting on Tome of Beasts, and because we're going to be able to pick up Cryomancy later and then build the SPI once we get the tier 2 down, I don't hate spending our mana here. This also is just helpful for identifying where our win conditions are. But we're at war with literally everything in the Crimson Caldera, including all of the free cities, always. And so here we see right away a Tranquility Pool. Well. All right. I see. What else do we see around from our big mana clear? So we see down here another player. We're going to be doing auto-resolve only. If there's like a couple of really interesting fights that we could do for manual that won't impact the outcome, then maybe we'll do them. But I do think that auto-resolve only just plays a little better when it comes to single player, and it doesn't make you too too out of shape when it comes to multiplayer either. But you can see the distribution on these players, and a special consequence here within the Crimson Caldera. Because everybody is at war with everyone, what's going to end up happening is that the free cities are going to get at war with enemy players, and whenever you kill an enemy player, you're going to get an enormous influx of a bunch of heroes in the crypt, because those enemy players will be sitting on all of the free heroes they killed. So any player you can knock out at all is usually going to be really, really good for your economy. So keep that in your back mind, in your back pocket whenever you're on this mission yourself. Now, because we are going to be trying to transform everything into frozen terrain, or like as much of this stuff into frozen terrain as is reasonable given the time constraints, we do want to try to pick up this Glacial Mammoth den right here as quickly as we can. But we're also in a kind of a goofy spot here, because at least this is a quarry, or rather a forester. Good. Generally I want to see more of these sort of iron deposits that can be a forester or a quarry, but this isn't a terrible starting location. And I guess we got to decide what we're going to do with our army. So as soon as we get next to Sacred Root, we're going to be able to attack them. I think we might be able to just take them with this 5-stack and maybe harass defenders, depending on how many units are defending there. There's no space for an outpost, though. So if we're going to do any sort of healing, then it's going to require a population invested to go in that direction. Now, there is food right here, so we could potentially go out and try to grab that to try to get extra growth on our hero. And I think I do want to try to prioritize picking up this tranquility pool so early, just because of how quickly this scales up your knowledge. I think if you're looking for like the best, the single best magic material to find at the very beginning of the game, it's probably tranquility pool. You can have a debate about which sort of collection bonus you want to pick up first, Cosmoflux Elixir or Imperial Essence. I think it's usually Cosmoflux, but I think it does depend on turn, because getting a really early Imperial Essence is very, very powerful, but getting an early Tranquility Pool saves you an infinite amount of knowledge. Alright, I tell you what we're going to do. So we're not close enough to even take the fight on that knowledge stack this turn. That's heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking, but I suppose it is what it is. So what we're going to do is we're going to break off a couple of our folks to just go around and grab resources for the fight against Sacred Root here. We'll send you guys here. Grab an Eagle Mount. We got an Eagle Mount for our ruler. All right, so anytime you get access to Eagle Mounts early game, these are really, really absurd because of what the flying tag gives to you. +2 vision range is huge. +2 vision range is like just it turns all of your guys on flying into effectively scouts. And now we have the possibility maybe of buying out a protector to try to rush down this fight. All right, you know what? Let's see actually what this fight would be. Ooh, all right. So now we've discovered the free city here in Sacred Root. Good. So we have a warlock, a lesser snow spirit, and a pursuer. And we have on our ruler, we have Crowmaster. Yeah, Crowmaster, I don't want to use it for like absolutely everything. So I do try to use other stuff, but the fact of the matter is that Crowmaster is just insanely good. Being able to start with an extra unit when it comes to the pace of the game, which we'll see here when we dive in on our fight, which I think we are just going to go ahead and buy out another protector here. So this fight, it's going to cost us an outrageous fortune in terms of gold, but I think the pacing on this fight is going to be good enough for our levels that it is necessary, and we can probably find some extra gold elsewhere if we need it. If we absolutely have to pillage one of these cities down, I'm not above doing that on this map. That is, there are enough free cities and enough cities period that burning some to the ground is good. But Crowmaster is just like, generically insanely powerful, and we'll see it here because the minimum amount of experience that like minimum number of units that you need to bring in order to maximize experience points in a combat is 4, no matter how many units are on the other side. But any of the units that you add into combat, like in combat, don't count towards that. So of course, like the Grimbeak Crow that we bring here is free from an experience standpoint, but does give us a 5th unit to bully around these 3 here. So in terms of the experience points, we're still getting 6 plus 4 plus 4, which should be 14, which I think is still going to round up here on our ruler up to level 4, so that will hit us up to a next level. But either way, getting 3 or 4 experience points on all of these guys is a really, really big deal. And I just want to see this fight work out with auto-resolve on, because we are doing something a little silly here in terms of our build. I've really leaned us into using the Ancestral Wardens whenever it comes to our racial units. So our racial unit is built with specifically light-footed and quick reflexes as our big picks. So the light-footed I like generally whenever it comes to Ancestral Wardens, whether they have access to Naga Transformation or not. I think it's obviously a lot better if you have access to Naga Transformation, just because more movement when it comes to light-footed is a really big deal. But I think that light-footed is just a fantastic trait whenever it comes to exploiting combats against ranged units here in Age of Wonders 4, and I think we're gonna see that in very short order. So far, the only person who has gone berserk is one of their own units. It didn't make a difference though, because you could see that they just like wasted the Grimbeak Crow, and that is like why people generally like using summons in manual combats. The auto-resolve doesn't really distinguish between real units and fake units particularly well, and so if you can use a summon in a manual combat to like draw the attention of an enemy and basically waste a bunch of enemy turns, then it's really, really good. The issue is that in auto-resolve, summons are pretty unreliable when they actually come out. So the summon Crowmaster Crow, we can check whenever it shows up. I don't think it gets access to the Keeper's Mark, but it doesn't really matter because of how big a deal it is on like the early game, and because it doesn't matter at all whenever it comes to the mid to late game that you have an extra unit, because now whenever summoned units die, it like the game doesn't care at all. It used to care when summoned units died from a certain perspective, like shadow magic would trigger on it, and so would like morale to the person who killed them. But like now killing a summon unit doesn't do anything other than remove the action. Yep. All right, well, that was a pretty quick fight against a couple of dumb dudes. And indeed it was the 4. That's like usually the way that rounding works. It's just like sometimes it's not, and I can't figure out why. But that was a really nice access to an eagle mount there in terms of just speed and visibility here. Unfortunately, we're not close enough that we can start laying siege to Sacred Root this turn, but that's okay because I think we're gonna need the gold. Oh, thank goodness! We were about to say I think we're gonna need the gold in order to put down a some sort of siege project here, and we found some. There's gold right behind the city itself, so as long as we can get down there and fight them, then I think we're in pretty good shape. So let's bring these protectors back up. We're gonna need this primal darter here just to participate in this fight, because I see here that there are 2 primal chargers and no other ranged units on their side, so like it's just the hero. So the defenders here are going to have a really hard time denying access to ranged damage out of our side, so the more that we can bring in, the better. We just need to have a front line that's durable enough to resist 2 primal chargers, and right now we already have 3 protectors, so I feel pretty good on that front. And we are going to take the Mammoth Primal Communion. So whenever you're playing with primals, I think if you're playing as a Wizard King, you probably need to take your Primal Communion first. I think it's a really big deal for you to have access to the extra movement speed with basically any sort of hero mount, doesn't really matter. But like, just for the purposes of fighting this little civil war, if you don't have the communion, you're gonna feel kind of silly. So here we do have the access to the Wild Speaker as a potential research, and if we had the mana, because we hadn't taken the map ability, then I'd feel pretty good just locking Wild Speaker here. But we might be able to do that just after killing these two snow spirits here. Clearing those guys out will give us enough mana to lock that next turn. So that's an important thing as well, just like understanding the pacing of like when you need to buy something out, buy rush, what kind of value you can get. But here, because we started with Hermit Kingdom, and we're not laying siege on literal turn 1, then in 2 more turns we will have 200 Imperium, which means we'll be able to absorb a city, which means that here we can actually start the siege on Sacred Root this turn and still be able to annex it on turn 4. I think that's probably our best bet. Yeah, that's our best bet. Okay, so we'll bring you here. 1 protector in, another protector out. I don't hate leaving both protectors with the Animist here, but the fact of the matter is that 2 lesser snow spirits is just not particularly threatening, and I just don't want something bad to happen where like we fail a freeze roll and then all of a sudden everything that we had carefully planned out explodes. So we're gonna go in here, but we are gonna turn our AI spells off, which means we can't actually watch it, but that's okay. Like, we don't have to watch every single fight. I don't think this one would be particularly interesting to watch the replay of either, given the damage distribution there. I like a Wand of Provocation once we have access to a melee attack, but here, unless they fixed it, which they have not, this is the crowbow bug. So here you can see unequipping does give us like Goku hands, especially if we unequip the eagle. Now we are a Dragon Ball Z character, but we're a Dragon Ball Z character with literally 0 attacks, unfortunately, and this is one of the downsides for playing with Crowmaster Bow and Wizard King right now. It's pretty obviously some sort of bug, but I don't know how to resolve it beyond reporting it. So here, that's boost. So the boost ability there by picking up a Forester finished off the construction. It didn't refund us any gold, but that doesn't matter. Like, the fact of the matter is that like most of the time the value you're getting for the boost is just the save on production, because production is a really big deal. And we are going to go ahead and just work in a storehouse, simply because I know we're going to need some extra food to grab some of these like pseudo blank tiles, simply so that we can get the tiles that are better, but also because these cities are primal, they are going to use food better. Primal scales their own internal economy here based off of the number of tiles of their preferred terrain that they have under their control. Right now that does count the city center as well as this, because we are the snow, and so right now we're currently getting plus 6 production from our favorite terrain. That's one of the reasons why I'm not like over the moon about primals, that their economy does scale up relatively slow compared to something like high, but not like catastrophically slow. And here it would be kind of interesting to be playing around with high, simply because you would be missing out on the opportunity to declare war on these free cities. They start at war with you, and so you don't have that as an option. But I think here we can go ahead and, oh boy, do we have enough? No, we don't have enough food population or population growth to grab this tile and heal off of it. And we did want to grab that boost there. So we have this protector. I'll just send that protector back to heal for 1 turn, and then as these other units come in, we can move our hero around to this side to help fight against these guys before the siege. But even if we fight them after the siege, it doesn't particularly matter, because they're not on the same side. So what we can do here is, because this enemy does not currently have access to any healing, they don't have a support unit on their roster, we can just go ahead and grab harassed defenders. I would encourage you to not bring this against an enemy who has access to animists internally, because that actually does just make their army stronger, but because we noticed that they just have 2 of the tier 2 power shock units, I think this is a good deal for us. So now we have to ask, do we want to actually expose ourselves to Quentin? Because if we get into range of Quentin, then they will declare war on us, and then they'll start sending heroes at us. I think that, broadly speaking, at this point in the game, I'm going to assume that we're going to be able to win the siege without too much issue. Yeah, I think we'll be able to win that without too much issue once we have that siege project down. So I actually do want to be at war with Quentin, because this is going to start their timer when it comes to adding another hero to come out to attack us. And the more of them we can fight, the more of them we can kill, the more of the remains we can sell, and that'll give us tons and tons of extra like things to convert into construction for our item forge. We're not going to be playing around with transmuting this time, but I don't think it's going to matter. I think we're gonna get pretty good value either way. Oh shoot, Walker, you got every single time you got to drop that Whispering Stone. Hey, what's up, Kidson? Yeah. So Tiger Eye says, even towers and siegecraft units get the tag. Yeah, there are a lot of different tags in. I don't do ascension traits like at all. Tiger Eye. People have asked me about it, but like I legitimately just don't play with them. So I don't have like a big opinion on them other than the one that added 2 extra range looked pretty good, the Seer ability, but like Ascension Summoner does sound like it could be very powerful. I think it just depends on the context. All right, so we can no, we can't actually involve this unit in this fight. So here we're having an issue where in order for this protector to participate in the fight against this gold mine, we need to be standing right here, because this is the only tile that's within reinforcement range. But unfortunately, we can't do it because that tile is inside the walls of the city itself, and we are currently laying siege to it, so that protector just can't reach. But it looks like we can get at least 4 units over there, but I think I'm going to go ahead and bring 5 actually, because this is a fight right before a free city, and so typically you just want to minimize the damage that you have to take before those. And there are 2 peasant pikemen there, so it's not like they're entirely helpless. They have some front line, unlike some of the other stacks that we fought so far. And we can even, oh shoot, we don't have enough movement to. No, we don't have enough movement to do. So here, if we hadn't added the harassed defenders and had just left it as is, we could abandon the siege, go over here, kill these guys, and then come back. Because you can pick the siege up and then add a new stack of toys to play with. But I don't think we need to do that. I think I'd actually rather have maximum HP or close to maximum HP on these guys before they go in. Yeah, I think that's going to be more important. So that way the Animist doesn't get as overwhelmed whenever it comes to its healing, because we didn't play with powerful evokers. So that is going to be a ding against us. But another thing that I think was kind of important for us to do for the purposes of these little Civil War things is we are not playing with mammoths. Mammoths are, I think, pretty good, but in the specific universe of playing out a Civil War like this, if you have mammoths, you're going to not do very much damage with your support unit. So here, this person would have 4 extra frost resistance if we were playing with the wrong mount type. We're playing with stag mounts because I think they are cool and still like thematically on brand. And I think here I'm going to go ahead and add another protector because I just assume that we're going to lose at least 1 in this fight, and I would not be surprised if we lose 2. But I think that's fine. As long as we can take that city and incorporate it, we will benefit from it. An early tranquility pool is just a beautiful thing. So how are we actually going to attack these guys? I think we want to attack them with everyone on the same stack. I think that's pretty standard if you're trying to fight a really close free city fight like this. If you're trying to fight like a one where you have a pretty meaningful power advantage, then spreading them out more makes more sense. But in a very, very close fight like this, if you have just a couple of units that are actually attacking them, they will be the ones in front of the gate, and then everyone else will be like standing off on the side and take like 4 turns to get to the fight, and then they'll die, and then the people who are like actually participating in the fight will die, and that's not really where you want to be. But we are bringing in the harassed defenders here, so although it says this is a risky battle, I think we'll probably do okay. We are going to go ahead and observe through the manual combat with our autoresolve on, though, because I like watching our first little free city fight. And it is important to note here that this is a free city fight without a level 4 hero. We do not have a signature skill here, so it's not like this is going to be as cakewalky as it can be. But there it is. The AI has gone in on attacking our summon, as they are wont to do, and one of the benefits there is that you do just get that summon automatically. Look at that heal. Healed our hero for 3 HP. I will say that although the darters are not my very favorite ranged units, I do think that they do have a couple of accidental AI behaviors that are pretty good for them. Namely, first, the AI, when it comes to ranged, really likes getting close to the enemy anyway, and so like the fact that these get really close and then get far away is pretty good. But disengaging shot should just not be on a 1-turn cooldown. This should just be like a constant ability, sort of like the Mistling. I think that would make them a lot more usable. Are you going to take out some models? Good. This protector is gonna go down. There's kind of no doubt in my mind. It's already at 8 HP. Yeah, you're done, kid. But that's okay. The Berserk, oh boy, the Berserk definitely was helpful there in doing a bunch of damage to themselves. But hey, they're taking out another protector. Looks like we're probably gonna lose just those two, though. Yeah, because we'll take this Berserker down here. And then we have 2 ranged attacks in against somebody over there. Oh, why are you attacking that? Oh, are they going to take out the third? They are going to take out the third protector. All right, well, I'm glad we watched this, because now we're gonna have fewer resources at the end of this fight than I was hoping, but we'll still win it. Oh boy, Frozen. Oh no, are we gonna lose the Animist? That would be pretty annoying. No, Fulmination isn't gonna get that. Oh my god. Alright, well now we're gonna have to rebuild an army from scratch. 2 tier 2 shock units was definitely more than that front line was prepared for. Oh my god. Destroyed by Frozen. This is also an issue with just having a ranged attack on our hero. Ranged attacks are so bad. You can do it though. Guy, I know you can do this. You have the power. You have a ranged attack here. Good. Oh boy, costly as all huck. But you know what? That's okay. We're still gonna take control of this city. And frankly, like, we've had this conversation before in regards to what you can lose early and how many units you can lose. I think losing your ruler super duper early is not as costly as people imagine. Losing the support unit there was the biggest cost. Maybe we could have taken this brigand camp first. That actually probably wouldn't have been bad. Pico, get out of here. That probably wouldn't have been bad to see if we could get a different weapon, because a basic bow is incredibly anemic, but that's okay. We're taking control of a tier 2 city here anyway, because this city came as a tier 2. It had access to walls, so as soon as Sacred Root is under our control, we can recruit another Animist. It's just that the next couple of turns are going to have to be spent on summoning things to replenish our lost glory here. Let's see, what can we do to get Viridia more useful in the short term? I think access to pack leader will be pretty good once we get access to our animals, which we're going to start getting next turn. So I think we're going to pick that up. And then we do still actually have enough mana that we can summon 2 turns in a row. So we'll have a stack in a couple of turns. Yeah, they really need to fix that. That is really annoying, but it's okay. Like the cost there is big, but because we're not playing on like we're just playing a story mode, there's a lot of resources in this game. We'll get this back. I'm going to go ahead and take a shrine, though, because we are going to need the extra resources for replenishing the army, because if we can do 3 summons, then I would like that as well. Oh, fantastic. And we even hit a summon a turn early because we found some knowledge with our scout. Yeah, the Crowmaster not being able to unequip is really annoying. It's just it's more confusing to me because it's a problem that we've identified before with a different new piece of ranged equipment, and it was the hunter guy. You start with the crossbow for the giant killer, and when that dropped, you couldn't unequip it on Wizard Kings without getting the exact same bug. So I was hoping that meant that any future ranged unit wouldn't have the same problem. Oh, you know what? We should have actually reshuffled this. But I wanted to be able to summon this turn, and we don't have enough mana to do both. So I guess we'll get Wild Speakers next turn, or rather, we'll get Wild Speakers on the next clip for us. Pico, what do you want? Get out of here. all these cats. You guys have had your supper. So here we're going to go ahead and just take advantage of our Arctic terrain to try to do some summoning. The summoning is not perfect on Arctic. As we can see here, we do sometimes get Grimbeak Crows, but the overall selection of things you get out of snow, I think, is pretty good. And I don't even hate getting a Grimbeak Crow here. The ability to go out and scout around and pick up a little more knowledge is actually really good. And now we can keep doing the same thing. Yeah, actually, this is great, because now all we need in order to replenish our army with, like, Wild Speakers and the like is gold, and because we lost our entire army, our upkeep is pretty good in comparison to our income. So yeah, this is fine. This is exactly how we drew it up. The most annoying thing is that we are going to need to take probably 2 turns to heal, because Viridia still doesn't have a melee weapon, but now at least we do have a much better bow. It's not that bows themselves are, like, inherently bad, but the basic bow is just an incredibly miserable weapon. It just doesn't do anything. Wild animal, are you going to give me a spider? No, you're going to give me another Grimbeak Crow. Alright, another Grimbeak Crow. Is that... I guess this is still fine to go out here and pick up a little bit of extra production. Or we could just start scouting east to keep an eye on our new enemies out that way. I don't think that's a bad thing to do, actually. Like, the more directions we can keep going in, the better. And there is our Wild Speaker. Good. Fruitful Integration we could take and then reabsorb Sacred Root and just start with an extra population here. You know, I actually don't hate that. Is that worth an Imperium, though? Because we're going to be really, really close to being able to recruit another hero next. Yeah, actually, we probably can recruit another hero next turn. So yeah, I think given that we're not going to be able to actually utilize normal hero pattern here would be to find a free city and then make sure you had at least 0 opinion with them, so that way you could recruit a hero with level 3 for 350 gold. That's really powerful and is something that you would, like, normally be inclined to do. But on the Crimson Caldera, that is not an option, and so what you have to do instead is just, like, accept that your heroes are going to be of your race unless you find one of the silver wonders that you can clear for free, and just lean into that. So I think we're probably going to pick that guy up for free next turn instead of the population on that city that we're incorporating, because the city incorporation doesn't actually save us any turns in order to do it that way. Oh, actually, there are units defending that mana. That's unfortunate. We do need some mana because we hit 2 Grimbeak Crows. Yeah, we have to leave the Grimby Crows on the board. I think, unfortunately, there's no doubt about the value of being able to use those guys as pseudo scouts here because they didn't cost us any draft at least, and they are low upkeep, so they're not like chewing through our mana. But unfortunately, that means that we're not even going to be able to summon next turn. But that's okay. Yeah, Tome of Evocation and Cryomancy are both very, very powerful. You really can't go wrong with either one. I think they do very different things. Like Tome of Cryomancy obviously interacts more favorably with ranged units for a lot of different reasons. Namely, slowed is just more favorable towards the idea of using ranged attacks because, like, you know, you're not going to be. You're not going to have melee people crawling all over you. So the only case where you'd want a race different from you're not really wanting a race different from your own. It's that you don't care about the race because the racial transformations, although they're useful, they're not worth like 2 levels. Like here, if we could recruit a level 3 that was from a free city that wasn't of our race, I would 100% do that. Reason being that simply there you're going to get 3 or like 2 extra levels, be a lot closer to level 4, and therefore your first signature skill, and therefore like your ability to clear free cities with less losses than we suffered there. And so like it's not that you're looking specifically for a hero of a different race. It's that the downside does not matter in comparison to the upside. What do you have? You have archery 1 as your stupid thing, but I guess if we are building a gun dude, then that's actually okay. A pistol and sword isn't a bad place to be in. And the fact of the matter is that all of our units rolled seductive. Is this a bug? Does anybody know if that's a bug, or is that just like a 1 in a bazillion chance? Because that's pretty insane. But here we are going to go ahead and just unequip our blowgun. Because we don't have the Crowmaster bow here bug with Nedbree, and I do want to use our Wand of Provocation. I think it's a very powerful thing. It's just that, like, obviously it doesn't work particularly well on ranged units, but that's all right. That is all right. So next turn we're going to be incorporating Sacred Root. So that means that we can build out of this next turn. I think that means that in Elderhurst next turn we're gonna finish up Wild Speaker. So we're gonna start working on Wild Speaker there. So why don't we go ahead and pick up Arcane Institute to just rush down a little more research, and then Sacred Root, we'll see what we're actually getting. But we're getting a Town Hall 2 here, which means that we can start on Animist there next turn. And then we'll have 2 supports out by like turn 10, which, you know, it would be better if the Animists were here getting experience points. But the fact of the matter is that if your support isn't legendary, there's not a big difference between it being like a silver medal or a champion. Once they hit legendary, then that math changes a lot, because then you get access to the bolstered resistance on your warding defense mode. Like, just whenever you defend, you add bolstered resistance to everybody, which is bananas. So we're not going to introduce ourselves to the cannibal down here just yet. I think what we're going to do instead is send that Grimby Crow over here to start exploring under the underground. The underground, depending on what your map looks like, you should generally ignore, but here within the Crimson Caldera, there's no ocean for us to explore. Like, one of the things that has made underground a lot worse in the current patch is that they did nerf excavation, but also just in the broader meta, they, like, air quotes, nerfed the underground by making the water so much better. The water used to be a really ignorable layer because the things did not feed into the normal boosts, but now they do, and that is an enormous deal. Alright, so we're going to want to fight that brigand camp, I guess. Actually, let's see what kind of mana is under here. Alright, yeah, look. It would be better if we could have enough units into this fight to maximize the amount of experience points that we're actually going to get. But I think here... oh no, we're not going to be able to bring anyone if we buy rush them, because these guys don't have enough movement, because they don't have mounts, Walker. This is why you like mounts, so that when you invariably get all your units killed in auto resolve, that you can just redeploy them faster. Well, you know what? That's okay. That's fine. I think what we're going to do is we are actually going to set up a position outpost out here. This is going to be important for two reasons. So, one, we are playing with Hermit Kingdom. This means that now on this current patch, absolutely nothing can touch. Like, absolutely no touching. This is Ebola. Be careful. So we're going to go ahead and drop in an outpost here. That means that now no one can drop any outposts in any of these adjacent tiles. And you can see that this outpost is adjacent to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tiles. So it's an enormous amount of clearing space that we've locked down with just 50 gold. But it's also just a good opportunity for some healing. Like that, I don't hate to see. We're not going to take this fight against these guys because there are those 2 extra entwined thralls under the earth. But now we can pop back over there and take those guys out. So Daedalus, not too much, except that we lost our entire army on our first free city except for our ruler. Now fortunately that was like an insanely early free city fight, so like we're really only behind in terms of experience points on the Animist, but we're going to be meaningfully behind on experience points in the Animist. We're going to pick up Wild Speaker this turn so we can start working on Wild Speaker out of Elderhurst and Animist out of Sacred Root. So we are still going to hit 2 supports pretty quickly. Oh, especially because we can just get some extra draft here for free. Well, I mean, I'm here for it because we're getting now enough draft to finish a Wild Speaker immediately. But yeah, we were for a little while just riding on absolutely nothing there. Gas tank on empty. But that is where the story realm kind of just says, hey, that's not important. Who cares? And because we do have access to this cool stag, our Wild Speakers do look awesome. All right, so yeah, let's actually take this fight now. Let's bring you guys here, let's bring you guys here, and I think we're probably just going to take the fight with units distributed as such. I could potentially just move Nadbury here. Yeah, actually that's fine. Well, the heroes can work together because now we don't have the problem with the leadership clash, and I don't really think that this is going to be an important enough fight that we have to use mana on this. We have 6 units here because we have a Wild Speaker and we have our Crow. So if you guys screw up here, that's your fault. You're fired. Ooh, what the hell? Oh, we have Seduction. Oh, we have Seduction. Oh no, I forgot. Well, unfortunately, all of our guys were Seduction, so we don't have any option out of this. All of our heroes are unfortunately going to pillage our own ability to gain experience points, but this is devastating. The fact that all of our starting heroes are seductive is so bad, because now all of our experience points are going to go towards units that we're going to like see and then say, hey, we don't have a gazillion mana for this, and also they're not particularly worth recruiting anyway. No thank you. And then we'll just not get any experience points. Oh, seductive. They need to fix that. I know that they've said that that's like an exchange that they're fine with. Triumph has officially said that they think that the because there's the upside that you can recruit them, that the downside is okay. But like, you need to be able to release them for half experience points or something like that, because this is a very, very silly start. But I think we are going to go ahead and start building something here in Sacred Root, even though it means that we are going to waste a little bit of extra draft here. It's just because, like, I don't think we have that much rollover. I don't know exactly how much we have as left as rollover from that Animus that we built, but it's probably only a little bit. And we do want to keep working on our economy here, so we're going to pick up a woodcarver's workshop. And that uses the gold that we would have had for extra units here, at least until we can clear these guys out. But once we do, I think we just push further south, because I see another Tranquility Pool there. And if we can get 3 Tranquility Pools, then we can make status immunity rings. And that should not be too difficult for us to do in this universe. Ooh, Sinren with a Scout versus a Grimbeak Crow. I don't even know for sure if our Grimbeak Crow is going to need mana to win this fight, but I don't think it will. Nah. All right, good. And I'm totally fine just taking out somebody else's scout here, just for asserting dominance purposes. You know, you gotta T-pose. You gotta T-pose to assert dominance. And we need to get that Astral Dew online. That would be really important, actually. If you can get a Cosmoflux Elixir crazy early, that is a really good thing. Let's see. I guess we'll just keep going down here, and inspect Brisway. Yeah, we're at war with another one, but that's okay. More wars, more gold, more equipment, more experience points, more. And I guess these Grimby Crows will check under the earth down here. The Temple of the Gaudier. Oh, hey, cool, and there's focus crystals. So, like, most of the time, the things that are under the earth are pretty skippable, but sometimes you'll, like, check down near an entrance, and you'll see an ancient wonder that you can clear. Not this one. not that one. But, like, you know, sometimes you go down here and you see, like, a ruined peak or something like that. But sometimes you'll see the magic materials, and because they did make it so the underground has unique magic materials, you can't really, like, skip the underground, but those guys are like the best part of the underground, I think. Let's see. Yeah, these animus will go here. That's good. And now we have enough gold that we can start on another support next turn, and we'll see which one it is depending on what we get out of our wild summon here. I want to get an ice spider. Show me an ice spider. We're playing on this frozen thing so that we get the good stuff. All right. Well, I wish we were playing with Scions of Evil, because we have encountered Carissa the Red, and one of the nice things of encountering people is that you can get nice little bips and bops. And we can get so much evil here, baby. We can become pure evil without even being Scions of Evil, and still actually probably have it be good value. No Ice Spider yet, but this one is actually a really good one. If Gortusk Piglet can survive, then Gortusk Piglet is a very powerful tier 3, especially in the universe where we're not playing as Barbarian, because then it's not like kind of being outcompeted when it comes to tier 3 shocks. It is a little fragile, so it is difficult to get that ball rolling, but if you can get that guy to stick around, then it is a really big deal. Well, alright, so given that we have the seductive problem, what the hell are we supposed to do in this? I guess we're just gonna have to deal with it and just accept that we're gonna level pretty slowly at first. Because I think we do want to bring these guys into this fight here. And Peasant Pikeman, double Peasant Pikeman makes me a lot less interested in bringing our charge unit in the Gortusk Piglet, because the charge strike is going to have absolutely nowhere to go on the front line, and it's going to just die. So I think actually here, Wild Speaker, double hero, and Animist is probably enough. Is that enough of a front line? Because that means that we have probably we want to bring this Protector, because there's no non-mounted unit to put in front of the Peasant Pikeman. And I don't think risking an evolutionary summon that's actually good is worth it from the experience point standpoint. So, all right, here you go. Autoresolve. Please don't mind control another useless unit. Kill them. Yes, good. Oh, right. We got legs. We got pants. We need to fix that. Our boys out here, they need some pants. Or our girl, Viridia, she needs some pants. All right, so we can get warding leggings for +1 fortune per spellcast. I think that's perfectly reasonable, given that we will give access to spells to some of our fights. Not all of them, but they will get some. And Nadbree. I suppose here we'll take defense on Nadbree. We are probably going to be building Nadbree in towards a pistol and sword, just because like that's a generically very powerful composition for a hero. But I do think that here it utilizes our space pretty well, because we're going to have a lot of melee attackers. Yo, what's up, Jason? So we are rocking and rolling here. We've taken over a Sacred Root, and now we are just trying to figure out our direction down towards Carissa the Red. So Carissa is going to be our closest competitor. Like, might technically be closer to... Actually, are we technically closer to Chaplasaur to Sinrin. Maybe we're closer to Sinrin here. So who should we fight first? So we have here a Mystic with Arcane Focus, Resistant, and Sharp Eyes. So this is going to be going into Tome of Cryomancy, which means that we are going to be dealing extra damage against anyone who's using Storm Spirits. And I think they're probably going to be going into Storm Spirits. And then we have the Enthralled Orc, Barbarian, Ruthless Raiders, and Ritual Cannibals. Carissa can be pretty scary because she can get Barbarian like Berserkers down and then just like mulch through your front line really, really quickly. But unfortunately right now our front line doesn't have the pieces to like contest that. Carissa is going to have a better front line than us no matter what. So we're going to need to probably delay a fight against Carissa until we get access to our Ancestral Wardens. Now, fortunately, because Sacred Root did start with the Town Hall 2, we can build Town Hall 3 if we get 400 gold, but we need 400 gold, so we'll see about that. We will see about that. But I think here we are going to take a forest no matter what. And I think specifically here we're actually going to take a forest out just for a little bit of extra healing on these guys, because we're going to get extra population here into Sacred Root pretty much right away anyways. We have the storehouse that we're about to push out, and then we'll roll that into a library. And I suppose in our capital, I'm going to go ahead and build out a Glacial Mammoth tower, a temple. Being able to do some terraforming is actually pretty crucial here, both for the growth of Sacred Root, but as well as Elderhurst, because we don't want to be taking too many tiles without the bonus. You can see here this quarry is worth 8 production, whereas this quarry is only worth 5, and that's because this is not snowy. And the difference there is like pretty enormous, right? +3 on a base 5 is on a percentage basis like a lot more meaningful than you'd expect. And we do want to scale our production up as much as we can, simply because we are also getting the bonus off of Hermit Kingdom. So I think picking up that Mammoth Temple makes sense. We might even buy rush it next turn if we can find extra gold, which we should be, Walker. If you can remember that you're standing right next to gold for a reason, then that should be something that you can do. All right, so now we will secure the dens and spread her glory. So we need to find ourselves another mammoth den that we can attach to a city and then build. So I guess maybe that means that we turn an outpost here into a city, or we conquer Quentin. I think those are our main 2 options here. Quentin has some issues that in order to get to this ash we need, so this is actually 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we actually only need Town Hall 2 in order to reach that Mammoth Den, and we're already kind of there, which means that we could just drop some of these tiles, like just actually desert them and pillage them to the ground in order to take the Glacial Mammoth Den with fewer population, and then get that quest done. Because if you can get your quest done early, you do benefit from it. It is pretty good for you both militarily as well as economically. All right, let's get some gold here. We've got ourselves a scout, and I guess we could go get some production, which would finish off that Glacial Mammoth Den a little bit faster. So yeah, all right, let's do that, and then we'll pillage this quarry next turn. Because if we can get this thing down and terraforming now, which we can, I would like to. And we will take advantage of the fact that flying really is sort of like pseudo scouting because of that base +2 vision. They're even better than like basic scouts actually because of the +2 vision range. And I think that's that for this turn. I don't think we have any more gold that we want to chuck into those things. And although it would be nice to build walls on that clearing outpost, so that way like somebody else doesn't take control of it and then throw a workers outpost on it or something like that. If they do that, it's not the end of the world. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. Now, this is still double peasant pikemen, so that is melee stuff that we probably want to be able to fight. Man, You really have nowhere to go, Gortusk Piglet, because I see halberdiers here. We kind of need to get experienced leader for that Gortusk Piglet to really have a place to grow. Stop giving me Gortusk Piglets. Give me a spider. Give me a spider. It's in your heart. I know it is. Deep down inside, game, you want to love me as much as you love Amygdara, and you want to give me some spider lovin'. Well, all right. I wish that they didn't lock in the production until end of resolution, because sometimes I'm not paying attention and I click where I'm gonna go. Oh no, we don't. Oh man, we're gonna miss out on a little bit of production here. That's the way it goes when you're not paying attention, Walker. You've only cost yourself. But we will take Man Obelisk in our capital here. We do need to get Town Hall 2 down ASAP, so that way we can start working on our Wizard Tower, because we don't need to be way behind on our Imperium. The longer you delay that, the worse. But here, I think we are going to just get some experience points, because we deserve them. Yeah, I'm gonna take the Wild Speaker. Am I gonna take the Wild Speaker? I mean, we have the Animist gaining some here, but I guess this isn't really enough frontline, so we probably need to bring the Wild Speaker at a minimum anyway. And that's probably good. And we'll have our little ruler go over here. Oh, if we had gold, then you could join us, but we don't have any money, so that's why we're here. That's why we are here to talk to you. Have you met your Lord and Savior, seduction person? All right, good. Protectors, we don't need those. Those are disposable. He says, and then looks at an army with 2 tier 2 pole arms. Those are disposable. I guess we'll probably want to pick up one more protector then. Yeah, we'll probably have to pick up one more protector then. So much money spent on early game clearing, but that's okay. That is okay. As long as we hit level 4, which we do, then we can do a little bit of stuff here. So we have now a +6 spirit resistance. That makes some of these wonders go from being complicated to being enormously uncomplicated. If you open a temple and you notice that you're fighting against 2 archons, then that is actually like the best thing that you can find in the game. I think I'm going to go ahead and take Sentinel here on Nadbury, because we do have the Wand of Provocation. Still looking for an opportunity to drop in our tier 2 on our... Ooh. Oh, baby. But now we have access to Visions of Woe, Summon Elemental, or Mass Rejuvenation. Ooh. All right, well, we're going to take Restore either way, because I do want to get Experience Leader here on Viridia, or Virida. That's probably it. Virida. As soon as we can. And a little bit of extra production going back to our capital, never hurt nobody. But yeah, this scout now is just going to pillage Brisway until it probably gets killed by a hero who comes out of the city under the fog to prevent the desolation of Smog. And I guess this other Grimby Crow is going to just start heading out towards these other guys. I want to keep an eye on these 2 down here in particular. Because of the distribution on the map, you can see that not all of the players are equidistant from each other. Actually, the closest is white. So it might make sense for us to go there before going to Carissa, just depending on how our evolution goes. Because in order to fight her, we do need probably a couple of tier 3s evolved at a minimum. But Mr. Mystic over here is gonna have some issues, because Mystic typically does. I don't know. Do we want to fight these guys with just everybody? Because that's 2 tier 2 pole arms, and that is not a joke, considering that literally everything we have here, except for our ranged pieces, is gonna have some serious issues on that fight. All right, you know what? I'm okay doing that. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring everybody together, and then because this ruler does have access now to probably Mass Rejuvenation, I think that's going to be our best bet. I'm going to go ahead and slot that in on our buddy boy for a little bit extra healing. I could see an argument for Visions of Woe as well. But I'm going to go ahead and break off probably the Wild Speaker to engage these guys, because the Wild Speaker at least is going to be able to summon their own form of defense. And then this allows the Mass Rejuvenation to go on to all of these characters and add stacks of regeneration throughout the fight, which hopefully is enough. It does mean spreading the animal out across from the other animals, but hopefully that encourages the AI to go help their friends rather than run off into the distance and get themselves killed. But I guess we'll see. Okay, we lost one of the Gortusk piglets, but that's okay. That's like the cost of doing business. The loss of experience points is more annoying than anything else. But not the end of the world. Just bad. It's just bad. That's the problem. Seduction is really good, except that it's bad. But this other hero is, I think, going to just hang out there. And then our other guys will reposition here to help take this fight against these four. So recall that this army here is standing on top of a gold stack, but there are two more Entwined Thralls there. If we had access to Tome of Cryomancy and could blizzard them, I still wouldn't do it there because they're not particularly threatening. But it is important to know, just like if there are stealth units, that to keep your eye on the ball on those, Walker. If that is within your power, if you can remember that there are stealth units there, you'll benefit from it. Alright, so this Wild Speaker is not going to actually get inside of range in order to participate in that combat, but that's okay. Let's see what we get out of this wild animal summon here. And I guess we are going to drop it in out of Sacred Root, and we're going to specifically drop it here simply because this is another snow tile. I want to keep pulling from this until we get a... God, it's like the 6th or 7th of these in a row. Show me an ice spider. Like, I know the RNG in AOW4 is not particularly random, because sometimes you end up with games where you get like 3 ice spiders in a row on like 10% chances, so it's not like perfect, but come on, man, give me an ice spider. Give me an ice spider. You know you want to. You know you want to. It's within you. Let's see, the Sepulchre of Steel is out here. This one isn't the one that you can clear basically for free, right? That's the golden something or other. I think that's what it's called. I think it's literally called the golden something or other. But that one is pretty broken because you can clear it for a song. You basically just need 2 heroes with signature skills, and you should have a pretty easy time walking over them. But I'm also okay taking Mass Rejuvenation there for a second reason, because we are going with animal stuff. We're going to go ahead and use the Rite of the Guardian Spirit whenever we get access to it. I think that's a pretty solid choice. And maybe we're gonna just take this and then cut immediately east towards Quentin, because I see here that we are already closing in on opportunity to add another city, but I don't really want to turn this outpost into a city. And while I could see a well-reasoned argument for trying to jam a city here to exploit this space, because this does look really rich, that would put us into direct conflict with Carissa, like, right now. Which might be okay. If she's gonna just be wandering around with, like, a couple of units, then maybe we can do that. I'm just gonna produce merchandise. We need to get this clan lodge down. We need to get that down. We need to get gold. You know, Walker, you would have more gold if you hadn't died. I guess we'll take another quarry here, just to increase that production bonus here in Sacred Root. But I'm glad at least we've got the one den nearby. We do really need to get a second one, so I suppose that the more that I think about it, the more we do need to go take Quentin, just so we can rearrange where those tiles are going. And help take that brigand camp out of the way. But we have reached our next tome, so we're going to go ahead and take Tome of Cryomancy, so that way we can drop in here with the School of Cryomancy. Not only are we going to be playing with Snow or Ice because we have the Mammoth thing going on, but just like generically, you kind of almost always want to have an SPI, and specifically on this map, I did notice that we just don't have a lot of SPIs near us. But because we have like nothing interacting favorably with elementals right now, I don't feel compelled to take Snow Spirits. I think the summon that we're going to be using way more consistently is going to be the summon Wild Animal and then summon Greater Animal. So we might legitimately skip Snow Spirits entirely right here. And I'm going to start by just taking the Frostblade over Blizzard, or over rerolling for Blizzard, simply because I do think getting a little bit of extra enchantment damage down helps your AI even more from just a cost efficiency standpoint. It's something that the AI doesn't need like constant attention to get value out of, because it's just stronger attacks. Same with like Materium and all that jazz. I guess the second hero could participate in the fight from this direction. Yeah, that looks okay. That means that it can move back in the event that the hero takes a bunch of damage, or in the event that we're successful, we can push forward. Because now I don't know where Carissa's actual army is. It looks like Carissa's thinking about maybe trying to hunt down this Grimbeak Crow, which, good luck with that, I guess. Like, this is a crow friend. Do you know how movement works? Do you know how movement works, Walker? Not, I mean, sort of, but using a lightning torrent on a Grimbeak Crow. Sinrin. Alright, well, you know what? I think that these two AI have convinced me. The right thing for us to do is to take them on at the same time. We'll see how that strategy goes, but I think it'll be fun. And now another hero is out and about. Well, let's see where this hero goes, actually. If this hero goes straight up to Elderhurst, then we might have to intercept and kill him. But they are going to go straight past a banner, and fortunately we are going to be able to get some value out of that, unless we mind control something onto the banner. If you do that, please listen to me, do not build. If you mind control something, do not build. Oh, sick. And we can build tier 2. Ha ha ha. But if you mind control something, like on a banner, don't take it, because it'll drop the unit onto the banner, and then that'll be the only thing that gets experience points, which is just like a catastrophe. So don't do that. Don't do that. That's not good. And yeah, there's literally 0 research post here for Elderhurst, and we need to actually probably drop that quarry at some point just so that Sacred Root can grow, because Sacred Root is going to need to take this. And then if we drop this quarry, then those 2 tiles open up for Sacred Root. Yeah, actually, so, actually, should we just pillage this immediately? Unfortunate if that is the right thing, because then we're going to see here that we'll lose the production when it drops. But I think we do want to leave this space free, the space intentionally left blank for Hermit Kingdoms. And for that reason, we are probably going to need to move this like spacing outpost forward, but that's okay. We're kind of moving in that direction literally right this turn. And I suppose here this could be an opportunity to drop in a channeling megalith, because this is gonna get ridiculously high production once this stuff gets terraformed, and it will get terraformed in pretty quick order by Elderhurst. Doubly so if we had another city here. Oh man, Walker, are you seriously considering going all the way down here? Maybe Walker, maybe. All right, we're not building a channeling tower or a glacial thing this turn. I think we do want to get that Arcane Institute down with the boost, but we might do it after the fact. I'm gonna make another Animist, and then I guess that means that I do want to pick up another quarry in that city. So yeah, that's a good reason to drop that quarry, so that way we can put a blacksmith there. Yeah, that's what we want to do. You convinced me, Walker. You convinced me. Yeah, you know what? This is a fine fight. We'll take 5 in. And we'll take it as this, so that way anyone who gets injured is going to have enough movement points to move back, or potentially forward, depending on where everyone is here. But unfortunately, the only person we can really take if we mind control are any of the tier 1s, and I'm not even sure they're worth the mana. Well, you know, that one is. An 11 experience point Gortusk Piglet is a lot further along than our Gortusk Piglet is right now anyway. So I guess that's worth the 90 mana. Yeah, it's the way that seduction works. That's the way that mind control works. These guys are gonna be level 4 forever. I guess this is okay actually here though, because if we can get, how close are we? 4 turns to military engineering. All right, so we're not going to be able to wait until military engineering comes online, but we can drop in an outpost here to grab this tranquility pool for now, and then maybe another tile here to potentially grab a mammoth den. No, I don't think so, Walker. I think you want to just drop in a spacing outpost and then move. Yeah, I think you just drop in a spacing outpost and then move. But you know what? That gives our boars here time to heal a little bit, and our other guys can keep moving because we do not have access to Experience Leader just yet. We're getting that next level. And oh baby, this is a fight that having a bunch of mana to mind control something would actually be really nice from, because these things do evolve into astral siphoners, astral siphoners, and so they're just like difficult to produce elsewhere on the board. Now we're not going to be playing with a bunch of magic origin buffing. We might go into Tome of Summoning. I don't know. We'll see where we go into when we get to our tier 2 tomes where people want to go, because those are very much up in the air right now on this build. And if folks want to see something a little bit different, we could do something a little bit different. But at least we have 3 Gortusk Piglets. Let it not be said that we do not have pretty similar units being repeated over and over again, because we do have Grimbeak Crows and Gortusk Piglets out the wazoo into outer space. Let's see. Yeah, I think it is Quentin. I think this city is cute, and I do like this location. And if we didn't literally have a tranquility pool already, I'd be more interested in staying here. But Quentin is too much value. It's a size 6 city, man. Like, just go there. And there's 2 banners over there that you might want to be able to deny to Carissa. And if we can kill Carissa along the way, I would not hate that. But I think, unfortunately, we are just going to have to accept that we're going to have to take this fight with the Astral Wisps without mind control mana available. Gortusk Piglet, why are you so fragile? Why are you so fragile? Well, Walker, because I am a shock unit, and I do not have any defensive abilities. But 50 HP is pretty small. They do get bananas good once they evolve, though. So I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense for them to be balanced in some universe. I think it's okay for things to be balanced. And it's not going to be able to make it into range. I guess we're not going to be able to take that fight with the Wisps this turn unless we're okay just bringing in 4 into 5 units. Which, you know, if we're going to bring 4 units into 5. For anybody, it would probably be these 4 into those 5, but like it's just not worth the experience point loss. Yeah, we'll just skip over that for now. But I think we are almost certainly going to be able to take fruitful integration and knowledge extraction here. Yeah, we'll wait one more turn. I'm going to grab a research post on Sacred Root, just so that way we have set up a little bit of an academy, and then we just need to grab that quarry there, and then you're ready to go. Or these quarries here, and then they're ready to go. And the Frostblades are online, so we want to cast that as soon as we get the mana. And on that note, we are gonna work on Blizzard here. But there's the mana. If Carissa doesn't clear that out, then we're going to want to pick that up next turn. But unfortunately, she is in the area. So if she does decide to go that direction, I don't know what we can do to stop her. But at least, you know what? At least this Grimbeak Crow did a good job of getting White's attention, getting them to waste a lightning torrent, and then maybe bounce over here to potentially harass Carissa's supply lines. Looks like Carissa is going in on lightning or lesser storm spirit there, so that is good, great for us. Cold damage looks like it's going to be in high demand today. Yeah, all right. You know what? Go back down, Grimbeak Crow, and scout around near Carissa's capital, because this might be city 2, 3, and then 4, depending on how our skirmishing against her goes. But her army is coming out, so we need to be careful about committing to fighting her without local superiority. And on that note, I think we're going to drop in another Protector or another Wild Speaker. I guess we haven't gotten another, we haven't gotten a third Animist, so yeah, I guess I'll take another Wild Speaker. I think a couple of those could be pretty fun. I think 2 is probably enough. Yeah, and we're definitely going to want to get some Protectors in this mix if we're going to be fighting against an army with Wind Ragers and Warriors going on. But hey, Wind Ragers, again, -6 Frost weakness. Our Frost Blades are going to be randomly insanely good here. And that is a good sentence to say. That is a good sentence to say. All right, Elderhurst, you finished your thing. Now we can get a Wizard Tower online, and we can get Imperium, and everything can be perfect, and everything can be shiny. And that's all we need. That's all we need. Everything else is irrelevant. Oh, they are coming to pillage our capital. You know what? This is so fast, though. These guys are so fast because they can fly. And they have 48 movement speed, moreover. All right, let's drop in both of our Gortusk Piglets to try to score those guys up. This one can't quite reach because of where they are. But we'll go ahead and take this fight with 5. I'm not going to give you guys mana. We need this mana to cast Frostblades next turn, so you just figure it out. Alright, so we lost the Gortusk Piglet with literally 0 experience points, and the one that was like getting closer and closer to evolving survived. That is exactly what we wanted to see. Unsurprising there. And there's Carissa herself. There's Carissa herself. And there's where Carissa herself can get off to. So we can potentially take the fight to these Necromancers, which would require a unit stand right there. So who can reach right there? As it turns out, everybody can reach right there. All right, fantastic. So we'll just bring those 5 in, and then we'll go ahead and just take this fight. So you can sometimes plan your build around tier 5 tomes, Jason. This is something that I want to discuss whenever we get to like a basic build video. I think that whenever you're designing a build, you need to have a central thesis in mind. Whether that central thesis is your culture and ways to utilize your culture early on in the game, or if it's like what your tier 5 tome is and ways to leverage it along the way that you grow towards that. There's a lot of different things that you can do in order to make a build, but planning, you should probably understand at a very minimum what tier 5 tomes are available to your build, because if your build has access to multiple tier 5 tomes, then great, you can plan around that, but like you do need to have an idea of what you're looking for, and because of the affinity requirements on tier 5s, you typically aren't going to have access to more than one or two in a group anyway. Here, if this was a scarier fight, I could add mana in, because we are fighting a mana node, so we're going to get mana off of the fight, but there's nobody over here who could fight us, so it is what it is. There's nobody over there who could really fight them. So we took the advantage there. And here, let's see, you're not close enough to get to the outpost location, so we're gonna drop that right here. This is where the outpost for this Ashland lava chasm will be, and now we'll see if Carissa falls for the bait. Like, I don't really feel like we're debating her that hard if she chooses to go into that outpost without troops around. I'm gonna call that a skill issue. Yeah, you know, actually here I guess I do want to just get one more animal summon, because I feel good about this one. I'm a gambling man, and I know that the RNG is like not purely random, but come on, man, like, god damn it. You gotta give me a spider eventually, man. Please, I deserve it. I've been good. Give me a spider for crying out loud. Let's see. So building around culture it's not about like you build around culture as a late game, it's that you build around culture as early game. So like whenever you have something like this, you're playing as primals, like just being aware that, you know, you do want to try to utilize population growth in your cities pretty heavily, will like jumpstart your economy there. And then same with like industrious, like you want to plan around being able to build a couple of extra prospectors. And then of course, like that requires, in order for you to get good value there, it does require you to play on a map with enough mountains. Ooh, all right, Carissa has a war breed over here, so there's her power stack. Her power stack is really scary too. Like that is a lot more power than we can currently field. So if we're gonna fight her first, then we need to take these units out before those units arrive. I don't know if we're gonna do that or not. I guess it'll depend on where she goes. But if she goes north and gives us an opportunity to kill her, I don't know if I'm going to say no. I don't know if I'm going to say no. But in the meantime, I suppose we will start assuming that maybe she won't, and position ourselves to grab this this banner and maybe drive off those brigands, because they are going to be trying to pillage our backyard, and that's not cool. Don't pillage people's backyards, especially not mine. I'm the one who's allowed to pillage backyards, not you. And I guess we'll cast Frostblades next turn. All right, Carissa, where are you going? Show me your moves. All right, looks like Carissa is moving towards Quentin herself and repositioning for like a 9, 10, 11 stack over there. So she I'm gonna guess she's gonna turn this into a city here. That's okay. Like if she goes into the west side and we go into the east side, we're gonna do some general build videos with an emphasis on like general build. So like if we're gonna say how do you want to build out an industrious, you know, it'll be with an eye towards the fact that yes, industrious does stop mattering towards the mid to late game. But understanding the way that your early game scales up, I think, is important. And here, because of where Carissa went, I think I'm going to actually send these, like, basically 0 experience points Gortusk Piglets over here to help take down that stupid hero. And we can do that pretty quickly, because we do have some really fast units here. This one needs to heal. This one needs to heal because you are so close to evolving, friend. I guess we'll move this stack here. Yeah, I'll move the stack here. So now what we can do is next turn, if we need to, our ruler can just like fly over this mountain to help participate in the fight against this one hero. If it looks like the other guys aren't going to be able to take the W on their own, but I think they will, because we're going to be dropping in at a minimum this extra wild speaker via buy rush, because I think we're also, after we take those out, anyone who's surviving is going to just pop over here and grab this gold vein for us as well, because we need some extra cash, and this also gets us extra production because it is at least the right terrain type for us. We have an Arcane Institute coming up, and I guess we will grab a shrine? Yeah, I'll grab a shrine. That's fine. Because we're going to grab another population, and that'll get us the second quarry, which is all we need, the second quarry. Item forge immediately, or do we try to grab, like, Glacial Megalith here? That's not adjacent to enough things. I want to put it here, but in order to put it here, we need to kill those guys. So I guess we'll build something else this turn, and then Glacial Megalith over there as soon as we can. So in the meantime, what else can we do? Oh, right. We do also have a School of Cryomancy that we need to drop down. How close are you to your next population, Elderhurst? You're 2 turns away. So actually, this is fine, because what we can do is we can drop in Cryomancy here, and then the population will arrive in 2 turns, which will let us grab either that or that as a forest, and a snow forest, no less. So yeah, that's fine. And then we'll be able to drop the glacial thing probably here is my best guess. That looks like it's going to be adjacent to the most usable tiles, because we are going to have a lot of mountains near us in this. There's like no way around it. It's the way of this map. And now we have Blizzard and we have Frostblades. I don't hate Ice Coffin. I think this is actually a pretty cute skill for your tactical AI to have access to. And right now, because of the spells we started with in Tome of Beasts and Primal, we don't have like amazing tactical spells. But if we can find the summon, which, hey, we found the summon, then now we have a really good tactical spell. So I'm gonna go ahead and pick that guy up. Unfortunately, because we had to reroll, we don't have the mana for Blizzard or Frostblades again. Walker, you gotta cast these spells, man. If you just research them, they don't do anything. It's okay. It's a short-term problem. It's okay. It's like you got banners here. You'll be okay. You'll just evolve some of these units. And then you can fight her hyper high level Warbreed and say this is fine the entire time. I guess you know what, this Grimbeak Crow is actually just gonna keep an eye on white. I don't want to get ambushed from the east if we're in a positioning war with Carissa right now. That would be really bad. And this other hero has spawned from Brisway. I don't remember if they're coming to attack us immediately or if they're going to go to Carissa, but either way, I want to get our scout out of the way because I do want the scout to be able to continue to pillage. You can see here, if we get 1 pillage off, that's effectively an entire turn of gold that we get coming into us, and we get that like every other turn with each scout that's out here pillaging around. So the more that we can keep those scouts aggressively burning things down for us, the better. Okay, so that's 23 out of 24, and it looks like Carissa is indeed moving in on our army. All right, that's okay. Let's see what we can do to fix things up for us. Let's go here. Let's go ahead and cast Frostblades so that we're not just like dragging it on forever. I don't know, Zartish, because the thing is that in order to improve autoresolve AI, I think that Triumph would have to rebuild their autoresolve AI from scratch. I think that they could make minor adjustments that I think would probably be a pretty big upgrade for the game. Like if they were to just rework the way that the AI looks at steadfast effects and like marked effects, that the AI would be a lot better in regards to those sorts of things. But like they also don't have AI that like looks at all of the units that are participating in combat at the same time before trying to make decisions. Largely they generate value while looking at mostly just themselves, and that's not wrong, because like having AI that looks at a bunch of different things at once is really complicated. But it does mean that there are some pretty obvious glaring holes in the AI that I think people are right to criticize in terms of AI behaviors and performances. So it's tough. It's tough. I hope that they rework the autoresolve AI at some point in the future, but like I don't even get press copies of the game, so like I have no idea if Triumph does that or not, if they're even thinking about having the resources to go back and redo those things or not. But here we're just this is fine. We'll just go in without mana because we do want to keep casting Summon Wild Animal to find a spider instead of these fragile little smashy boys. Because we do need some spiders. We do need some spiders. They are really good. But being able to kill heroes and sell remains is fantastic. Whether or not you're playing around with Tome of Souls kind of doesn't matter. It's really good value for you. And yeah, we'll grab a quarry here, and now we have everything we need. Everything we need. And hopefully the AI agrees. Hopefully the AI thinks everything is fine. We could take Call of the Wild, actually. This is a pretty good spell for your AI to have access to, simply because although you do want to, like, help the AI try to use the summons more, the AI still is not great at using them. Whenever we get into the big auto resolve against Carissa, we'll see that. Like, they're still very shy when it comes to using the summons, even on the tick mark on for casting spells. As long as your mana available in your pool isn't a lot, the AI is really very, very anemic when it comes to using spells. But that's, it's the way it is. So partially it was for reducing session time. There are still some parts of the PvP community that play with like manual on, but that is like basically only possible within the realm of PBM, which is like asynchronous games. Pico, get out of here. Yeah, because like it takes way too long if you're trying to play live to do manuals. But on the other hand, like it's Winslaya. Like I think Winslaya would agree with me that, like, broadly speaking, I think that the gameplay that you get out of auto resolve only against the map is a lot more interesting than the gameplay that you get out of manual combats against the map. Because the gameplay you get against manual combats against the map is like, it's that post that was on Reddit about like merciless slavers, and you have like all of the tier 4 units by like turn 10 and then the game is over. Like when you allow manual combats against the map, literally the only thing that matters is manual combats against the map, and then the game is over in like 15 turns. And it's very dumb, and I think it's stupid. And so we're not, if we ever do something like that, it is going to be as sort of like a tongue-in-cheek shitposty kind of thing, because like I don't enjoy playing the game that way. But I do think that like doing it from time to time can be fun and silly. So we will lean into that when we get to it. But I think it is pretty silly. Like it is abusing the tactical AI in Age of Wonders 4 remains very doable with the current setup for the AI, and because you get so much value out of it, it's the only thing that matters. So Gortusk Piglet, we actually might be able to get a level up here if we get experienced leader experience points this turn, so that will get us to 7 experience points, and then we need 5 EXP out of this fight. And this is 6 and 6 and 4. So that would be 16. So if we had... no, that's not going to be enough. We would need to take this fight first in order for that banner to help that guy evolve. So instead of doing that, I think what we're going to try to do is evolve this piglet instead. Yeah, we're going to try to evolve that piglet instead. That one's going to get like 2 experience, at least at minimum 2 experience points from this banner this turn anyway. Are you really not going to have enough movement points to get there by healing? Could we have gone here instead? Maybe. That is possible. All right. Who is going to go onto this banner? Nadbury is definitely going onto the banner, because Nadbury will gain a level, and then Nadbury will gain a banner level. So that's a level 6. Virda, I don't think is going to gain a level, but maybe, and then it would go up to level 7. And then Animist is not particularly close. So I guess we'll just bring hero support into that fight. Yeah, that looks okay. We'll bring hero support and get as many people taking experience leader this turn as humanly possible. Is that gonna be enough movement points for the... No, it's not gonna be enough movement points for the other Animist Walker. You're gonna have the other support be Wild Speaker, but that's okay. Other support being Wild Speaker is a perfectly reasonable thing to be gaining experience points on. Especially if we're actually going to take that fight with with Carissa like in 2 turns, which it looks like Carissa is going to make us take that fight whether we want to or not. So that'll be interesting at the very least. Yeah, in a 2v2 smaller map, like the combat card idea from Planetfall, I know people were pretty fond of. I think it's okay. I think it depends on what sort of game plan like you're looking for. I just think that like it's very warping. It's very, very warping, and not in a way that I necessarily enjoy. But that is definitely a subjective thing rather than like, I don't want to tell people that manual battling is like not good. It's just, it definitely, I think detracts from the player experience in single player. Most of the time. All right, Carissa. Are you really? You're just diving on it. All right, bro. Well, then let's do it. Let's do it. We're not gonna conquer Quentin next. We have to go deal with Carissa. So let's grab this and let's grab another hero. We're at 120, but that's okay. And we get another seductive hero. Fantastic. Winslet, is there like a weird bug where primal glacial mammoth spiritual moles get only seductive? Because like I didn't notice this last time, but I didn't actually like. The last time I played this was a couple of days ago, and it was like playing in the middle of the night things, and so I wasn't paying too close attention to what was going on my hero side. But all 3 of our heroes were seductive, which is just silly. It's just silly. We're hopefully we're gonna be able to get some experience points on these guys, but it has been a bit of a bit of a fight. It has been a bit of a fight. Boars, that's okay. Yeah, I guess we'll just gain a level up on Tyrion. Yeah. That's... Oh god. No! We're 1 turn too far away. I mean, I guess we could make the movement by Imperium, which is just awful value. We could do that. Can we do... Oh, can we get there if we do roads, actually? Maybe. No, that's going to be the same number of hexes because of where these mountains are. Yeah, I mean, like, that's fine 4-way, but like it is so goddamn game warping whenever it comes to like early game economic play in Age of Wonders 4. Like when you start doing manual combats, if you're doing especially early game manual combats, then it like that's the only thing that matters. Like you can get gold wonders and gold infestations crazy early, and I think it makes the 4x part of the game kind of disappear because all of a sudden the game is done by like turn 25. And that's only a little bit of hyperbole, honestly. Okay, all right, listen. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and just do this. Don't tell your friends. Do not tell your friends. But I'm doing this because now by taking that, all of that stuff is internally friendly, and we still didn't have the movement speed. How do you not have the movement speed, bro? How many tiles is this? God damn it. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I'm like, oh, we get the movement speed if we just unequip this eagle and then move it over to this guy. But no, you can't do that in the current stack. And I'm not about that Imperium for stuff life. So no, you are gonna have to wait until next turn, I guess, for the banner, which means that now we know we can take this fight with somebody. So I guess we'll just take the gold fight. And then we'll reposition for the banner fight next turn. And then hook back around. Alright. Okay. That's what we'll do. We'll clear out the gold stuff, and then we'll grab the banner next turn. So if we're going to clear out the gold stuff, you're still, like, on deck, maybe, to gain a level. Who do we have? We have 2 polearms. Okay. So with 2 polearms, I guess I am going to just bring our heroes to these fights. And maybe unequip a mount from Nadbury? No, from who will we unequip from you? I guess we're gonna bring the Gortusk Piglet, actually. Yeah, like, you can lose a lot of stuff early without it being people talk about, like, how you can't lose a single unit and blah 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 blah. That's not true. That is not true. In fact, that is actively detrimental. I think that you learn more in the games where, like, you lose a lot of pieces early and then have to rebuild, because that, I think, sets you up better for playing better in multiplayer, but also it's just, like, more fun. But, like, if your build is so fragile that you can't afford to lose 1 or 2 units early, or cast Summon Wild Animal 7 times and not find a single goddamn ice spider, if your build is that fragile, then I think there's a problem with your build. Like, you should be open to, like, getting unlucky and still having outs, without it absolutely obliterating you. I don't think we have enough magic materials just yet that I'm interested in taking the item forge. If we had had the time to grab Quentin before fighting Carissa, then I think that would be worth doing. But given that that is not the universe where we live in, I'm going to go ahead and take the Academy. I think that's better. And then here, I think actually what we're going to do is we're going to buy out this Wild Speaker, because I think we might try to get that guy also up to a silver, because if we can bring this Wild Speaker into the banner fight, then maybe we can roll it over in EXP. Yeah, I think that's probably all right. Bro, I know you want to come serve us, but we don't have any gold. That's why we're here. We don't have any gold, and you're standing on some, so you're gonna kill our Gortusk Piglet, are you? Yeah, that makes sense. Get out of here, Arcane Guard. Quit stealing all of our experience points. AI, come up with a better hobby. You can do so much more than this. But now we do have a massive upgrade for our damage. Frostbringer is really nice here, actually. Anything that works wonders against some of her units over here, which you see we have a Lesser Storm Spirit and a Wind Rager at -6 frost weakness. That weapon is gonna chew through her units as soon as that hero gets into melee combat. They are gonna be in a lot of trouble. All right, so who else can actually get into this fight this turn? Can you get into this fight this turn? You could. You cannot. You cannot. Okay, so not a lot of units can get into this weird Flow Serpent fight over here. And I don't think we have the resources necessary to pull through that with just a couple of Grimbeak Crows. So I think it was just take the gold and then we'll go south, grab the banner. But that's okay. Sometimes that's what you do. You grab the banner, you grab a fight, you do what you gotta do. I guess I'm gonna queue a Blizzard, given that we don't have an Ice Spider to give Mammoth Primal Communion to. If we had a Mammoth Spider, or if somehow one of if somehow our Gortusk Piglet would evolve by picking up a 1 level up off of a banner, if only that were something that could happen, then so no, yeah, it's a setup on the map, Jansish. In this map, this is the Crimson Caldera. This is the third story realm. You are at war with absolutely everyone, including all of the other free cities, all of the other players. Everyone is at war, and so the pace of the game is a little different. It does result in you fighting a lot more people really, really early on, and so that can be kind of scary because we are going to have to take a fight with a level 13 hero here on like turn 20 or whatever, and that is not like psychologically easy, but I think if we can take that fight and clear these units off of the board, that we will have an enormous advantage moving forward against her, because she's going to be way behind us once it comes to our own development, once we grab Quentin. Oh, and now we're over to our tier 2 tomes. All right, so the tier 3 tomes that we're going to be going into, I'd like to go into Tome of Vigor and Tome of the Cold Dark today, just so we can lean into the summoning side of things, and like the animal transformations and whatnot. But that means that our tier 2 tomes are kind of like wide open, because we already have the affinities necessary for Tome of Vigor, and we already have the affinity necessary for Tome of the Cold Dark. Now when we get to tier 4 tomes, we do want to have Naga transformation available, but we're going to have that once we have Tome of Vigor. So like literally we can kind of take whatever we want to whenever it comes to our tier 2 tomes. So I'm actually gonna take a quick bio break right here, and if you have any suggestions or requests for tier 2 tomes that you would like to see us play out here, then just post them in chat, because we could do a lot of different things here. Like we could go into Joy Siphoners and try to like lean heavy into evil and use their SPI that way. We could try to like set ourselves up to maybe loop back around to Tome of Terramancy after our tier 5 tome, and then like start demolishing some mountains, and then we'd probably want to take like Tome of Artificing or Tome of Winds. But I don't really have a strong opinion on which tier 2 tomes we want here. So if you guys are looking for anything in particular that you've been curious about, just post it down below. I'll be back in about maybe 5-10 minutes. All right, so it seems as though no one has made any requests in terms of tier 2 tomes for us. So we have some options still. Like Arcane Supercharge is actually still pretty good whenever it comes to utilizing some of your stuff that you can move into whenever you're using animal spirits and whatnot. Like being able to buff up your horned gods into outer space is pretty powerful. But some of the animals that we can get access to can be pretty good. Like phoenixes, we're not going to be able to spam because we are going to be transforming the earth into oh, they've lost the magic origin tag. All right, well at least horned gods can still use it, but maybe we won't move into Tome of Summoning. We have done that before. Tome of Scrying could be good if we wanted to do more like deep arcane stuff, but you know what? We haven't used Tome of Artificing in like forever. And although we're not going to be using like the iron golem side of things, I think that like this other side in terms of siege weapons and stuff actually can make this game, like this particular map, a lot faster. None of the tier 2 tomes really are that funny. Like honestly, we could go with basically anything on this build, with what the build is currently doing, which is why I didn't plan any of them out. So I was hoping that we could get people to like, you know, make suggestions, but in the event that we can't, not a big deal. We'll pick up bolt repeaters, and that will make some sieges a lot faster for us and a lot more effective. In the event that we get into a siege and we're actually able to like siege the enemy down and have them fight us, if you can bring bolt repeaters into the fight, which against free cities you can do a lot, you can really demolish people. Bolt repeaters are pretty disgusting when you actually use them as units in combat. So let's see. I guess you're going to participate in the fight. You're going to participate in the fight, but you're not going to get level 7. You're just going to get level 6. And then you'll get level 7. And you'll get level 3. So we'll have 7, 6, and 3 going in against a 13. But it really is like basically just a 13 and a wand of domination. It is just a level 13 with the anathema and a wand of domination and a ruthless band and crown of ruin and killing momentum. So it is only Carissa the Red after all. Yeah, I think summoning, artificing, and glades are all pretty obvious options for us. We might go into glades after this. Like we do glades a lot, and so like generally I was trying to do some things that are a little different, but like this will be a little different when it comes to utilizing glades at least. Yeah, you two Grimbeak Crows can just like hang out. Grimbeak Crows are obviously like not what we wanted to be summoning there, but it's what we got, and it's not like they're catastrophically bad. Do we have enough frontline? Because we'll have 1 protector here, 2 protector there, but we need to buy rush that protector if we're gonna do it. We might have to summon another animal. We might have to fight Carissa in 2 turns. Actually, we're almost certainly going to need to do that. See where she goes. Yeah, she's going to be outside of our range to reach her anyway, so I guess she gets to take this outpost for now. We'll take the banner, and then we'll bounce back over here and deal with her then. Okay, so we have discovered the madness of Mashara the Radiant out there. All right, cool. So we have gone to war with yet another player. This one she's currently in the void. All right, well, some of these characters are going to be killing each other consistently enough that hopefully their research does start to fall behind. And every single time these guys do get to spawn an extra hero to come fight us, it is a little bit of extra value trickling in. So I don't hate to see that. I guess nobody really needs like experience points from this fight specifically in order to level up, right? You're at 2, you're at 3. Yeah, everyone here should get enough from this, unless they mind control someone. Please don't mind control anybody here, guys. That's your mission. Don't mind control anyone. Just kill them. No, God. All right, everyone who needed the level up got it anyway, but keep wasting experience points. See what happens. Dismiss that skeleton mage, and then we did get 763. All right, cool. So this wild speaker is gonna need a turn of healing before it can actually participate in any fight against Carissa the Red. So we will send them back that way. I guess the rest of these guys, I could see us looping this way to try to catch that young dragon out. Yeah, that seems okay, actually. But we did get the Gortusk Matriarch. That is a big deal. Getting the Gortusk Matriarch evolved means that now we have a tier 3, and a tier 3 is a much, much more threatening unit. And you're currently a champion anyway. You know what? We can send you here to just grab that outpost back. Currently working on walls, but that's not going to be a problem for long. We'll send you here, and get a little bit of extra experience points on these guys, just for a little bit of extra durability. Anyone want a little bit of experience points? Come on down. We'll hold on to this blizzard, and I guess I'm going to go ahead and drop in the Mammoth Primal Communion now, because I think we've missed the opportunity for an Ice Spider to be an outrageously good pickup, and now we just want to get whatever resources we can onto the units that we currently have, rather than continuing to fish. As you get more and more and more units, then the individual value of adding one more unit goes down. And actually, this fight is going to be like close enough that I think having Lightning Evoker is actually pretty important. And probably even Fire Evoker here on Tyrion, or Tyrion, on Tyrion Lannister. We will, of course, take Frost Weapons. Not missing out on that. And now we could take Spiritual Healing, but we do have access to a Mass Rejuvenation. So I think I'm probably more inclined to take Defensive Training. Another Iron Golem Assistant wouldn't be awful. Just add more units to the board off of our massive summoning buddy here. But I want to get some value on the units that we currently have, rather than adding more units into that mix. And here, we could take Eagle Eye, like, just assuming that we are going to go ahead and pick up a gun, but like right now we're not at that point, and getting defense 3 is actually really critical here for Nadbury, because now we have 3 defense, so we have 20% evasion already on Nadbury, and a provoke on Wand of Provocation, and we have a lot of extra the frost damage, which means that this guy can potentially tank most of the units on the other side. We don't see any polearms with Carissa. It's just Carissa herself with the anathema that we have to worry about. Just a tier 4 weapon. That's all. I guess a glacial mammoth, a glacial megalith wouldn't be bad, but if it delays the... No, actually, this is pretty good. So what we're going to do is we're going to drop in Glacial Megalith here. That'll turn that out of being a quarry, but because we're going to get another population 1 turn, we'll be able to grab another quarry somewhere, like maybe here before this thing drops, and then that's going to be an enormous upgrade to the production income in Sacred Root and let it really catch up. Now we just need gold. Well, there's a really easy way to get some gold. Let's go pillage a little bit of Mysticarium here. That'll also help set green back in the event that they are trying to interact, favorably with Mysticarium, either by conquering it or whatever. It doesn't matter. If we've pillaged it, to the ground, it's not going to generate as much value for them. And we might take one of these pickups sooner rather than later. The Rite of the Guardian Spirit is probably our best offer for this fight. Maybe it would have made sense to pick up Glades so that we could rush that through. But I think getting the value on Artisan makes sense. Artificing, getting extra crits on our Ancestral Wardens is gonna be pretty gross. Oh my god, I mean, we're right here also, is the other thing. Like, we could grab Quentin and then come back for Carissa, and then we could even maybe pillage this to the ground. Alright, well, I'm gonna go grab this outpost back. That one seems like a no-brainer. And there's a level 2 hero who's being a nuisance, but only a nuisance. And here's 150 knowledge, so we can go grab this hero off of Quentin at the very minimum, because like anytime we fight them with the Shadow one, it's going to be 150 knowledge, and because we're already at the point where we're working on siege magic, like we got some value that we're going to pick up there. These guys will be able to chew through Quentin really, really fast if Carissa is not actively driving at any cities of ours. Carissa, are you going to actively drive at those cities, or are you really just going to like wander around grabbing, like stealing our outposts and turning them into cities that we then have to raze to the ground for evil? Man, I kind of wish that we had taken Joy Siphoners for exactly the SPI for the like Tome of the Doom Herald for the SPI, because we are going to get a lot of evil really quickly on this map, but that's okay. We'll get there. And now I'm gonna do another summon wild animal. I'm still looking for a spider if we can find one. I think it would still be good. This animist is at 0 XP. This wild speaker is at half HP. Could potentially still bring the wild speaker because the animist will target it to heal. But given that we're trying to concentrate experience points wherever we think we'll get the most value, I think we want to drop those guys and do this. Yeah, I think that looks like a pretty good deal to me. Yeah, I like this distribution because we have access to a really powerful mage here in Tarion, which means that we have a pretty meaningful advantage at range, and we don't have anyone who's like super duper low on the status resistance side to get hosed by the berserk effect, and that is like a secret thing in our back pocket that will make fighting against Carissa easier, especially if we can get up to 80 casting points. If we can blizzard 2 of her stacks, the fact that everyone's going to be going berserk in combat is actually going to be a big problem for her. Well, all right, so we captured this toad. We could potentially let the toad free if we were going to come back to Quentin and then conquer it later. Then releasing them again so we can fight them again would actually be really good. How many turns are we to Carissa? We're 3 turns to Carissa, and we're at 235 Imperium already. Just go conquer Quentin, and then just deal with Carissa. She's still not really doing anything that's, like, making me feel like we don't have time to deal with this free city first. In which case, we'll just let that guy rot in jail until we can make a prison cells, and then we'll execute that said character. And you can heal, actually, Tarion, at that outpost, assuming that Carissa doesn't take it back with her hero. And if she does, then we'll just kill her. We'll kill her hero for the effort. Yep, that's good. Sacred Root takes, as I mentioned, another quarry. It's not going to be able to take any quarries adjacent to this outpost, but this outpost we're getting close to burning down anyway, so when we capture it back, we'll just raise it rather than capturing it. So that way that city over there can continue to grow. Oh, so they got a level 1 hero in the area. They might choose to come over here and kill this scout, which would be annoying because I was hoping that scout would generate just tons of money for us, but if that's not where that scout goes, then that's not the end of the world. Yeah, you guys come on down. Everyone's just getting a little bit of training here. Everyone's gonna work with the old master and hopefully get enough medals that they don't get completely demolished there, but I think the elemental advantage that we have is gonna be pretty meaningful. And I don't see anything else that we want to be dumping gold on here, so I guess we'll just pass and see where Carissa goes here and see where Sinrin goes. Like, so far Sinrin's mostly just been like hanging out over here. I do think we want to take one Crow out of these stacks to probably watch this while we do this siege here, because I don't want an army coming out from underneath the fog without my permission. It's an Ector got or whatever it was in Fifth Element, but I guess we'll go ahead and just show off what we're doing here with our bolt repeaters. So bolt repeaters, these things are kind of like a 2-for-1 in terms of generating value for you. Like a really good tool that you can use in sieges is undermining the walls, because that'll break more holes in the walls for your units to walk through. And it's really good. But you kind of get the same thing with bolt repeaters, because they're also just going to demolish the enemy. Here, we might not even need to put the bolt repeaters down first, except that it does shave a turn off, because they did build archer battlements. But you can see that there is another unit here from this city, so they might just like auto-resolve everybody into our army, in which case we can save gold here by not constructing the onagers or the bolt repeaters. But I want to see if we can get that city in 2 turns rather than 3, so it's worth the gold either way. And we'll have you go back here to heal. I mean, it doesn't really matter if you're actually at full HP or not. I'd rather get you up to level 4. Yeah, I'd rather get you up to level 4. Are you guys inside range to reinforce from here? No, you're not. So you have to actually cross into enemy territory, which means no healing. But I think that there really is a very good chance that the AI just runs up here and gets into this fight and loses the Free City army. So we'll just put anyone who can participate in that fight over there right now. And I suppose we'll summon another wild animal. Ice spider. Yes. Oh my god, we got an ice spider. We got 1 ice spider. I'm gonna make one more. I'm feeling hot. I'm feeling lucky. This is my time. We're gonna get infinite ice spiders now, right? That's the way this is gonna work. But we will work on something actually useful here. I think we're gonna pick up the Glacial Megalith on our main capital city. Another +19 production is probably good value, and this will of course scale even better because there are 3 more tiles here that can be transformed. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. You, I guess, get a little more experience points or a little more HP. Because a champion wild speaker is going to be really nice in this fight. Oh, she's moving in. Carissa is moving on to Sacred Root. So, oh boy, are we going to need to buy rush a wall here? We don't have any gold to buy rush a wall here. Oh no, are we going to have to let her like move in to try to capture Sacred Root and then bounce and then come back from Quentin? Maybe. Are there any other movement outposts that we can drop in along the way to help? Maybe, because that is another thing that we can do. Let's actually do exactly that. Let's drop a movement outpost here with no gold. So next turn we'll drop a movement outpost. Oh no, but if we do it next turn, then we won't have access to the actual movement speed bouncing back from Quentin. Well, maybe we don't use the bolt repeaters here. She's gonna take 2 turns to siege this down, right? She's actually not in siege range. All right, we'll take this fight, and then hopefully it takes Carissa too long to just come over here and siege this down, because we do have a couple of turns where she's trying to incorporate it. But I think that's what Carissa's thinking about it doing here. Yeah, it looks like she's going at Sacred Root. She is going for it. Free City, what do you have to say about this? Are you gonna come over here and auto-resolve all your troops away, so that way I can leave my lowest level hero to just siege you down and then finish you off with no troops in the area? Yeah, you can take that. You can take that scout. I mean, I care, but I don't care that much. All right, so that is in fact exactly what the AI is going to do. So we're going to turn on auto-resolve, or rather spells for auto-resolve, because this is a fight where we don't want to lose too many units. That's painful losing that protector. We did kind of need that, but now we can leave our level 3 hero down here to finish this siege off, and then everybody else can just move away and hopefully get to Carissa attacking Sacred Root before the city is lost entirely. Let's see. You guys go here. Okay. You guys go here. That's fine. Let's drop in another wild animal here, and hopefully it'll be another spider. It's not another spider. You come up here to heal. You come up here, I guess, to get tiny amounts of experience points, but also you desperately need to heal, so maybe we will have to take the nature pick that gives us faster healing internally. That might be necessary to take this fight effectively here. But if she's literally only there with one unit, if she's just up there by herself AI, then we're just gonna pick her off. The hills are alive with the sound of music. I guess we'll do one more wild animal, and then we'll cast siege magic here, because we will have the casting points to do both of those before the fight. And we'll take artisan armaments. Yeah, that's good. All right, more gold, good, and 2 more prisoners. Well, you guys gotta stop capturing these people. You can do so much better. You can kill them, and then we don't have to build a prison. Just kill them on the battlefield. All right. Here's something where if we had an army immediately located here, we could clear them out and then get the bonus for clearing that space. But that's not this universe. And I do want to take this Astral Dew, but I think given that Carissa is like literally right here, she is our number one problem. She's made herself our number one problem. She has made sure of that. And I guess I will take a Primal Charger here. Pretty obviously, we need to get blacksmiths down in these cities immediately after their megaliths. So I think we're probably not going to build a second Primal Charger, just so we can actually have some gold to throw at that infrastructure, because that's 1 turn there and probably 1 turn there. But if we can drop in those blacksmiths, then these armies should fill out pretty quickly. Let's see, who else wants to get a little bit of experience points with our experience leader? I guess the Grimby Crow can work on it a little bit. And this Protector is just going to hang out because they have so few movement points that we can't really reposition the Protector and have it support against Carissa. Unless we go north? We could go here, actually. Nobody can cross over to this forest without... Yeah, alright, you know what? We'll go here. This Protector now can help protect Sacred Root, or potentially bounce back to Elderhurst. I want Carissa to pull more of her troops north, though, because like if we're just killing her as the ruler, then we're actually not getting very good value out of that fight. Like we want to cost her parts of her army, because you saw the stack down there with the war breeds. Hopefully she's lost a little bit off of it. Yeah, it looks like she has lost a little bit off of it, but it is closing in fast. So we need to remove her 2 turns. 2 turns is when those walls go up. So we need to be able to attack this outpost next turn. Can we get there if we use roads? Usually I like to get my roads from outposts, but there are some exceptions. Sometimes you just can't get there without the Imperium pick. And here, because we are playing with Hermit Kingdom... Oh, god damn it, Walker. You needed the Imperium for Quentin! Oh, no. Oh, you weren't paying any attention, and now you don't have enough Imperium, even if you buy rush the Wizard Tower, which you don't have enough money for. So, all right, we'll go into Quentin. We will say raise. We're not actually going to raise it though, because we're gonna be forced to incorporate that. We're just going to be forced to incorporate it 2 turns slower because we decided to take road building, which it looks like probably is not going to get that army to where it needs to go in time anyway. It's one of the many reasons I'm not like a huge fan of road building, but once you've built the road, then at least it is something that is going to be like consistently generating good value for you, and that is really powerful. All right, so give me 1 more Ice Spider. Hey, all right, good, 1 more Ice Spider. Good deal. Good. So now we have 2 Ice Spiders. That hopefully means 1 will survive this initial clash with Carissa. I think hoping both will survive is entirely unrealistic. But as long as 1 survives this fight, then we'll have 1 that's like actually growing and evolving, because you'll get a ton of experience points in these big fights like this. And I guess the crow will go south. So the crow, as the crow flies towards the outpost, we can go here and then build along that way, or out here to Kilval, or to, yeah, Kilval. She built a city without putting walls in it? All right, well, I think we're gonna actually raise that one. I think we're forced to for value reasons. Like, I don't see how you don't do that. All right, well, we'll drop in our blacksmith there, as I mentioned, and we'll pull our crows back and see where Carissa goes. Where are you gonna go, young lady? You got some armies in the area. And of course, this brigand camp is pillaging Quentin just as we're like trying desperately to absorb it. But we'll be back for you, Quentin. We really do need to deal with these guys before these war breeds and the berserkers will group up with their master. That would be a disaster. Oh no. We're not going to be able to get the ice spiders into the fight this turn, and she gets walls on that outpost this turn. That is not acceptable. So we are going to need to build a road with this hero, which means we're just going to have to accept that not everyone is going to be able to get in on this fight. Yeah, we're going to have to take the cav and run. Because, like, letting her get up walls there would be a miserable miscalculation. We would be really far behind if we had to spend 2 turns to siege down that outpost. Which means we're going to have to fight Carissa with, like, 4 units here. Bro, you can't fight Carissa with, like, 4 units there. I think you know that. Maybe we just can't get it without letting her build walls. Seems like this fight would be really ambitious in a bad way. So frustrating, Carissa. How are you exactly the right number of turns away? Exactly the right number of turns. Well, she is where she is. There's nothing we can do about it. We're gonna have to just let her pull parts of her army together. This means that when we fight her, we'll fight her at her full strength, the way that Goku wants. That'll be good. Goku deserves that sort of fight, right? Yeah, that's the way it's gonna go. Siege magic is nice. Even though we don't have like a lot of battle mage stuff going on, the fact that this is gonna allow us to just like chew through these cities that she's putting up is really good for quick scaling here. And we are gonna take artisan armaments. The 30% crit chance is pretty nice. It does not help us survive against the anathema, which is a big problem. But hopefully we just can get enough units down that we can flood that combat into being easier than it looks on the surface. Yeah, Animist heal. You can come here. And I guess this other hero just hang out here, I guess. So now everyone at least can reinforce each other. And we probably should... Is there anybody else who can reach you? I guess this other protector at least can get a couple of experience points off of experience leader. That's fine. Yeah, that's okay. Boy, you ice spiders. It would be so good. It would be so good if you guys were just the first ones that we summoned rather than like the last ones that we summoned. That would be fantastic, if only. I guess we'll see where Carissa goes, because it looks like she's just bopping back to Kilval, and because these units are still far enough away, and there is no wall structure here to prevent us, we might still be able to take her out without her core supporting units. But let's abort the raise, and let's absorb this city, and I guess we're even going to migrate it, because I don't think we're going to be able to assume that we actually have the time to grab this Glacial Mammoth ends super duper quickly. But more importantly, there are a lot of tiles here that we can like just dismantle and therefore not have to worry about like this quarry sucks and this quarry sucks and this quarry sucks and this quarry is okay, I guess, because it has an iron deposit, but at least it isn't even transforming into snow yet. So there are a lot of cities here that can lose a couple of population along the way without being useless to us. I guess I'll cast Animal Kinship, because we are going to have some animals in this army, kind of no matter how we're dealing with them. And we do have the casting points, so yeah, let's drop in Kinship. If we had 80 there, I would want to hold it up, so that way we could drop in like a beasts or something like that. A blizzard, that would be pretty good. All right, so this outpost we need to pillage anyway, so that way we can keep holding growth on Sacred Root without sacrificing Hermit Kingdom. So let's see, can we take outpost down in one turn? Because we do have siege magic. How many supports do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, and then we have only those 3. So we're currently at 3. No, we can't take that in one turn. That's okay. That means we don't have to dedicate any resources there to increasing the siege project. And if Carissa wants to take the fight off of us, she's going to have to do it without reinforcements in the area, which I don't think she's going to do. So yeah, we can go ahead and start this siege without a siege project. And you're close enough to full HP that you can come on down, because we do have support units in the area, and of course we do also have the mass rejuvenation on our main ruler. So yeah, just bring everybody over here in case Carissa starts feeling a little spicy. Ooh. All right, yeah, no, you're gonna build an academy. Get that done, Sacred Root. You know you want to. So raise this. Maybe we capture that outpost and turn into a city. That could be a good one. Because at least it's coming with stone walls. And stone walls are not nothing in this universe. You will occasionally see like the AI wander gigantic stacks over towards you, and then like they'll spend a lot of time sieging things down without proactively trying to punish you. But like giant stacks can be terrifying to face without stone walls to delay them. I think that's it. I think that's good. All right, Carissa, are you gonna let us raise down this outpost and then raise down the city? Are we gonna do it in that order, or are we gonna do it in the opposite order? Actually, if you don't have walls here, Carissa, then I think we're gonna take your city first. All right, well, I guess we're gonna take the city first here, because I think what we're gonna see is that this army here that she's got together, we can still hold the siege on this outpost by moving here, right? Yeah, we're still adjacent to this outpost with a hero, so we're still fulfilling the requirements in order to lay a siege down. But now Carissa is stranded in this city with a Pathfinder, a Windrager. We could drop in -2 status resistance on Carissa herself, but I think the problem here is that Carissa herself is probably just going to be an unkillable monstrosity, kind of like no matter what happens in this fight. And so I think we actually get more out of blasting the Windrager, who is actually, you know, already -6 weak to ice, to frost damage here. Because the stats, I don't think the status resistance is really just going to do anything against Carissa, right? Like that, these guys are already pretty fragile. I guess we could use it on the Sunderers to just try to reduce their own personal damage output. And she does have fire weapon or fire ranged weapons, which means that these are a lot scarier against our ice spiders. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna cast the blizzard on Carissa herself, because we do want to get the Sunderers down, just so that way they can't like kill all our ice spiders with javelins. Yeah, that would be pretty annoying. And let's go fight Carissa. I think that's it. Do we? Oh no! Oh no! Do we have enough gold to buy rush prison cells here. We don't have enough gold to buy rush prison cells here, so that means that if we want the items on these stupid heroes, so we have to release them. But we probably do want at a minimum this. The Hardy Protector is really, really good. And what do you have? You have a tier 2 broadsword, which I guess we could potentially use in place of a random bow. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and let these guys go. You are only getting this once, because now we are gonna have a prison cell, and now everybody else who ends up being captured by us is gonna die. But you guys managed to get captured on just the right time, and as a result, we're gonna take it easy on you, but only this one time. All right, frost arrows. Now we're out of artificing. I guess we said we were going to take glades was the next one, so that we get aspect of root, because this is going to be really good for our ancestral wardens, and because we're going to be able to pillage Carissa's city here, assuming that we win. We should be able to get plenty of gold for pushing out some glade runners off of our blacksmiths that we're working on now. And I don't think we have the mana necessary to really justify re-rolling for the entwined protector here. I think that's gonna be it. I think we're gonna just equip our guys and then go fight Carissa. So we can take the Blade of Dragon Slaying. I think that's fine. She's not a dragon, but like this is just a much stronger weapon into the units that we're currently fighting now. And we'll take helmet, and I guess I'm gonna take bolstering resistance here on Nadbury, because at least she is pretty tanky. She doesn't this have a gender thing if you mouse over something? I don't want to misgender these characters, but like all living things, like they are pawns for Viridia Stonebark, our evil supreme master here. 5 HP. Oh, Defiant Amplifier. We need to put that onto our wizard, right? Blight resistance, fire resistance, spirit resistance. 20% magic damage just feels like it's got to be important here. And we do have access to a blizzard for seduce purposes. So this could be a pretty good fight. It could also be a catastrophic failure. That is the way that these things go sometimes when you're fighting against someone with anathema. Sometimes you do die really badly, but I think we are going to take this brutal broadsword. It's unfortunate that means that the Eagle Mount will not be available, but I think that is the right thing for us to do for this fight. And then I think we're just going to go in like this. So it says that it's a safe battle. I think I would still like to watch this fight, because I think that it's probably correct, but this is going to be a battle where we're not going to be able to bring siege weapons, period, because there's no walls. So we don't have the advantage of bolt repeaters here. We do have a kind of a weird spread in terms of where our units are. What was that? Was that the Ascended Wildfire? Yeah, it was the Ascended Wildfire. That's such a silly ability, Carissa. But unfortunately for this right flank, we do not have our regeneration over there. The mass rejuvenation is on the west flank. So let's see where these guys go. Looks like Animist is going to be healing our Gortusk Matriarch, because we did get the Mammoth Primal Communion here. Our Gortusk Matriarch now can actually hit 5 by just doing 1 attack here. So that means that the Matriarch might be able to just go in on those Sunderers and take somebody off the board. Looks like the AI might agree. They've gone in on the lightning effect here. Yep. Okay, so the Matriarch has gone in, smashed that guy. Didn't quite kill it, but now we're at 5 fury on the Matriarch, and the Matriarch does have the ability to eat corpses. Yep. Okay. So our Grimbeak Crows are 100% disposable here. Whether or not they are actually magically or permanent, associated with our hero, I don't really care, Because like either way, those things are 100% disposable. They do not evolve. Oh no! All right, so the domination is out. So now she does have control over our matriarch. Hopefully that doesn't crush everyone on this side, but we are gonna need to kill Carissa. This is scary now. If this level 3 seducer dies in this fight, that's okay. I'll just sell you. Having 15 units with seduce is kind of silly. Very bad for your experience points growth at the very least. But it does look like it is going to be Carissa who is the real threat here, as like kind of as we identified early. Let's see what everybody else does. Wild Speaker is summoning more units. That's good. And there's the Mass Rejuvenation coming in on that side. And it looks like our hero is able to clear them out. Can this hero actually seduce our own Gortusk Matriarch back? Is that kosher? I guess we'll see. Unless this hero just dies here right now, in which case, you know, the hero dies here right now. But at the very least, if the hero trades for Carissa's turns, then it's not the end of the universe for us. All right, go. Are you gonna mind control? No. The wizard is just gonna go over here and blast at Carissa. All right, cool. Well, it means that the Gortusk Matriarch is indeed going to go completely berserk and betray her friends, and it looks like that is going to be a big problem, because now Carissa did just finish off that hero and unlock the Gortusk Matriarch to come in and smash Nadbury with a flanking attack. Nadbury, why would you position yourself like that? But if we can wrap up that flank, then everybody else can come in here to help them out. Oh. No, don't kill the Animist again. No! Alright, well, we'll have to make another Animist. They're just so much worse in auto-resolve than they are in manual. It's crazy. And part of that is those in particular are difficult for the AI to be expected to set up for. But just like broadly speaking, Animists are, like, summoning is just not very good in auto-resolve. Okay, well, on the bright side, because Carissa is like absolutely destroying that other flank, our ruler went berserk? How did our ruler go berserk there? You have like 7 status resistance and you failed a 30% check. I think I'm gonna need your keys, kid. Like, that's shameful. But hopefully we can keep both of the ice spiders alive, because if we can keep both of the ice spiders alive in exchange for, you know, one hero who I don't care about and one hero who I guess we'll have to come up with a way to resurrect, because this one at least is level 6 and therefore like useful. But that's I think a good trade if we can get these ice spiders evolving, because those guys would be huge. Oh no, that ice spider died from burning? Did she just like cast a spell? She probably cast her stupid pyromancer spell on it. Pyromancer, curse you. No, stop shooting my second ice spider. You were allowed to kill one. We had this conversation ahead of time, Carissa. We agreed on the terms of engagement. You're not allowed to get both of them. Just one. Okay, so yeah, it looks like at least the restoration is going to be helping out the ice spider. Hopefully that's not the only support unit who decides to help you out. If it is, I guess as long as somebody is on the Fury, then things are okay. Yeah, all right, somebody's on the Fury, things are okay. Because this scout really just like can't do anything against this ice spider, so that one is going to make it through. And this one was the one, oh, not that one. This one was the one that had slightly more experience points before the fight. It was already a soldier. So now we're getting closer and closer to a tier 4. But the fact that she has a domination means that fighting Carissa before getting Tome of Vigor is going to cost us big. There's no way around that. Wand of Domination's a very powerful effect, young lady. Dude, kill this. No, kill Carissa. Dang it. No! If we'd just gotten her there. Oh my god. And then she ate the corpse. That's a story. Carissa, do you guys remember the time that Carissa killed your hero and ate your corpse? Stop going berserk. How are you failing each of these rolls? Like, you're at 7 status resistance, man. Like, you that's gotta have been like a 10% roll there. Let's see, actually. Where is that roll? Wait, why were you berserk there? That doesn't make any sense. Why were you berserk there? Nadbury gains berserk for 1 turn, but off of what? Oh, I need a 16, and we rolled worse than a 16 twice. Oh my god! All right, kid. All right, kid. If that's the way you're gonna play this game, then that's the way you're gonna play this game. But I think you know that's not kosher. Stop it. Let one of the support units live. Carissa, have some goddamn respect. Just because you can roll hot doesn't mean that you're all that. All right, so this was a very costly combat for us, but by defeating Carissa here, now we have access to being able to pillage Kilval down, and I think we are going to do exactly that, because raising one of these cities is going to give us enormous amounts of gold, and we can even pillage a tile or 2. Looks like literally 1. We can pillage 1 tile. Is that worth tying up our ruler for 2 turns? I mean, I guess it is, because, like, oh, right, this is our siege guy, so no, I guess we can't do that. All right, so we're literally just going to raise this to the ground, but by raising this to the ground, we're going to get 225 gold, which means that the gold that we're going to get out of that city will allow us to rush through Town Hall 3 on Elderhurst before boost. And at least we are now up to level 3, and we have Fortified has entered the chat instead. All right, guy. All right, guy. So who's our level 3? You're our level 3? Yeah, you get out of here. And now we just need next turn. We can recruit a level 3 to replace, which is gonna be necessary, unfortunately. And it's gonna have to be another seductive character. Can I justify taking Fortified here? Can I talk myself into it? Is that okay? Am I allowed to do that? Maybe. Like, Fortified is pretty bad, but seductive can be worse. Nah, I think we have to take seductive. I think we need military strength now, and I don't think that Fortified is. It's just like, it's so bad. It's the worst economic pick here on one of these rulers, on one of these heroes. And this one at least does come with a staff. So this is a staff of Glacial Mammoth. So this hero, if we can actually find ways to keep that staff online for a couple of turns, I think we will. Because a staff of the Glacial Mammoth gives us a pseudo animist there, and we did just lose our animist, so we need to respect pseudo animists if we have them. And I guess that means that everyone here is gonna pull back. Yeah, everyone there is gonna. Oh, right. Everyone's gonna pull back, but we're gonna pull back this way, the cool way, by raising that outpost and getting some more experience points. I think. Yeah, I think that's a good spot to be in over there. And now we just have to fight Warbreeds with a Gortusk Matriarch who will go berserk and kill all our guys, or with a ruler who will go berserk and kill all our guys. That's fine. What's the worst that could happen? And now we do have the Eagle mount for potentially a ranged hero or a caster if we're so inclined. And I'm gonna not. Yeah, I'm gonna not cast another. Well, am I gonna cast another summon animal? Because we only have 2 animals right here. I guess I will cast 1 more summon animal, but I'm gonna want to cast a blizzard next turn after the summon animal is done, so that way we have another one of those queued up. That's pretty important. Oh god, and we have to we have to build a crypt now in order to resurrect our other dead hero, the level 6. Is there anybody who has tons of mana sitting around? Desecrated Temple, you're a bunch of gold. You're a bunch of gold. You're a bunch of knowledge. I don't know about that direction. I don't know about that one. Are we going to be able to get the mana back for that hero, or are we going to be better served? There's an enchanted den. If we can get down to that den before Carissa does, then yeah, we can get it. Carissa, young lady, how are you going to send this out, man? Just over here to grab the outpost. All right, well, there's another city that she's founding, and that one actually we might just capture, because this is in the right location for some good grabbing here. There's a lot of stuff that this outpost can project power over. Yeah, I think that's what we want to do. We're gonna send you guys into friendly territory to heal. You guys go here. Get a little experience on that primal charger. And let's see what we get out of this summon here. Give me another ice spider. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright, so with a second ice spider here, yeah, I'm just gonna kick that primal charger right back out. The experience points on primal chargers are kind of not important. It's a tier 2 unit. The experience points are, it's a tier 2 unit. And it does not evolve. Let's see. Yeah, feudal, it just overwhelmingly, it's just a big problem for feudal that they suck so much. Like that's their biggest problem is that they're garbage. And this map doesn't really help them resolve that problem at all, unfortunately. Why are you so unbelievably angry? Hostile present and ruins. That is why you're so unbelievably angry. So we are going to need to come down here and deal with that brigand camp. But she's got her warbreed right here, sitting on Stag Spear. So we want more troops in that direction, just to pick them off. I guess I'm going to take a mana obelisk, because mana is actually like going to be pretty crucial for finishing her off. But we're gonna need to come up with enough money to make another another support unit, because they keep dying. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna have to do here. Drop in another quarry for more extended healing on these friendly zones. I mean, you know, I think in Skirmish, that actually that would be legit Maya. Like, I think that there's a lot of stuff that you can do in Skirmish that's pretty different from the base game in a way that is pretty fun. We're going to go ahead and take Greenery, actually, so that way we can just fill in these spots and all of these spots here once you start transforming them, Elderhurst. Once you're really rocking and rolling on that front. But the population for Primal is the thing that they scale off of, and so, you know, having one farm here or like another mine here or something like that, I could see it. I could see it, because like you do need population. That might be faster. That might be faster. Starting with a granary can give you so much food at the beginning of the game that you might be able to hit tier 3 without having to funnel like overflow gold in. I want feudal to be good too. I think that in order for feudal to be good, probably the steadfast AI just needs to be reworked. That's pretty important. It's really crucial to the way that the AI behaves, and right now it just is not functional. All right, Carissa, you're sending troops over to protect this outpost that you're capturing, while Sinrin is just skirmishing over here. Sinrin's just scouting around. That's a harass stack. That's not a real threat coming off of those guys. All right, You know what? These cities, I think, probably are at the point now where they actually probably do need I think they do need a tavern, because once you start hitting minus like frowny faces and they're like losing resources, that's a big problem. Positive city stability doesn't matter really in terms of the value it generates, but negative city stability does. So we'll work up the 2 farms for the boost on the tavern, and that's going to be in too many turns. That not worth thinking about immediately here. Cryomancy, I guess we could do. Actually, you could do this. We could do you into a forester. You already have. That's our quarry, though. These are our quarries, Walker, and there just aren't a lot of quarries in the city. Well, there's a quarry right there. That's okay. That's okay. I guess we'll make a school of cryomancy. Yeah, we'll make another school of cryomancy. Yeah, and that's our forester, so that's okay. Our domain is being invaded. Well, I mean, it's a good thing that we have a blizzard queued. That is pretty helpful. Not gonna lie. It's also a good thing that Stag Spear is far enough away that I don't think they can reinforce this turn. It is also pretty good for us. Sacred Root has built an academy, but we don't have any gold to do anything about that. Yeah, no, this is fine here, and then now we can actually grab this this banner and get level 8 on our ruler at least, which means that now I suppose we can switch back to being on an eagle mount just for extra vision. I think that is actually pretty important here. But we are gonna probably be, so that's gonna be a silver medal, and that'll be gold. So we're far enough away that we can't actually use the banner to evolve unless we take a fight here with something else first. But maybe that is the goal. Maybe that is the goal. Because getting another one of those things down would be pretty good. Nah. Save the mana. Save the mana. We need to bring that hero back. Our level 6 has enough value on it that I think it is worth any sort of resurrection, and I don't get the impression that Carissa is going to attack us immediately, given that she's going to have to come this way and her army is going to have to come this way. So that's another case where we can hopefully engage her piecemeal and, yep, take some more of these annoying units off of this board. I mean, girl, if you're going to keep sending units at us like this, then this is the way it's going to have to be. There goes her city, and there comes our gold. And, nah, man, we're 6 turns away from being able to build our tier 3 without the with the boost. How many turns is it to actually just build this? 3? So we don't really need the boost except for the gold. But we kind of really do need the boost for the gold. Oh my god. Sinrin, this is all of your junk that you're just positioning over here, man. Do you want me to kill those guys? I mean, it looks like that's what you want. It looks like you want me to kill those guys. All right, let's see how many movement points we have left here. So we're at 23. We're at 18. So yeah, we will have enough because this will be 13 and then 8 and then 5. So we can bring everybody in on this fight and clean out these 4 units here for free. Yeah, for free. As long as our guys don't go berserk and kill their own friends for free. And now we come back. And I guess we'll see what she's got down in the underground. Because I know she has her Warbreed down there at a minimum. I know she's got her Warbreed down there. Alright, so let's see. How much mana Oh, God. You have to build the crypt first, Walker. You have to build the crypt if you want to resurrect your friend. Well, it's a good thing that we got all that gold, because that is an easy buy rush. So let's see. How much mana does it actually cost? It costs 400 mana to res Nadbury. So we do need a lot of mana to get there, but I think actually in order to get good value off of Nadbury coming back, we do want to also get the item forge online, so that way we can actually get like a good gun for Nadbury now. Because I am kind of tired of having her run around with nonsense, and I'll produce a Glade Runner just to give us something that will start scaling up really well once we hit Naga transformation. And I don't really care about, actually I'm the one pillaging that quarry tile right there, so I really don't care about that being burned down right now. Yeah, this is good. We need to clear the Enchanted Den in order to get the mana back for our hero, but that shouldn't take 15 turns. I think we can go here, 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 here. It means, oh no! Oh my god! Oh my god, she got us! Oh, Carissa. All right, so this is I think very obviously going to be a wipe for us in terms of auto resolve. Do we want to back? Man, we could back this up, but I guess, you know what? This could be a good learning opportunity for us to just auto this off and see how badly we get mulched. When it comes to, oh my god, yeah, there we are, we're dead. So I think we're gonna need to restart this and hopefully have a start where we don't lose all of our units on turn one, Walker. That was pretty greedy. That's okay. Sometimes that's the way that these challenge runs go. I think there we just were not aggressive enough at beating Carissa back when she started pushing up this way, and then we just positioned too close to the city. How many movement points did she actually have left in order to grab that fight? Like if we had ended our turn inside our own outpost, would we have been safe? Probably not. All right. Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and do another run here in the Crimson Caldera. I think we can make this build work on this format. We just need to have a better initial engagement than losing everybody except for your hero. And that's something where, like, the more that you fight those early fights, like, the more that you can see sometimes there are fights that are more dangerous than they look on the outside. I think that one we appropriately assumed was going to be difficult and brought our harassed defenders in on the free city. But I don't know. Like anything, I think if anything could have been different there, it would just be finding a weapon before we fight that city. So maybe you go infestation first, but getting the tranquility pool online is really good. Is the downside to delaying it for too long. It's just fantastic. All right, so let's see a new map. Let's go and see where everyone is. Yeah, it's the same formation, so this should be Carissa again. And again, Carissa and Sinren. Oh, no, that is not Sinren this time. Yeah, no, that is Sinren. There it is. They're just a different color for whatever reason. They tend to pressure you at the same time, so you kind of have to take one of them out of contention. I do find that Carissa's generally the easier one to fight first, but you need to get one of her armies off of the board earlier than we did. So let's see. We around us have an Archon Blood that's not quite as good as Tranquility Pool, but it's not too far behind. And we have here Sacred Barrow. Now, Sacred Barrow doesn't really have anywhere else for it to go. I don't see another den around here, and we do want to pick up 2 dens pretty quickly. I don't see it off of Denvilton. I see a Lucid Forest, which could be pretty easy for us to clear if we wanted to go in that direction. But I think this is actually probably better, because at least we have a small monster den to fight first and hopefully find any other weapon. Just any other weapon other than a basic bow will work for us, Viridia Stone, but not this. That's not a weapon. You can't do that. All right, so let's go clear off those Grimbeak Crows. Yeah, let's go clear off the Grimby Crows. So we'll take these 3 to stand here, and then you to stand here to actually activate the fight. Our scout is not close enough to grab anything, it doesn't look like. So I guess we'll have our scout go here to grab the vision. Okay, so there's another free city here, and this is at least Astral Dew, so between the Astral Dew there and the Archon Blood here, we are pretty close to Cosmoflux, but we need to find another Tranquility Pool in order to ensure that. But at least this is another production spot, and this is a production spot with Upsal ranged. That is a very weak production spot. Can we reach there this turn? No, we cannot reach there this turn. So we'll take that fight next turn with whoever survives this fight. It should be everybody because we have another unit here. But the AI sometimes is bad when you have bows. Sometimes it's good. It looks like this was a good fight for the bows. But they can be very stick in the mud sometimes. 29. So everyone here is going to be able to get into this fight. I guess we'll just stand here so that way we're within range of the fight, but we can back up. Yeah, that's okay. And then we'll send our darter this way to just explore over to here. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, all right, so here's a rainbow clover. Most of the time I don't really care about rainbow clover in like in PvP and stuff, because like you're not going to be interacting with free cities as much, and that's doubly true here. But because that is a piece of the rainbow clover, then that can get really out of hand really quickly. And here we're not even forced to waste enormous amounts of gold on our first turn to take a valuable fight for us. We can just start a protector and then not buy rush it, and we can work on our wild animal too. So yeah, this looks pretty reasonable. I think we need to get that small monster den though before the city. Let's see what the city has in store in terms of defenders. But I imagine we're probably going to need to take that small monster den first. Well, we're definitely going to want to take that small monster den now, because there's just like an insanely bulky, durable front line here. These guys are going to take 0 damage from like harassed defenders because they're at 5 defense. So harassed defenders going to do nothing into that army, and I don't think they are going to be too easily pressured with just like one dart guy. Yeah, I don't think one dart guy is going to do it. Oh, wait, you have movement points. You go here. Yeah, that's good. That's a cage down here, but this is a cage that's not inside of an infestation, so it's going to be guarded. And I think we're gonna get best value out of this by actually scouting and grabbing these pickups here. Yeah, that's got to be it. Okay, so who can activate that fight for us? One of those protectors can, and the other protector can hook back around to defend our two ranged guys, because we only have ranged people over there. That's... Oh, Crobo. Oh, Crobo. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Do better. But at least the Crobo here is going to be pretty nasty, because it's going to add blind onto a bunch of warlocks. I think that should be a pretty easy fight. Yeah, should be a pretty easy fight. And a lot of experience points. Not bad. Not bad. All right, Arcfire Staff is not a melee weapon, but at least it is a much better weapon, period, than the Crowbow itself, because Arcfire Staff does give us lots of elemental damage, and of course critically the warding defense mode, which is really good. This is 2 turns away, 2 turns away. Yeah, so it's always going to be 2 turns away from that fight. Are we going to be close enough that we want to fight 3 Lightbringers? That's... if we started on Cryomancy, then 3 Lightbringers I think actually would be pretty reasonable. But given that we don't have any cold damage outside of the boon, I don't think that's realistic. I don't think that's realistic. Oh, god damn it. Give your Whispering Stone to your capital, Walker. Give your Whispering Stone to your capital. You can do it. You can do it. Alright, so Sacred Barrow or Monster Den. I think we gotta take the Monster Den. I think we gotta take the Monster Den. I think we want that signature skill pretty badly. Without a melee weapon, we cannot walk in without a melee weapon or a signature skill. You'll lose too many units, Walker. You already did it, kid. You used your get everybody dead card. Well, this is a consequence of getting just production and not food, is that now we're going to be building a couple of things without boosts, but that's okay, because we'll just work in straight on a stone, or a storehouse there. Because that's population growth, and that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Alright, so these are 3 units that can participate and fight this way. So here we actually can buy out, but rather than being forced to spend 160 or whatever it was the first time, we can buy rush for 76 gold, which is way, way better. And I don't even hate this fight here. This looks pretty reasonable. We've got mana available too if we really, really want it. And we have an equal number of frontline units, and we have support units. So I don't think we want to bring this scout into this fight. It's too dilutive when it comes to your power, but I think we are going to turn spells on, because we're going to be getting a lot of mana once we get down to the Archon Blood here. I'm going to go grab this production here just to see, make sure that there's nobody stealth. No, it is indeed just 3 just air quotes around just, but it is just 3 Lightbringers. That's a little spooky in the sense that the mind control effects can get completely out of control pretty quickly. Oh, actually, this is a good opportunity. Are these all? No, they're not all seducing. Thank God. So we actually have 3 different heroes this time, and one of them with distracting, which is actually genuinely good, and then the other one with pioneer, which is not bad. I think pioneer is meaningfully worse, but it is not bad. And I suppose now we can grab this as our forester to help heal you two. Yeah, we'll grab that as a forester to help you guys get a little bit of extra healing done before this fight. And then I suppose we'll drop in Primal Darter, actually, because this one is going to be too far away to come back, and a Darter at least is going to be able to do cold damage, because we are playing around with the Mammoth, which gives us a little way to push through these guys. The Lightbringers at -4 are pretty easy to bully if you have anything that does that frost damage, but you need to get it from somewhere. You need to get it from somewhere. All right, yeah, this is fine. Let's go this way. How much strength is in the monster den? And who can reach it? Only the scout can reach the monster den. Well, well, well. All right, tell you what, let's go grab this. Get the Wand of the Rising Undead. That doesn't do a lot for us. Dragon Breath is not affected by Seer Ascension? I mean, all right, Dragon Breath feels like it should be affected by Seer Ascension because it is a magical ability, but I can understand for like location purposes it would be pretty difficult to do. I guess, you know what? I don't really care if we miss out on a little bit of experience points by bringing a stupid scout in to fight the small monster den this turn, because I want to get a weapon. I want to get a real weapon, something that actually can help us fight here against these guys. Give me a real weapon. 2 rings are not exactly what I'm looking for, but I like the enthusiasm. I like the direction. I wish that you guys had listened in regards to what you found in that little earthen clump that you dug through. But I guess if this is what you're gonna do, then you could do worse. You could do worse. We could take a lightning evoker here, but this is our ruler, and I just, like, broadly speaking, cannot be bothered. So I'm gonna take restore. I think if we had that second hero, which I suppose we could have that second hero right here, actually. You know what? I'm going to do it, because I think last time we did not, and maybe that was the wrong thing to do, and now we have an easy access to a extra movement speed Pioneer to come down here and help us clear this out. And then once we conquer Sacred Barrow, that'll help us hit higher population growth really fast. So yeah, let's go ahead and recruit our second hero immediately. You have enough movement speed to get down there, which is the most important thing. Yes, you do have enough movement speed to get down there, and you can even be the one to start the fight. So we don't even need to bring the stupid scout into this. All right, this is fine. Let's go ahead and watch this combat and turn the scout off for reinforcements, so that way it's not absorbing experience points for us. But I mean, like, this has 3 frontline units for these guys to mind control, and then 3 ranged units to kill them after they've mind controlled. So this could be a good fight for the autoresolve if it just plays its cards well. Autoresolve, did you hear that? Just play your cards well. You'll do fine. You can lose some of these protectors. You have my permission. In fact, you can lose 2 of them. That's okay. That's fine. It's not ideal, but I will allow it. Stop healing. Animists, this is another thing that they need to do for improving the AI here. You've got an animist there that could have healed itself, and instead of healing itself, it healed a protector with, like, basically 0 damage on it, and therefore denied itself access to the easy summoning. That is one of the problems with the autoresolve in regards to primals. Like, broadly speaking, just summons across the board are pretty rough, but because the primal summon in particular has a lot of gates that you have to pass through, it is a lot more complicated. Yeah, there you go. Mind control all of those guys. That's fine. And now you've got somebody who's going to kill this one, right? Nope, that's the wrong way. You gotta, nope, it's, your friend is right here. Okay, well that, you know, as long as you kill it, don't just shoot it a couple of times, kill it. Yeah, there you go. Now we got our friend back, and goes to town there, and then this Grimby Crow is at least gonna get some good attacks on the Lightbringer and blind it. Alright, that's cool. Yeah, if this is what they're gonna do, if they're gonna do some damage to us, but then get blinded and then die horribly, then that's okay. That is fine by me. Yep. Get that guy back, and there we go. All right, Lightbringers, good fight. You did do your best. You did exactly what I thought you were gonna do. But then we did get lucky in terms of AI behaviors. That's, like, the most stressful part of that, is that, like, you just kind of have to get lucky on AI behaviors in order to not get completely owned by Lightbringers, because sometimes they mind control your guys, and then your guys do what they are supposed to do, which is what we saw there, which was kill the dudes who are doing the mind control. But then other times they just don't, and you die brutally, and it is very frustrating. It is the way it is, but it is very frustrating. We're going to take Visions of Woe here. I think that, again, broadly speaking, I'm a big fan of Mass Rejuvenation, and I wouldn't hate having the extra Nature Pip, so that way we can rush our way down towards our nice little bonus there a little faster. But here we do need to be careful, because now we are starting to get close to this outpost, and we don't want to lose our bonus there. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to take another quarry. We're going to take a quarry. Now we're at 67 production in city, and we have no gold. Oh, well, you know what? Whatever. This Primal Darter we did not need, as it turns out. And then we can take the library, and then we only have to waste a little bit of overflow gold, overflow production rather than tons of it. And we do need mana. We do need mana. But given that we don't even have enough... Oh, no, we will have enough to summon next turn, so I guess we probably won't reshuffle. We'll just take Mammoth Communion and hopefully find mana somewhere? Do you have some mana? You don't have any mana. There's no such thing as Mana Walker. Magic isn't real. I know that you've convinced yourself that magic is real somewhere deep down underneath it all, but it's not real. This is a video game. Mana is made up. It's not true. That's impossible. All right, we have a Temple of a Tome and a Pilgrim's Passage nearby on this spawn. And we have a Lucid Forest and a Ritual Circle over there. I mean, the Ritual Circle would be cute to try to fight against if we had brought the Mammoth Mounts, but we did not. So that is a meaningfully harder fight. There's Draktur over there. That's fine. And there's some gold. All right, so there is some gold. There is some gold, baby. Oh, and Sacred Barrow has actually moved out towards our Archon Blood. So that means that this city, once we integrate it, we are going to want to demolish this outpost. So that way the city itself can take this outpost and therefore not have the Hermit Kingdom penalty. But I think now we are level 4. We do have access to our signature skill. We're not going to be close enough to get into the Sacred Barrow Siege this turn. So I think I'm going to go ahead, heal that hero, go over here, and I think we'll probably scout with like 1 unit to see who's guarding this mana node, and if it's not anything too scary, we're just going to go in and siege on Sacred Barrow with this extra hero next turn, maybe clear this mana node out, or that one, depending on who's guarding, depending on who's in charge. Because we do need to get some mana, and fighting people is a pretty good way to do that. Well, there's a Glacial Mammoth den. But I guess, you know what? I'm going to grab actually a farm here. Just to grab a little more population growth, but more importantly to grab a little bit of gold growth, so that way we don't end up with a problem where we can't build our tier 3, because I think that was a problem with our last attempt where we died to Carissa, because I think if you can get Ancestral Wardens before that fight, then you're actually in pretty good shape, because then you have a couple of like big beefy tier pole arms to take down the war breeds, but you kind of do need to do those. So I think pushing out that vendor here is going to pay some pretty quick dividends for us. And I guess I'll switch it back to a forester there. Yeah, I'll just grab a vendor and then bounce. We don't need to grab a farm for a workshop, and so like you could probably make a good argument to just skip a farm entirely with Primal, but the population growth really does matter, just because you get so much from having more tiles. Okay, so they have double Primal Charger here and a Copper Golem. So they actually do have a lot of scary front pressure there. Who else is here? Nobody. This is a really easy fight. Okay, so given that this is going to be a more complicated fight and this is going to be a super easy one, or at least should be a super easy one, I'm going to have this army go this way. Unless we can... Ooh, unless we can summon, actually. Which we can summon into snow here. So we're going to go here and summon on snow. And we'll get a polar bear. Alright, it's not a spider, but that is really, really good. I think overall polar bears are like the second best thing that you can get early on out of Tome of Beasts summoning onto snow, just in terms of net value. And we're going to go ahead and just start sieging down Barrow from the east from this one little guy here, because I think now we are in range to get this fight. Yeah, we're just in range to get this fight. But I want to get it, so that way we get the mana and can summon again next turn. Given that there's double Primal Chargers, I think... Do we want 2 or 3 Protectors on that fight? I'm gonna take all 3. Keeping the hero alive is important. Ooh, or we could just take a Primal Treasure. That is also something I am willing to do here. Taking a free tier 2 is actually a big deal. And that is something where, like, you can kind of influence that outcome by bringing more troops into some of those, like, narrow fights, depending on what you're looking at on the other side. Because if the AI fails, like, a morale check on the overworld map, unlike in Heroes 3, they don't just run away. What they do depends a lot on, like, what the unit that you're fighting against is. And yeah, generally speaking, Scalds and Industrious play insanely well together and crazy well with Tome of Warding. I think the Scalds needed the nerf to lose haste, but I think that somebody should have picked up that staff. I think that that there needs to be a good chunk of haste in the game in order for melee to perform at, like, good rate. And yes, melee is, like, largely better than ranged for various reasons in the game, and so, like, you don't need an insane amount of haste effects in order for melee to be good. But having more haste effects in the game just feels, I think, broadly healthy for the meta. I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. I'm gonna do we want to do one more protector? Yeah, I'll do one more protector. That's fine. We haven't lost nearly as many of them, but we also have not resolved this fight yet. But this one does actually, I think, look a lot easier than our last Free City fight, simply because, like, look, there's no tier 2s here, there's no double primal chargers on that side, and I don't think that Sacred Barrow is going to have anything up their sleeve other than their tactical spells. I guarantee you that this Free City fight is not going to be free. I guarantee you that they are going to kill at least 1 or 2 units with the tactical Tome of Rock, blast somebody from outer space rock spell, because that's just, like, the way that spell works. Like, you can't not get blasted with it. But it's probably going to be just those units that they managed to kill. Ah, man. Shoot, this actually could have been a really good opportunity for this army to participate in a fight down here against those guys. But you know what? Let's scout around down there at least and see who's guarding this. Looks like it is a Night Guard, a Warlock, an Arcanist, and a Pursuer. So now the large creature cages can't get you a tier 3, so they're not nearly as, like, hubba bubba, oh my god, you gotta get those immediately. But they're still pretty good, and the small creature cages are still pretty good too. Probably could have seen that under the fog a little better, Walker. You could probably be wearing your glasses. You could do that. I'll grab a quarry, and then we'll just have our guy, like, talk to the Glacial Mammoth and start that quest chain. Where is the other den for us, though? Who do you want to use as your other den, Walker? Well, I guess we'll find that out. I guess we will find that out. What'd you get? Okay, a Gortusk Piglet. That's not bad. That's a start. That is a start. And Gortusk Piglets are actually really good into Stone Spirits. Like, we're not having any sort of issues where, like, the unit composition is just not particularly good like it is against Polearms. But I don't know if the bear... Well, the bear is at least good at clearing without costing us stuff, so maybe we bring the bear in instead of a protector. Yeah, that's probably right. We are at 5 population, and we can build the town hall. Thank God. All right, so we can start on that thing quickly and then roll into an animist off of there. And should be able to pick up enough gold here, hopefully, unless this scout gets ambushed coming out of the underground. Should be able to get rolling on... well, like, they're usually dead after... At least one is dead after every auto-resolve. But as long as one survives, and because we only have one, there's only one that can survive, then we're okay. So we'll just close our eyes and pretend like the magic power will make it so that because there's only one, that one will survive, and everything will be fine. I think here we're gonna bring in 6. I think we're gonna bring in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe we have to bring a protector as a 7th. Oh, but now if we can find a little bit of gold, which we can because we have a scout right here, then we can actually get out a wild speaker. I think this turn, right? Right? Yeah, this turn. All right, Wild Speaker, are you in? You're going to be in range to get in this fight. Yes, you are. So I want to bring the Wild Speaker just to start getting that EXP ball rolling, which means I think we're going to do this. Yeah, like sometimes the auto resolves are just infuriating. It's absolutely crazy when they just decide that every single combat they're going to rush headlong, but it's the way that autoresolve works. Autoresolve largely works based off of like units looking at themselves individually and how they can generate the most value for themselves. And I don't even know if that's like bad. Like I think that's probably the best heuristic that Triumph can come up with in a short period of time. Obviously, like I hope that long term they're gonna come up with a different solution for the tactical AI. But I think right now it's, although it's not good, like it's understandable at least in the ways that it misbehaves. So yeah, we'll bring in 9 to 5 here. This is way too much, and so like these units are not going to get very much in terms of experience points here. But we're also not going to. Well, do we even need the bear? I don't even know if we need this bear. I don't think we need this bear. Nah, I don't think we need that bear. So uncheck the bear. So we'll 8 to 5. That's still a pretty big advantage. And because there's mana right here, I'm going to go ahead and let us have spells for this combat. So let's see how this goes. We're going in against a signature skill, so it's not like the enemy has nothing over here. And they critically do have walls, and we did not bring harassed defenders because into a bunch of shield wall units, harassed defenders is not exactly where it needs to be. Not exactly where it needs to be. Visions of Woe is going to be pretty solid. Looks like Frozen did not trigger on their ruler, but slowed is still pretty good. And no blind. How much damage does this okay, so they have a charge strike and a whirlwind strike. So if this guy gets an opportunity to smash you, it would be pretty bad, but not the end of the world. Okay. Grazed. Good. Yes, the power of Visions of Woe is definitely doing some work over there on those guys. The fact that the AI has no way to get around Visions of Woe is pretty rough, but it's the way it is. Alright, distracted 1, so the AI there was casting our Mark ability. And this is where having access to an optional cav would be good, because like being able to exploit the extra damage there is a pretty big deal. But looks like the hero is going to go down either way. We just need one person with a ranged attack. Do you guys have any range? No, what? No, just hit the hero. just go for the hero, man. Look, where are you going? Where are you going? The hero is now at like 11 HP. Why did you come over here? I guess in order for this to be set up, the Grimby Crow would have had to sneak in there and attack from behind, but that's okay. That's the way it goes sometimes. Alright, so looks like indeed we should get this fight pretty cleanly here. Because that's going down. And we even got the Wand of Rising Undead off. I mean, I guess Verita doesn't really have any way to participate in combat other than shooting with her staff anyway, so adding another unit to the front line is actually good for us. Yeah, alright, there we go. That's a much cleaner city fight. That is a much cleaner city fight. Oh, baby. Even froze you? Yeah. Alright. Good. The pigs are gonna get a free 5 or 4 HP out of this fight. They're gonna make it. Like there's no way for them to die. It's just that like I think broadly if you're using pigs as like one of the evolutionary things, you should think about them the way that we do, where they're like fine if they survive, but do understand that they usually don't. And so most of the time when you see those sort of things on the board, you mostly just like wait until it evolves to determine whether or not it's worth investing time and resources into. What we? Oh, we spent all of our Imperium on getting this hero out, Walker. I'm like, what? Where? How is it that we can't incorporate this person this turn? Well, Walker, let me talk to you about Mormonism. No. Let's see. Can we get 4? Yeah, this is fine. Because now the AI is going to be forced to target this Ice Spider with the Animist for this heal. I don't think they're going to target Khalith the Librarian, considering they're not in the same stack. And so this should just be a quick pickup for experience points there. And I guess this is early enough that we don't have a ton of equipment to put on Khalith, so I'm just going to go ahead and let them take the lightning evocation first, and then we'll reset into a warrior once we start getting in that direction. Nah, you don't need spell. You don't need mana for this. You should have this. Yep, there we go. So now our Ice Spider is at recruit rank. So we might actually get a unit out of this. We might get a whole brand spanking unit out of this. Are you close enough to get into another fight this turn? You are close enough to get into another fight this turn. Well, this is another squad that's like oops all frost damage. And guess how well oops all frost damage does against an Ice Spider. That is a pretty good clear, actually. Should we bring anyone else in on that fight though? I guess we actually, yeah, we could. Let's go ahead and add the Nightmare Mat on I guess on Khalith. Do we have another weapon here? We have the tier 2 like smashy melee weapon for somebody who I suppose could even be our ruler, considering that I still don't think we get a lot of value of this Arcfire Blast on Arcfire Staff. And this is a charge attack, and those are pretty rare, and we don't have like an infinite amount of power attacks on this group anyway, so that can be pretty nice. But yeah, let's put the Nightmare Mount down on Khalith. That's pretty good. And I suppose we'll take Cleansing Band. Yeah, I suppose we'll take Cleansing Band. Is this the right amount, or should we bring anybody else on that fight? You know what? This is a ranged combat. I think a Gortusk Piglet is probably not going to die, and I like to live dangerously. Yeah. You'll be okay. Dang it! Too greedy. But if it had won that fight, that would be nice. But they really are. They are super fragile. And the big payoff is the spider themselves. So let's see. Now that we have a spider, I think we do want to take Experience Leader just to keep experience points flowing into it. But we do need to be proactive at finding defensive master on that ruler as well. Here, I guess I'm gonna take Fire Evoker. It's the way it is, Desert. You're absolutely right that they just die all the time because they're very fragile. Like, they don't have any defensive scaling on their own, and they only have 50 HP. So like, if they don't get the initial hit, if they are not the one who like is able to attack in, they can die very quickly. Very, very quickly. If they take one hit and lose half of their models, they're not going to be able to retaliate for anything, and that is kind of the way that they work before they evolve. I think of the things that don't evolve, or rather of the things that do evolve but start at tier 1, I think actually probably Wyverns are like one of the best that don't have a ranged attack. I think probably the Slithers are still like one of the best in terms of just good value for you at the very beginning of the game. They're very strong. All right, so you could go here to get a little bit of Experience Leader EXP, as could the bear. And considering that we might need the bear to fight against Carissa, I think it makes sense to get a little EXP there. And then maybe this is drive up towards the Lucid Forest. because I could see us taking Yasak Vol, because this is in the direction of the Astral Dew, and so far we haven't really seen anything out of Carissa this game, and I don't know if I want to take out Denvilton like immediately. There's 40 wall there, and we have not done anything to resolve that, so I'm gonna go ahead and work on a Wild Speaker in Elderhurst. And what are we looking for out of our beast tome here? Is Call of the Wild fine, or should we try to reroll for Animal Kinship? I think Call of the Wild is fine. We'll find Animal Kinship later, but because we're not playing with Cav and we're on autoresolve, like, a lot of those abilities are not going to be as handy as they sometimes are. And I do think that this direction, at least because it gives us access to a Glacial Mammoth then here, if we're able to get this territory away from Sinrin, that'll help us finish our quest faster. And if we get that quest finished faster, that would be pretty sweet. Getting that thing done is pretty good. Do we want to take this graveyard out before we go this way? Probably not. I think the fact that there's a ritual circle over here means we're not gonna get tons of value from trying to scale up our military anyway. Like, this thing is going to resist all of the frost damage that we're going to be trying to do, and so fighting them faster is... Oh, shoot, that's... Walker. This is a small creature cage that you identified 2 turns ago and then said, let's go get that, and then sent your guy out in the wrong direction, as you do. Well, you know, we could use some mana, and there's some mana there. But I think I'm going to check just to see what's down here first. It looks like there's nothing except the Opulent Obolete. But that's all right. If we get this on turn 11, I don't think that's going to stop us from still casting some spells that we need this turn. Yeah, I think this is okay. So now we've got a Rainbow Clover here, who we could pick up just as like a permanent thing for us, but I think we might want to just drop an outpost here to grab the magic material temporarily, and then as Elderhurst grows, it can take the Rainbow Clover back, and then in the meantime we can use this as like a real outpost to exploit the Lucid Forest. We just need a couple more turns before we get turn 16 before we get the military engineering online to turn this into a good bronze wonder for us. So let's see. Let's summon one more. Alright, so a Grimby Crow indeed. Grimby Crow is not good, but it at least does give us a big advantage on scouting. And, you know, maybe if we're close enough to grab this outpost... Nope, 2 turns for the Palisade Walls. Well, you could... Well, if you were standing here and we summoned another Grimby Crow next turn, I don't think that's going to be fast enough to get to that outpost no matter what. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be fast enough to get to that outpost no matter what, so we're just going to let that outpost survive. But we're gonna try to take Sinrin on next rather than Carissa, and see if that helps us out a little bit here. Carissa is generally easier to fight if you're playing with Industrious, because I do think that Industrious is generally like one of the best cultures, and specifically on this map I think Industrious is really good. There's just like an infinite number of mountains, and that is kind of like all Industrious asks of you in order to have a viable economy. And this is not just a viable economy, this is the most mountains that I think you can see on like basically any map. And against barbarians, the Industrious front line is meaningfully more durable than the primal front line. And generally speaking, then you fight Carissa first, but I think maybe Primals does want to fight Sinrin. Ashborn Hedonists, so we'll see like a bunch of Arcanists over here instead of a bunch of Warbreeds. Yeah, that's probably easier. Bring Protector, go there. I'm not going to worry about healing this Ice Spider as long as there's basically nobody else who's in this the stack who's taken damage. Are we... Yeah, no, we want to go this way. We want to take out this Winter Fairy. The Winter Fairy is also going to have some issues fighting against our Ice Spider. As many of those fights that you can take where you know you're going to have a reasonable elemental advantage, those are your best ones. Those are your best ones. Wow. All right. Well, we have a fighter mage. Kolith the Librarian has found a charge weapon, and that is definitely going to be helpful here against the Winter Fairy and their very small hit me with your best shot effect, ranged and magic attacks. Because now we can just smash it with a lance, and that's pretty good. That is pretty good. It's unfortunate that a bunch of different units are damaged here, so that means like any sort of healing effect isn't necessarily going to go on to the Ice Spider. So I could see us being concerned enough that we need to bring another unit to this fight, but I don't think it's necessary. I think if we just turn on mana, I don't see how the AI screws it up badly enough that somebody dies. Yeah, the Ice Spider took a beating, so we might have to let the Ice Spider take next turn off to heal. But I'm okay with that because it'll be silver rank already. Yeah, all right. So we probably are gonna get. I don't want to jinx it. But I think we're probably going to get an Ice Spider Matriarch in this one. In this attempt, I think we will get what we were looking for, which was an early Ice Spider. And then once you're careful with that early Ice Spider, I think it's pretty easy to hold it. Sometimes if it takes a couple of extra turns to get it to evolve, then it is worth it to wait. Hey, Pico, get out of here. Alright, so send the Primal Charger. And indeed, the Ice Spider will tick over and then probably just go there to heal. Did we encounter someone? We encountered Carissa, and she has declared war on us. Alright. Well, you know, I appreciate your methods of cannibalism, but we're going to let you think about what you've done, and we're going to deal with Sinra next instead. And see if taking down the mystic side of things first, even though we don't have any sort of resistance here because we're not playing with Tome of Warding, I think broadly speaking that this side looks like it'll probably be a little easier for our little buds. Well, we could go in with a shrine, but I think it is important to get your wizard tower down as quickly as you can if you can, and we can. Alright, so this outpost is going to have walls, and we've already detected someone down there, so I suppose we're not going to get any closer with this Grimbeak Crow. Yeah, let's bounce back this way. Alright. Alright. You, Ice Spider, go take one turn to heal up. I think one turn is literally going to be enough as long as we can stack it with the Animist to make sure that it's getting some sort of healing. But I think you do need something. Can't take that fight as is. Way too low on the HP, as the young kids say. They call it the HP these days. So our polar bear does have the frost resistance thing and is pretty good in melee combat. Is that going to matter here? So we have extra unit. We have charge unit. We have support and support. Although the wild speaker is a little squishy, that is a reasonable debate here to bring the bear. Yeah, I'm going to bring the bear, so that way we can turn mana off, actually. Because we do want to do that. Oh, no. That's bind him to you. The elementals, when they get scared, they'll offer you mana, and I love that one. That's my very favorite. But the fiends, when they get scared, you can bind them to you, which is cool if you want to get access to like a guaranteed nightmare, not nightmare mount, but like the actual unit nightmare. Then doing that binding is a great way to do it. But here, oh no, here we're not close enough to stay with the bear, Walker. I guess we could have waited to see if the bear was going to be in a good spot or not. But now we can take a fight to the Lucid Forest. Maybe if we can see what's going on in there, I'd be thrilled. Are we already on? No, we're not on Materium 2. Or we just took two outposts on the same turn. So we're gonna grab land really quickly. We do already have a Visions of Woe, so I guess for the purposes of clearing Ancient Wonders, I'm going to take Rallying Blessing. That's really good there, and because we do have a tier 2 weapon, a tier 2 melee weapon, I'm going to go ahead and take Fighting, just so that we have a little bit of extra punch on that side. Oh, and we could even use this as an opportunity to keep the spider closer. Ah, man, one more turn to get to the Lucid Forest. So maybe we have to take this fight against these Stormscale Serpents first. But if that's what we do, then that's okay. I think. No. Oh, it's not telling us that this is all going to be friendly land and therefore faster for us to get through. Unfortunate that now we're going to turn off the outpost on the Rainbow Clover, but I think we need to do that to make sure that this Hermit Kingdom bonus sustains, because if we'd gained that border against ourselves, that actually would have been pretty bad. Okay, yeah, we'll move some protectors in. Protectors and units that are super weak against themselves are actually really good to bring into locations where there's likely going to be an astral mimic over there, a mirror mimic. So that's pretty good. And the little engine the little Inferno puppy is 48 movement speed and therefore a pretty good scout, but really abysmal in combat. So I'm gonna let that one run away. Oh, and Sacred Barrow is not getting raised. We should have been absorbing that last turn, Walker. Oh, should we delay it then and try to take Fruitful Integration? Only if we had the gold to buy this out this turn, and I don't think we do. Then again, it's going to be done on turn 14 no matter what, because we're going to get tick, and then we'll be at 130, so we can take Fruitful Integration, so that way we can take an extra population and then burn down this Archon Blood at the same time. So actually, I think we might do that. I think we might add Nature 1 before we absorb that city, just so that we can grab the Archon Blood for the mana. Because right now, that's the only thing that's keeping our mana generation positive, is our access to Archon Blood. Once we get this Lucid Forest attached to this outpost, then it won't be the only thing holding our mana income together. But those two pieces are going to be outsized in their importance when it comes to growing this here. Yeah, that's the way we're going to go. Let's see where Carissa goes. She's chasing down our scout. Get away from us. Get away from me. I have 40 movement. You can't do this to me. Do you know who I am? All right, let's go here. And then I guess we can just lead that Sunderer on a wild goose chase. Yeah, let's just let's go check out Devilton and see who's guarding this size 8 city here, actually. Because I would not mind taking that. Yasek Vol is in a much better location, considering where our army is right now. But depending... This is a big city right there. That is a big city. Alright, we got our initial tower down, so we'll backfill and grab an Arcane Institute. But now we need gold. There's gold. Now we need gold, and there it is. Alright, well, good deal. There's some gold. Let's go get it. Let's go get the gold. Bring these two? Yeah, bring these guys. Is this going to be inside range to walk there? No, because that's a 32 movement speed and that's a 32 movement speed. So if we want this this ice spider to be able to participate in the Lucid Forest fight next turn. We have to just accept that it's not going to heal this turn. But if we only have one injured unit that's going into the fight, because everybody else is actually healed up by standing in friendly terrain, hopefully, then that's okay, because the Animist will help them out. Not going to happen with Kolith here. That's okay. That looks fine. That looks fine. And we will give you spells for this fight. That's enough tier 2s. Losing the bear is fine. That's one of those tier 2s that's maximum value is in activating hard fights and dying. And it did do that. Can we summon another animal onto the snow? We could, but it would have to be off of this city over here, which is far enough away that it's not going to be able to jump in on the Lucid Forest. And we might find like a regular hunter spider if we go this way. And if we don't, we might find like a slitherer or something like this, like a scrap hermit. Scrap hermits are pretty good. Mostly scrap hermits are in the same boat as like bears, where like the max value they generate for you is in activating fights and dying. But unlike bears, these are much better at avoiding the dying part of things, because they're just so unbelievably burly, being a tier 2 shield unit, and that makes them really well set up to fight Lucid Forest and the like. Here I guess we could take Sentinel, but I'm gonna take defensive training. Yeah, I'm gonna take defensive training, because we're gonna get +1 defense on this ice spider, and you're not gonna die. You hear that, ice spider? We're gonna give you some extra defense, and because we gave you extra defense, and you're so excited about the extra defense, and there are gonna be probably 2 wild speakers there. Are there gonna be 2 wild speakers there? Are there gonna be 2 wild speakers there? If there are 2 wild speakers there, then how are these other frontline units participating in this fight? Maybe it's literally just the one. Yeah, it's literally just the one, actually. We'll see who's actually in this Lucid Forest before we commit to which unit has gone where in relation to them. Because I want to fight these guys with as many of our heroes as possible, with as few losses as possible. And if there's a bunch of mirror mimics there, then it makes a lot more sense to bring our ice spider. Whereas on the other hand, if there's like, a bunch of astral siphoners or whatever, then an ice spider is dangerous to risk into a fight like that. You don't wanna sack it if you don't have to. They are pretty important if you get them early like this. They're just good scaling. They're just good scaling. Now let's see here. Where are you gonna go? I guess the Primal Darter really should just keep going south. If it eventually dies because it gets encountered by an enemy unit, I don't think it matters. But we'll grab any pickups along the way, and then maybe scout on Yasakvol with this Grimbeak Crow, because then we just get that Astral Dew, and that's some casting points. That is some casting points. All right, so we picked up another Wild Speaker and an Animist. So I guess this gold is going to go into taking a work camp here, because I think we are going to take the Lucid Forest next turn, kind of no matter how this goes. Pico, quit it. Yeah, that's okay. And I suppose maybe we're not bringing the... Well, no, we might bring the scrap permanent in. It just kind of depends on what's actually in there. So yeah, let's heal, and then we'll see. We'll open it with Kolith and see what's actually in this Lucid Forest here. Is it all 4 of these guys? Might be all 4 of those guys are actually going to go into that forest no matter what. Explore. What do we got? All right, so it is going to be mirror mimics. Let's find out how many. So it's 2 mirror mimics and 3 astral wisps. So astral wisps are a little annoying attacking into ice spiders, simply because they do have the ability to do extra super effective on the fire side, but because they're also doing ineffective on the frost side, it's not like it's really powerful or not. And the mirror mimics just don't work on hero units here in their tier 4s. So we're going to go ahead and bring those guys here, as we said, and I think I'm going to bring the ice spider in as well, because I think the ice spider probably should be able to make it. The AI, the autoresolve would have to beef it really hard to screw that one up. And now we have an option. We could bring in this scrap hermit, but the scrap hermit is going to drop off pretty quickly. So I think I'm going to bring the other support unit here. This is triple support units into a fight like this, which could be a little overkill, but it's triple support units where the support units are adding extra units. So let's go ahead and watch this fight. I think that it should not be as difficult as it says there, simply because mirror mimics are going to struggle in a universe where they are going to be copying like a tier 1 or a tier 2 unit because they can't copy heroes. But mirror mimics do have like a really giant HP pool, so let's see how the AI responds to them. The best case scenario is that they copy like one of the tier 1 units that we just summon onto the board. And of course, like the best case scenario is also that the animist identifies that it should probably heal the ice spider. But yeah, better safe than sorry. Like at least we brought a restore, so that way we can heal the ice spider on our own. But the logic there on like auto resolve healing probably does need to get a little bit better, because it's just identifying very silly things to. Oh. They just transformed into Grimbeak crows. This is the astral. This is the real true astral experience. The tier 4 Grimbeak crow and just completely destroy people. Wait a second, you can't destroy people with a tier 4 Grimbeak crow, Walker. That's it's not the way that game works, buddy. Why would you cast distracted after attacking? AI. You can cast spells before you attack. I think that you should know that, because I've seen you do it sometimes. All right, so Berserk does activate on a bunch of the bronze defenders here. If they take out this fake Grimbeak crow, that is why Crowbow is good. It does have some serious downsides where, like, if you don't find a different weapon for you to equip very quickly, then things are just hilariously bad for you, because they're not particularly good weapons, just like a regular bow is not, whether in manual combats or in auto resolves. But here, those mirror mimics are mostly just gonna die and give us experience points. That's what it looks like. That is what it looks like. All right, are they gonna kill this ice spider here? Because that would be really annoying. Don't kill the ice spider. Don't do it. Don't do it. You got so much left to live for, ice spider with 2 HP, and you have 0 dot on you. So it looks like that ice spider is gonna dodge the perpetual doom of all good evolutionary summons. It's actually gonna make it. So now it's at 25 out of 36. That ice spider is obviously gonna need to take a little bit of time to heal, but in the meantime, we have cleared a lucid forest, which gives us access to a tier 3 animal spirit like immediately. And because we have 2 wild speakers here, I'm feeling pretty good about that. Feeling pretty good about that one. Okay, so this ice spider pretty obviously is going to need to back out of any fights that we have in like the next 2 turns probably. But I think I see enough junk here that we actually can send a secondary stack to maybe clear some other stuff out. Oh, and as long as we can deal with Sinrin's nonsense, because he is coming in with a Storm Spirit, a Soother, Arcanist, and Arcane Guard. All right, yeah, this looks like a much more reasonable person for us to be fighting against on this turn. I think we can take those guys down. Let's just see where Sinrin goes, but that looks a lot more reasonable than Carissa. Let's have these protectors, I guess, continue to do as their name suggests and perhaps protect. Yeah, I think these guys are mostly just gonna stand here so that way they can jump in and activate any sort of fights that they need to. Okay, good. We got frost weapons. That's important. The fact that we have managed to hit cryomancy means that now our heroes can really start putting up real damage numbers. Without an elemental enchantment on your heroes are definitely just going to do less damage. That doesn't mean that like you can't take things like Tome of Warding and Tome of Alchemy together. Like obviously that denies you access to like an elemental damage type weapon, but that's not the end of the world. But do be aware that that is a costly sacrifice. That you get a lot of extra damage out of good weapon enchantments and warfare skills if you really want them. Well, Denvilton, you are not the city that you promised you were. You're a tier 4, population 8, being defended by 2 bannermen, a defender, and a hero. Well, if we conquer Denvilton, then we can start pushing Ancestral Wardens out of that city immediately. And there's a Garth of the Golden Worship here, and that's the one that people get like the gilding effect on the hero when you go in there. Oh boy. All right. Well, that actually now looks like the right direction for us to go. That looks crazy strong. Unfortunate that our units are here, because that actually does look really spicy, Walker. You probably should have gone in this direction rather than here. But if we can kill some of Senren's units and then move west, then that's probably just as good. And we could even conquer Yasak Vol first, depending on how many turns. 2 turns to there, 6 turns to there. So if we're going to go west and hit Denvilton, then we're going to hit it by like going this way probably, which means that it's really more like 10 turns to conquer Denvilton, which means that we have enough time to take Yasak Vol first anyway, which would put us next to Senren, Walker. You talking me into wanting to just take them out first and then take those guys as like a cherry on top, even if this is like our really fast access to a bunch of Ancestral Wardens. I'm so hungry to pick these up. This is a lot of value that you are promising me here. I'm gonna absorb that in 1 turn. So maybe we're not getting Nature 1 here and we're just gonna hold off and get like knowledge. Yeah, Shadow 1's more important. Nature 1 would have been nice if we had gotten that and the city like super duper fast, but I think Nature 1 is crucial here. Can we burn this down without bankrupting? Yeah, we can. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and just start burning down this this outpost. It is gonna be 1 turn too late, so we're gonna absorb this Sacred Barrow. It's gonna come to us without access to the extra population from the fruitful integration here, but you can see here that it has grown up to 3 pop, so it's gonna have a 3rd pop to grab the spot anyway, and we just need to burn this down so that way the Hermit Kingdom is preserved in the Sacred Barrow, because that is pretty important. You can't not have that part going on. And here, that's an empty space, and that's an empty space, and this is a space with a resource node, and a space with a resource node, and a space with a resource node. Oh, but that's, oh man, maybe we have to just abandon this gold, because we don't want these 2 cities touching each other. Or we drop this quarry. But we already built this as that outpost. So maybe we grab this as an outpost to just grab a movement here. Once we have Materium 1 online, that actually doesn't sound awful, because then at least the Rainbow Clover isn't pillageable. I guess it depends on how quickly Sacred Barrow grows. If it grows really quickly, then I'm gonna want this gold here, but if it doesn't, whatever, I'm gonna take the research post. If it doesn't, I'm taking the research post either way, because the research post at least does enable us to push down an academy, and I think we do want to do that. Yeah, I think we do want to do that. Drop that in. Get some research going. The nice little bonus here inside the city of 10 food and 10 stability is going to help the city of Elderhurst grow a little faster. But you can see that like the multipliers that we're getting off of stability, we're getting 6 extra food. getting probably like 10 extra, no, 8 extra production. Like it's just not a lot right now. I think they need to increase the bonuses there, but good. We got Glacial Mammoths on the books, so now all we need to do in order to cast our elemental enchantment is we need mana. But outside of that, I think we're looking pretty good. So we can take now the fight with the snow spirits, and I think actually we want to take the fight with the snow spirits before we cast the blades. Yeah, I think we definitely want to do that. So we've got double snow spirits and double white witch and a lesser snow spirit. Everybody else here is fully healed, so you are gonna get fully healed here, Ice Spider. You're gonna get all the healing off of this Animist and all the healing off of Viridia. Or so if you die, that is your fault, and you will not hear the end of it. If you die, it is your fault, and I will make fun of you. Do we want to bring the other protector is the question. So if we bring another protector, then we are further diluting the experience points onto this group, which makes me inclined not to. Yeah, I think we're probably okay without the protectors here. Do we need the mana? I don't think we need mana either. Let's see what auto combat does for us. I think probably it's gonna be fine. Yeah, the Ice Spider. Actually, let's watch the replay here so that way we can see the auto combat without us using mana, which is one of the downsides of clicking manual and then clicking the little auto combat symbol up here. But I think the story of this is going to be that once you know where the healing is going to go, which is randomly distributed in an auto-resolve situation. It does not seem to be prioritizing anything in particular, but once you know where the healing is going to go, because there's only one place for it to go at the beginning of the game, at the beginning of combat, then it's pretty good. And the power of mass rejuvenation on these things is also pretty nice. And at least the summons here off of the Wild Speakers came out early. That also certainly helped this fight. They did not successfully get killing momentum on our Ice Spiders, so unfortunately that means that the Wild Speakers might do some rough stuff to themselves here in terms of their Berserk turn, but we'll see. The fact that we got a tier 3 wolf off of that Lucid definitely is helpful, especially because we have the Wild Speakers to work on them. If you can use the Unleash the Beast AI, you can do it. Okay, so it got the killing momentum, and then it tried to use a frozen effect on a snow spirit that was immune to it. You know, I respect it. I respect the hustle, Ice Spider. You definitely tried. Yeah, it looks like they just went in on trying to take out the primal chargers and failed that catastrophically. All right, cool. So good. Got that. And now we got a Poison Frostbringer. Ooh. Alright, so big tier 3 weapon. Probably not going to be equipping that on either of the heroes that we have right now, simply because I do think we want the lightning damage that's currently on this lance here for our one guy. And I don't think that switching out our Charge Strike Spirit damage guy is going to be worth it fighting against Astral Siphoners. But I don't hate seeing that. I do not hate seeing that. I think that's pretty good. Alright, heal 1 turn with this stack, because this is dangerous to be risking these guys here. They're definitely too high level now to be cavaliering them off into space. But now we do have enough mana to potentially cast either Frostblades or one more wild animal. But we're going to be fighting this Siphoner stack next turn, and I think Frostblades is pretty obviously going to be a lot better there. So let's take Frostblades. And Verda. Alright. Yasikvol is currently being threatened by Sinrin. That's okay. That's fine. Oh, is this another hero? This is another hero. All right, good. So if we can take that fight against that extra hero, that's another 150 knowledge that we can get off of the Empire development tree. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right, this protector, I want to get some vision this way. And I guess we want to probably prioritize actually getting this hero killed. Because if we miss out on this because the city of Yasek Vol grows onto that spot, then we miss out on 150 knowledge and a bunch of some number of items. Let's see what he got: an assassin's spark collar and reinforced plate. I mean, that's still something. So like fighting that fight is definitely good value for us. So let's see if we can do that. Yeah, I think we can with this extra riding around hero. Have this guy go up here, support these units in an attack there, and then maybe even on this attack onto this mana stash, see if we can take out those wyverns before they evolve. Because if they all evolved, they would give us a lot more experience points. And so like there's a benefit to allowing your evolutionary units on the board actually gaining experience points. People might not be aware of this, but like the way that the game works is that every single turn, the units that are on the board gain experience points just for like being alive. And then as that goes on, you're gonna have some of the units evolve if they have the evolution tag, which you can see here. But then the other ones will just like keep ranking up until into outer space. But because you don't get more experience points for having higher ranked units, generally speaking, you don't want to like just let them grow forever indefinitely. Like you do need to take some steps to limit the experience points on those units in question. But for the ones that evolve, they'll switch. Instead of hitting their champion rank, they'll just turn into an entirely different unit, and at a higher tier they provide more experience points. So you can get value out of them growing, but most of the time you just kill them because they're in the way. Well, alright, Denvilton has sent an attack party out, and this is an Ashen's Ruins and a derelict workshop and blah 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 blah. So Yasek Vol might say like live to see another day. Yeah, I think Yasek Vol is going to live to see another day here. But I think Yasek Vol is going to live to see another day not without losses. I think we're going to pick up this little stack here. I don't think you need mana for this. Kolith, you don't need mana for this. You're level 5. What? How? What did you do? What did you do? Oh my god. Oh, it's because I bet we just like Domain of Mayhem and killed ourselves. Wait. Okay. So here we've got mark on ourselves, Sunder defense. All right, so you gotta stun on that attack early, but I don't think that's a particularly like high. Yeah, that makes sense there. Toasting that protector looks pretty clean. I guess it's probably just that Kolith the Librarian doesn't have like a no, like we have a front line here. What did you do, AI? What did you do? I guess they just didn't use the rallying blessing on their own units. Rather, everybody just ran in and in Kolith because Kolith wasn't in a stack. That might have actually made a difference because Kolith was on his own, and so like the rallying blessing ability, which is very powerful but does require you to have units nearby. The AI probably just didn't prioritize using it on everyone, just himself. And that, I think, is going to be the story of this fight. Yeah, we're going to kill those guys, and then there's going to be one hero left. Oh my god. All right. F in the chat. Jesus Christ. How much time would it take us to build that hero back? We're already at level 5, so that hero does need to come back because all of the heroes available to us are level 1. So we need to find mana, which means we need to get crypts online. So annoying. So annoying. Oh my god. And you had Frostblades queued, and you could have cast Frostblades before that fight? Oh man. Walker, you are not paying attention. You could have cast Frostblades. That probably would not have saved that fight, probably. If we had reset our hero to have... Or rather, if our hero had been in that group, that probably would have made the difference. But whatever. We'll cast the Frostblades. How are we going to clear that hero now? How are we going to clear that hero now? Now that hero has... At least that hero was only commanding all of our, like, unnecessary chaff reinforcements. And, like, the good stuff is here, but that's a lot of mana that we're going to have to invest, and we do not have any of it. And we can't not restore that hero, because it's too important. Yeah, you go here. That's fine. Is this enough healing on these guys to justify taking this fight into this Astral Siphoner? Because I really do not want it. Now that we've lost, like, a giant chunk of mana, I do not want to have to, like, work up an Ice Spider again. There's no immediate banner nearby for us to use for the purposes of leveling that thing. All right. I think this looks like it shouldn't be a problem, but that other one also kind of looked like it shouldn't be a problem. But at least here, our hero is not disconnected, and so, like, I guess we don't have the Rallying Blessing here, so it's not as big a deal if we're disconnected or not. We do have Displaced Reality that we're going in on. That is pretty annoying, and the Astral Siphoner is very good at assassinating people, which is another scary thing. These things are single model entities, and therefore, like, they do scale up pretty well. The best way to deal with them, of course, is to have access to Lightning Blades. We don't have Lightning Blades on this fight. But we will have 1, 2, 3 extra units on the fight, as well as some amount of healing on the Ice Spider and the Spirit Wolf. All right, auto combat. Are you gonna slaughter untold infinite units of primals here? I think that's what it looks like here. I think we have to take that fight. All right, that's fine. The Spirit Wolf, that's not the Resurgent Spirit Wolf. It's annoying that it died there, but that is not the important one. The important one, you can say, all right, Resurgence says that this thing comes back indefinitely, but that's not true. Resurgence gets countered by anyone using any sort of necromancy or, like, consume corpse effect. And so that one in particular, you actually, like, kind of can't bring the Rite of the Guardian Spirit against Carissa in the actual combat with her, because she'll just eat the Guardian Spirit when it dies. That I don't know how to get around that, because that does feel like kind of a bug that needs to be fixed, but it's where it is, and it's been there for a long time. I'm not sure how you could fix that either, unfortunately. Do we have just any mount? Any mount will do. Yes, good. And now we can move out here and grab an Astral Dew for ourselves. This is Astral Dew and Iron Deposit. This is a crazy good spot. Jesus Christ. Well, all right. It's a crazy good spot. That is what it is. Ice Spider. So we need 22 more experience points for that Ice Spider to evolve. There's another hero. I guess this hero is probably the easiest fight that we can take remaining on the board, because it is just one hero now. And we have the workshop, so now we actually have mana. We'll get mana back whenever Sacred Barrow can grab that tile, but it can't grab it until next turn, so we're going to hold on to the population for now. Take Produce Merchandise. And enter here. Alright. Yeah, there's just, like, nothing for this guy to do other than try to find a free city to pillage. But that's not a bad thing to try to find. Oh, and there's actually a really handy dandy tool for later. There's a Silver Wonder there that hopefully we can clear for free and find a good Whiteborn hero off of. That would be pretty nice. That would be pretty nice. And it looks like they are making a city here of Ashborn Hedonists. Alright. Alright, Sinrin. I see what you're doing over there. I see what you're doing. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yeah, this is the third scenario, Daedalus. This is Crimson Caldera, so you and everyone are at war with everyone. There's no diplomacy in this game. The only way to get diplomacy in the game is to, like, conquer a free city and then release it, but that kind of has its own system of, like, weird bugs and stuff that might appear, so I generally encourage people not to do that. But yeah, this is Crimson Caldera. So we will be forced to make some free cities in this, just because of the size of it. But they can be pretty buggy. Oh man, I even took that fight against that stupid hero who killed everybody without our Shadow 1. So that maybe that was the game trying to tell me that you know you need Shadow 1 in order to take this fight. That's a crucially important part of the dynamic that you've missed out on, Walker. Ice Spider and Animist, I guess, could be okay here. Yeah, they could be okay here. This is one hero. You guys should be fine. You guys should be absolutely fine. The free city bugs are because of the permanent wars. Yeah, it's kind of just a consequence of the map that we're playing on. Yeah, and the parameters are different. It's just it's a little buggy, but I think it's understandable considering how wildly different it is from the normal game plan. Are you guys gonna be able to take that one hero down from here? No, our hero is not in range to get into that fight. So no. Not just yet. Is this something that we want to turn into a city here though? Because if this is something we turn into a city here, then we have to burn everybody down. I think I'd rather just leave this as an outpost. I think that's okay. Oh, and we do get Blizzard, at least, as a nice consolation prize. Blizzard is a good one. As long as we can find a good infestation to use it on, or a good enemy stack that we can hopefully pick off with it. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to conquer Yasekvol. We're here. We have a free city state, or a free city slot. And now we're going to work on another Animist out of Sacred Barrow, and I think probably I'm okay just taking a storehouse even without the boost, because we just want to get as much population growth as quickly as we can in those cities, just to really utilize the primal side of things. Yeah, okay, it's Eternal Bud Chambers. That's the easiest one for me to remember, because that one definitely, this is definitely a free clear. Oh, all right. So now this Denvilton is sending another hero stack towards Elderhurst. So that's another 150 knowledge if we can send somebody over there to clear you guys out without getting your army wiped out. Autoresolve. I think this will be okay, because you should get in range here, right? Yeah, you can get in range. And this can't be dangerous. This can't be dangerous, he says. God damn it. No, we're one turn too late for that stupid hero. Ah! Oh my god. All right. We'll let this charger just take down the wyverns instead then. Oh my god. That is hilarious. That is so bad. Alright. Yeah. Just take this out. Hold them all. We're not gonna. This is actually a reasonable thing to do with birds and flying things, and if you're in the event that you're playing high, because 1 turn for 33 stability, if it pushes you into the next stability threshold for 6 turns, that's 60 production that you get guaranteed in terms of the value, like, of high being able to use high stability. But like obviously for everyone who isn't high, then that's pretty bad. And we will leave mana on for this one because we are getting mana. And we got, and we're at 45. 45. All right, we're just gonna abandon these guys and start going to deal with those guys coming from the west side from Denvilton, I guess, because this is too far extended. It's way too far from Elderhurst to reinforce, and we need Ancestral Wardens, and they're right here. This is, as soon as we capture and incorporate a tier 4, then we'll be working with Ancestral Wardens. But I think we actually have to do that, because the unit quality for Primal really is not good until they get Ancestral Wardens online. At least not in Autoresolve. They're just, the summons, they struggle a lot. Their units do not do particularly well until they start getting like a real core to work around, and protectors are just not that core. They're durable, but they don't do anything to pressure the enemy, and so the enemy just ignores them even in Autoresolve. Well, we got a bear. That at least isn't bad. Being immune to Frozen is a really good status immunity to have. And I suppose this outpost is going to need walls. Yeah, that outpost is going to need walls. In case purple is feeling spicy, I don't want to leave that thing without walls. Sacred Barrow has another population to push out. I suppose we're going to grab a Forester here? Yeah, I'll grab a Forester. Extra growth that way isn't bad. Ooh. Right. I forgot there's gold in a Brewer Ogre down there. These guys are so slow. They're so slow without a movement outpost to help them, Walker. You could save this. You could make a movement outpost right here. All it would cost is a bunch of Imperium, which I guess we have, actually. So yeah, we'll grab that, and then we'll grab a movement outpost for those guys for next turn to help them reposition, because I don't want to have that spider not evolve. That would be even worse. Yeah, that would be even worse. So you're just going to hang out here. And I guess you can just keep an eye on purple. What is purple up to over there? Looks like nothing right now. Looks like Sinrin is up to nothing. And Carissa is up to having an easy pick on this Primal Darter here. Oh well, the Primal Darter is what it is what it is. It's a bad ranged unit. I could see us pillaging this quarry down, but I really do honestly think that we're probably going to take control of Denvilton as our next city, because I just don't think that we can hold Yasek Vol against Chapelsaur against Sinrin without a bunch of troops being, diverted away from the Carissa front. And Carissa's too dangerous to just ignore and let her do her thing over here. At least there's another hero here to like wipe out our armies and then cost us 600 mana at the beginning of the game. Oh my god. And we even... Wait. He's in prison in Yasek Vol, so we can't even resurrect him. We have to kill Yasek Vol in order to get him out. Alright, Walker. We have to divert enough troops here to take this hero out, and then we do have to take Yasek Vol whether we wanted to or not. I think that's the way that this is going to have to go. because we need to get that hero back. And at the very least, the game did offer us like a pretty nice little bonus for us here. Being able to take that without, or get our hero back without mana is really good. We could have just deleted that Primal Darter because we knew Carissa was going to eat it, but I'm not worried about it. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. Alright, so this hero is going to pillage this Forester next turn. So we have 2 turns to get something over there to fight you if we want to prevent you from pillaging this. How are you going to explain to me how you are going to kill a bunch of our guys before we send guys over to fight you? That would be really good. I would appreciate it if you would explain ahead of time how exactly you plan on doing that. Yeah, so we're gonna go here, and then in 2 turns, in 1 turn we can start the siege. You can take a little bit of extra experience points here. Yeah, everyone just get a little bit of experience points on experience leader. Protector, I guess we'll keep that protector nearby, and then this second protector and this bear, and maybe some more wild animals. How many wild animals do we have right now? Fighter and support. All right, we'll add 1 more wild animal, which will definitely be a spider this time. That's not a spider. I know you think that's a spider, but that is not a spider. No, I'm gonna grab a shrine though. I am gonna grab a shrine. I want to get a little more gold going. Man, I wish oh God, Walker. I wish I'd recognized that we were captured, because we didn't need to build the crypts there. The crypt did absolutely nothing. The ruler is not dead, or the hero is not dead. The hero is in prison in Yasakvol. Where can you get to? You can get to there. All right. And you are 2 turns away from being built in Sacred Barrow. So we could just add another wild animal walker, or you could save up your mana and then you could cast Blizzard on that stack ahead of time. But it is one or the other. And Peasant Pikemen and Lesser Stone Spirits. Actually, those are both pretty unimportant when it comes to like military power off of those units. And so reducing their model count by hitting them with a Blizzard is, I don't think, as good value. So yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's okay. Did you already eat that hero that we identified? You already ate that hero that we identified. The siren song of these heroes that like the free cities will set up for you to fight, they're great value. They're really great value, but then they disappear or they randomly kill your army. And so like you need to identify where they're gonna be easy to pick up, and do that when you can. But here, this is okay. This city is gonna be under our control in 2 turns, right? Kind of no matter what. What do you have, Doc Var? Oh, Doc has a blink and a heavy broadsword. So this is a little spooky because the AI does have access to a blink, and so it's gonna try to like drop in and like mulch our army in melee. But it also means that like they're gonna have some issues because a blink is gonna get their ruler dead pretty quickly if they're not careful. We have another ice spider fight here that we could take. Maybe we do. Maybe take another ice spider fight here. Yeah, we can still get inside range with our hero. Well, all right. Let's see what we can give you. You have a heavy typhoon or a poisoned frostbringer. Take the poisoned frostbringer for now, and then we'll switch over to heavy typhoon if we need an opportunity to. Because this guy is just 1 pistol Yeah, you're gonna get overwhelmed in melee. I think we need the mana for blizzards. All right, AI, don't screw this up. Heal the ice spider. Good. Healed the ice spider probably at least a little bit, given that it looks like it took some damage but did not die. Looks like you did your job, and now we're 10 experience points away from evolving that ice spider. Good. All right, let's bring everybody in. I don't think that Yasekvol is going to drop in another stack, considering they just dropped in that hero stack this turn. So I think this is a siege that we get to take here this turn and drop in harass defenders. But just to be safe, I guess it doesn't matter if we get autoed next turn, we can't actually win that fight probably with just one hero and 4 units. So I think we just have to accept that and assume that we can't be inside reinforcement range. Oh no, we are inside reinforcement range. Okay, well, good, perfect. Then this is 6 units here. So I guess we could actually survive if they auto into us with 2 heroes and we have another wild animal here. So let's roll for another wild animal on a random open stack. All right, a dread spider hatchling is not an ice spider, but it's still a spider. And dread spiders are at least able to summon more of themselves whenever they get to that point. When they evolve, the level 3 spider, the tier 3 spiders can actually like summon more of themselves. And we can sell you off. That's pretty good, actually. And then we'll get another hero next turn, just to reinforce these 3. And I guess another wild animal. Yeah, all right. So we will be able to clear off these guys with that extra hero that we're going to drop in. Assuming we can keep enough gold to do so, then we should be able to do that. So Walker, you need 150 gold next turn, so don't build everything. Actually, you know what? On that note, we need 150 gold next turn, so don't build everything. I think what we're gonna do is just grab this forester here and build some gold, and grab, I guess that gold spot here looks pretty appetizing, because if we can clear these brewer ogres off after we get those guys out of the way, that also looks pretty good. Frost arrows are gone. Okay, so here we're still in the same position that we were, where, like, I don't think it really matters. Does anybody have any ideas for tier 2s here? So we're going to be going into Tome of Vigor and Tome of the Great Dark whenever it comes to our tier 3 tomes. And then our tier 4 tomes, I'm probably going to pick up Naga transformation for Ancestral Wardens, because that does work pretty well together. But like the tier 2s, last time we took Tome of Artificing and did not get to like play around with it too much. I think that broadly speaking, Tome of Artificing is pretty good with what we're trying to do. Oh, and we can even get that protector inside of combat engagement range for next turn. Fantastic. But I think I like Tome of Artificing just like broadly. It's just not particularly super effective in this current state, and it looks like Carissa's gonna pick off that little buddy of ours there, but that's okay. You're outside of range, and we're gonna build the walls this turn, so that one's a freebie. And I guess we'll pull this protector south to help reinforce the second stack, because I think the second stack is actually going to need to clear out some of these things, like at the very least being able to take that Marauder Guard with our second group, I think is going to be crucial. Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty crucial here. Well, we're not going to engage those bronze golems there, that's fine. Yeah, just scout around. and grab some. All right, so grab some research here, Walker. I guess I still kind of like artificing from a siege standpoint because it will at least make the like cities fall pretty quickly, and I actually do want to see bolt repeaters in action, so we're gonna go with artificing again. I think broadly speaking, artificing is still pretty good. In even in a world where you're not playing with barbarians, I think it's still pretty good, especially if you're gonna do a lot of melee stuff, which we know we will. What else is on here? I think we need the gold for the hero, so we're not gonna build anything in either of those cities right now. So yeah, I think that's the turn here. Don't spawn a unit this turn over there. Carissa, yeah, you're killing the Inferno puppy, as we kind of expected. But Yasek Vol, do you hear me? Don't spawn another hero this turn. That would be incredibly rude. All right, good. They did not spawn another hero this turn with the harassed defenders in place. I think that this fight against a bunch of like relatively fragile units should be productive for this side, and because they've captured our hero, we're gonna get our guy back. But in the meantime, let's go clear out this spot because this is currently being pillaged. So we're gonna recruit another hero. I think we are gonna recruit our distracting hero. It's unfortunate the distracting hero does not come with a mount, but that's okay. Like, not the end of the world. We can change things around over here. So right now our ruler is working with the poisoned frostbringer and a stag mount. Well. I think I actually kind of like that. So I think what we're gonna do instead is just leave these guys to heal back there for one more turn, and then bring you in to get a little more experience points coming in on this attack. Because if these guys heal, then they're going to be at full, and they're going to be close enough that they can get to full with animist support, and then we can have the primal charger like move in on the side, and then hopefully not everyone dies in this auto resolve. That'll be the plan. Oh no, we need like 1 mana. We need literally 1 mana in order to guarantee access to Blizzard next turn. Oh. Is there any way to get literally 1 mana guaranteed? I don't... Ooh, actually, maybe. No, I don't think so. Not you. The fact that this is a Garth of the Golden workshop is actually pretty nice, because that means that fight is going to be pretty easy if we can get ourselves over to there. But it doesn't look like there's any 1 point of mana anywhere, so maybe it wouldn't have been bad to get rid of that Inferno puppy. But I guess we don't have the casting points for this turn anyway to cast a Blizzard into these guys, and I don't think it's worth it to cast it onto 4. So let's go ahead and take that fight. Let's send Protector here to stand on the Animist. I like that. That's fine. And we'll bring the 2 animals down. I could summon yet another wild animal over there, in case we get like an ice spider to replace the Grimbeak Crow with, which I actually wouldn't hate doing that. Yeah, okay, alright. Yeah, you convince. There's just like not a lot of ranged units here, so that the value of the actual honest to god Grimbeak Crow is pretty limited. And the we all know how this Gortusk Piglet is gonna go. It's gonna go straight into the blender. What are you equipped with? You're equipped with Lightning Sphere, so extra critical hit damage, and a boar mount. Do we have any tools here for like countering that? I don't even hate a pistol, actually. That can be pretty solid when you have access to a way to move around faster, and we do. Fire resistance or blight resistance I don't think matters against this hero over here, right? You're doing... Oh, there's fire. Yeah, there's fire. All right. So you go ahead and get flame-proof plate. And I guess we'll just go in on you here. Yeah, we'll just go in on you here. And because we can't get mana back anyway, I'm just going to give them mana because it is a level 1 hero. Honest to God AI, what did you do? How did you... Is it literally just dying from the berserk effects? How did you die there? I mean, like, you've got a level 1 hero, but, like, you have way more units than them. Rising Fury. Cancel Retaliation. Okay. Yeah, all of that looks good so far, except for this engagement here. So this is a problem with putting your hero on a mount, is that they do take extra damage from pole arms, but this is only a tier 1 pole arm. But because of the ranged AI just like rushing units in, they do have a good habit of getting themselves like pretty brutally killed. But this is a polar bear, man. Like, how did you... Okay, so you berserked and hit yourself. That is the beginning of that big problem over there. And looks like the bear didn't finish off the lesser stone spirit for some reason. And then our hero just dived on the pole arms with a great gun there. Great gun. All right. Fantastic. Just the way we drew it up. Good lord. All right, I guess we'll drop in another summon here then and finish this off with the Grimby Crow and the polar bear. Good god. Yeah, that one is at least free, and because the hero wasn't like at any level, it was level 1. Gave us absolutely nothing to lose there other than the equipment, but now we have equipment in Devilton, so have to come back for that. I cannot believe that they are losing these fights like this, though. AI autoresolve, you're just driving me crazy. You're just driving me crazy. But this is the AI that you're fighting against when you manual combat, which is why I don't like doing that, because this is the AI that you're fighting against. It is not good. Bring you, I guess, east now, because now we probably don't have the strength to clear this guy out. We just need to bring units east to fight these 11 here. Uh-oh. That is a lot more than Primals have to put on this board right now. Let's see if we can get some cash together. I guess we could take Blacksmith to help push out some replacement tier 2s, because everybody's dead. Yeah, I think that's what we gotta do. Yasek will at least that should fall pretty easily. Alright, Carissa, what are you doing down here? Nothing. Looks like Carissa is indeed doing nothing. And we do have the attack, or rather we have the distracting thing going on here. You reinforce all the way out to here, so we can have a primal charger go here, our spiders and stuff go here, you guys go here, and then this, I cannot imagine you guys getting stack wiped against somebody where you have harass defenders to kill like half of these units here. AI, you can't keep doing this. You can't keep getting away with this. You can't just keep autoing off units into outer space for absolutely no reason. And then AI says, "Watch me!" No, AI. Oh my god. All right. Well, we're gonna migrate that. I cannot believe that. I cannot believe they lost that. That hero loss was pretty devastating early. All right, at least we have Yasekvol now, so we do have a third city, but it has cost us like all of our early game growth, and this is kind of why I think Primals suck, at least in like autoresolve. Like their tools that they have are not as good as the tools that you get out of a lot of the like the better high tier units and the higher tier things. And I think a lot of that is stuff that you can just replace by, or you can fix by just making the autoresolve AI better, because autoresolve AI is just like not where it needs to be at the moment. But at least that still gives you some challenge, because we are definitely going to get some challenge here. Jesus Christ. We might die. This feels like we are rapidly heading towards a death here, which means that we might like do this again tomorrow, but with a better faction. Like, I think there's a non-zero chance of that. Wait. What? We captured Yasekvol. What? Let me get my guy back. Yasekvol, give me my guy back. Do we have to integrate you in order to get our hero back? Is this not gonna happen? Is Kolith not gonna happen? AI, if you're not gonna give me my hero back, I'm gonna write you a letter. Let's see. Let's go this way. Let's see what's under here. Yeah, I think we have to go to Denvilton now. But like, am I wrong? I thought that if you killed the free city in question, that you got your hero back, because that was a bug a while ago. But I heard that they had fixed that, and now when you take free cities, you should be able to get your guys back, so that way they're not like trapped indefinitely in free city land. All right, I guess we're gonna have to summon more wild animals, but let's get the Mammoth Primal Connection or Communion down first, so that way all the guys that we're summoning at least are gonna be fast. Unfortunate that we don't have any evolutionary summons anymore to work with, but at the very least we can still get to Tome of Vigor, which will get us the higher tier animals anyway. And now we are one turn away from adaptive research, which at least that'll be good too once we have Yasekvol under our control. But you need to give me that hero back, Yasekvol. You can't just take heroes forever. But you can burn that outpost down, because that is going to be interfering with our Hermit Kingdom bonus. Yeah, all right. Go this way to take out the Brewer Ogre and get some more EXP that way. And I guess we're gonna just summon again, because we at the very least gonna have a lot of unit enchantments on these things. So that's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. We'll get a research post there. That's pretty good too. Let's see. I guess now we've got an academy down, so the big thing for Elderhurst would next be to get a Scholars Guild, but there's no way that I'm going to do that prioritized over anything else while we're still waiting on the Astral 2 to come online. So what can we do instead? We could drop in a Glacial Megalith for extra construction. I wouldn't hate that. Yeah, actually, that's pretty good. Let's get a Glacial Megalith. And then I guess hopefully we'll look for gold to slingshot into Spirit Hall 3, but if not, then Denvilton at least is a tier 4. Animal Kinship. Yeah, I guess Animal Kinship. We don't have like a lot of animals that have made it, but they're getting there. Nebular Sanctum is... God. Alright. Send this stupid Grimbeak Crow out east to scout around and see what's going on over here. And I guess we'll send the new polar bear over here to check out what's going on. So it's possible in the wars, but you have to capture them or invest gold, which you can do that too to piece them out, but oh no, not in Crimson Caldera. I think you just have to capture them and release them as vassals in order for them to be pieced. But like there are, I think, a couple of events that can also do it too, but they seem to be pretty bugged. So I don't think you should do those events that make you go to peace with people. because I have encountered some stability problems on that front. Had it crash a couple of times. And we have 190 gold. So, all right, we'll make him another animist. And then I guess we'll just sell. No, we can't sell you because you're at Denvilton. You better give me this hero back when I capture the city, or I'm gonna call my mom. Yes, Ekvol, you got one more turn to give me my guy back. Don't be in range. You're not that close. All right, that's what I thought. Where can you go? You can go to the outpost, but you can only go to the outpost. You can't stop anything else from going on. Oh, but they could capture our stupid outpost over here, which they're probably going to do. That's okay. We'll let our animist heal, because this outpost at least does have walls, so that one's pretty good. Yeah, if you kill a faction, you get a bunch of the big thing you get from killing a faction is you get like enormous quantities of remains, because the AI will just like sit on remains in their cities for a really long time, and that's pretty good because then you get a lot of resources for killing them. Ooh. All right. Let's see. We could get another astral adept here. I guess that's fine. This Disdain the Weak is not good. It does not scale particularly well and does not do a lot at the beginning anyway. But getting a little bit of astral affinity here means that we might get up to like astral 5 faster, astral rite of abundance. Yeah, that's actually a lot faster now. So now we're at 12 turns for a bunch of extra mana, which is not gonna save us, but could be a big deal. All right, hero. You got the tools here. You got those guys. You got a bear. With you and some wild speakers and a bear. The polar bear can't be frozen. And that's the most terrifying thing out of these guys. Should we bring a 1x of a random protector into that fight? I mean, you're there, I guess, is the argument for. Yeah, I guess we'll pull him over here, and then we'll have the bear initiate. We could conscript, but we don't have any gold, so that's probably not the way. Auto combat, do it. Alright, good. Oh, we got another tier 2 charge weapon, but that one has Consume Chaos. Consume Chaos is a pretty powerful ability. And at the very least we got... So this is, Tiger Eye, this is just the hard of Crimson Caldera. Like, some of the weird stuff that can happen in Crimson Caldera, like, makes it look like a higher handicap, but, like, there's no handicap settings available in this, in the story mode, period. It's just I do think that Primals are sort of like a lot of the other ones where, like, they desperately need specific AI in order for them to perform, like, remotely close to manual combat levels. And right now, Triumph is not interested in doing that. I think that each of the, like, banner abilities for Autoresolve should probably have specific AI involved, just because, like, they're really important, and having better AI on summons would make the game a better game. But right now there are some factions that are just like a lot better in auto-resolve than they are in manual combat, and unfortunately Primals are one of them. They're not as bad as some of the other ones. I think that they have some really nice advantages over some of the other like auto-resolve only, or rather like manual combat only factions, namely that your economy can scale up pretty quickly, but because it scales up quickly off of like population, and population is still kind of slow when it comes to scaling things up, I think Primals are not particularly great. They're okay. They're better than Mystics for sure. I think that Mystic was something that I tried. Oh, it actually released the hero as a recruitable on the turn that we defeated them. That's really annoying, because that means that if we had recruited another hero, then we would have gotten into a lot of trouble, and it means that Rig on the Spearhead, at least that guy didn't count towards our limit here. But that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, exactly. Like Tiger Eye, there's so many things from the AI in Age of Wonders 3 that they really do need to port over. So like the summons being used on turn 1 is one of them. Another thing that I think the game would benefit a lot from is like the unicorn AI in tactical combat in Age of Wonders 3. There was for a long time the same sort of problems where like they're faster than everybody else, and so they just like run off and get themselves killed. But the way that they got around this in Age of Wonders 3 I thought was like really ingenious. They just told the unicorn to just defend on the first turn, which is like, yes, that's not a perfect solution, but like it worked pretty well in terms of getting what you wanted to get done, which was preventing your unicorn from just like warping off into outer space and getting itself killed on turn 1. And it was good at that. It was good at preventing exactly that as an outcome. And I think the AI would be a lot better if they did the same thing here. Just like any of the units that are really, really fast and have a phase, just like defend on the first turn, and then summons, like use on the first turn, and you'll get a much better performance out of autoresolve than what we're currently getting. This city is not under any direct threat, but it is like really close to Purple's capital, and Purple might audible out of going this way and just go up to Yasak Vol, and we really don't have the Imperium necessary to integrate this twice. So I think unfortunately I'm going to take like a defensive structure first, just so that we get up to 25. Going up to 25 means that the enemy has to bring a siege weapon in order to actually like get this done in 2 turns. Yeah, wisps blink pretty restlessly. Like any of the blink effects generally are just like difficult for AI to understand, and I don't even know if that's like a thing that you can hold anyone responsible for, because like it's complicated. Blinks are complicated, and have a lot of value that you have to like think about, and the AI is not going to be able to, because they don't look at each other. But like they did solve some of these problems before in the past, and then just like did not bring the technology forward to the future for reasons. They did not do this. But now, if we had tiny amounts of gold, we could build a Scholars Guild this turn. I don't think we're going to be able to do that. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to do that. So instead, what can you do? There's some guys. Are there any Ancient Wonders here that we could pick up pretty cleanly, other than these two? Because they're super far away from our army. Is there anybody down here? Are you an Ancient Wonder? Derelict Workshop? No, but you're a Silver Wonder. That might, or a Silver Infestation. That might be close enough. Let's see. Gold. I guess we'll save a little bit of gold so that we can drop in another Animist, or maybe Wild Speaker. Honestly, Wild Speakers are like mostly better. They are mostly better. Let's see. There's a large creature cage here. Now, we're not going to get a tier 3 out of it because they did rework those, but I don't hate a large creature cage. And it might be necessary if these guys come and knocking. Yeah, I think unfortunately that Animist is just kind of like stuck there. So you can go here, I guess. Yeah, autoing is, I mean, it's so much fun. Like it is frustrating whenever you see the AI do stuff that is like stupid and like they fixed in the last game. But I think that it is a meaningful upgrade in terms of what you can get out of the game. Because in manual combats, like you're fighting against this AI, it is not good. Yeah, if you're fighting in manual combats against the AI on this map because of the auto berserk, like you just stand at the edge of the map and have high status resistance. That works pretty well, but I think is not. I don't think that's a good game experience. I don't think so. I mean, it just depends on what you're looking for. Like manual combats on this map in particular are incredibly broken. Yep, run one in, hide somewhere, watch them kill each other. Exactly. And that is one answer amongst many as to why the auto resolve probably needs I think the tactical AI needs a little more work. Just a little more work. Alright, so you got both of those fights actually look pretty gettable next turn. We just need to put enough folks in the area to pick them. I guess the scout is going to just keep going south and see if we can get to that tower. I could see us holding up a blizzard, actually. That could be pretty good. Blizzard is also just, like, generally good against these sorts of stacks, because these are exactly the sort of things where, like, Berserk can just run them over, because, like, you get a bunch of units with very low status resistance. They will kill each other pretty quickly. And that should be something that we are getting from our Blizzard. But we also shouldn't be going Berserk when we have, like, finite amount of... Oh my god. I don't want any of these things, and we don't have any mana. So we could... I guess we'll just research the White Witch, because that is at least going to be the least expensive in terms of research points. But that's annoying. That's annoying. Tiger Eye, do you mean things like the skeleton, like the skeleton mages and the skeleton warriors? Are the skeletons not? Yeah, they're not no, they are magic origin. There's magic origin. Are you talking about the bone horrors? Which I think bone horrors are too. Like a lot of the undead are. Oh, do you mean like the decaying zombies? Like literally, where are the decaying zombies? Yeah, the decaying zombies are not magic origin, but like, I think that's a feature and not a bug. If the decaying zombies were magic origin and got the haste off of the tier 5, then they would be really, really busted. And there's already problems with like the largely dark ritual being ridiculously good right now. Yeah, I guess probably we'll go ahead and take the adaptive research anyway. Now that we've wasted 10 gold, let's go ahead and take adaptive research anyway, because I think we are going to just build up for a Scholars Guild next turn. Yeah, a lot of the undead are magical origin, but the decaying zombie is not, and I think largely that's a good thing. If they were, they would be really, really broken. Be really, really broken. All right. Sinrin, where are these units going to go? Are you guys going to send 13 units to siege down one support unit in here? Yeah, that's what it looks like. All right, they're working on that outpost. Let's see if we can get enough troop strength here to drive them back. If not, then we're gonna probably do Crimson Caldera again tomorrow, but we might have to restart again with like a different faction. I think that broadly speaking, Primals are not where they need to be in regards to autoresolve. It's like the same thing that happened with like Reavers, where like at first I wanted to play around with them, and then I did not want to play with them anymore. They're not. I don't think they're very good outside of like skirmish. Where they do kick butt. They do kick butt. But in comparison to something like Industrious Barbarian, or in High, I think they're still kind of far behind. But we can get value off of this fight without the Blizzard. Let's get you without a big stupid mount, so that way you don't get demolished in melee by those pole arms. And then you, I guess, can stick with a lance, so that way we have a way to pressure all these ranged pieces back here. And then just bring the wild speakers, because those are like the only important pieces left over there. And I guess we could bring one more summon wild animal, but we don't have the casting points to do that this turn anyway. So yeah, let's just take these guys out, and then we'll summon a wild animal. Okay, got those. We got a Wind Rager. That's okay. A Wind Rager is like a perfectly reasonable thing to be bringing into a fight over here, although it is going to have some issues fighting against anyone who's going to do frost damage, and there is a lot of frost damage on that side. There's also a lot of lightning damage out of these guys, and the ability to stand up to a Storm Spirit is something that I think we're going to need. So who else can we fight? We could fight a War Shaman and some units there. We could even grab this outpost actually before they throw walls on it, but I'm gonna guess that Carissa probably has someone standing on that. Oh, she doesn't have someone standing on that? All right, Carissa. If that's how you want to play this. No, I don't want to sack the Wind Rager for disrupting an outpost for one turn. I don't think that's how we're gonna win this. If we're gonna win it, let's go in on that army with you, and I guess we're gonna bring both polar bears. Yeah, we'll bring both polar bears because we do have our wild speakers. And I guess I'll bring... Do I want to bring the Primal Charger? Do I want to bring the Primal Charger? Primal Charger could be good, but also could kill our own friends. Whereas a Grimbeak Crow at least is not going to be killing any of our own friends and might give us enough traction. Here at least we don't have like 3 Lightbringers on this side, but there's also the downside of only having 1 Lightbringer on that side, which means that army is not going to be as fragile as they sometimes are. I guess we'll take Sentinel. Yeah, we'll take Sentinel. And because that guy is in a stack over there, at least they're going to have some folks that they can use their abilities on. And I do think that broadly speaking, like, ranged attacks are not great for your heroes, but this not reset, but this crossbow, because it is a tier 3 crossbow and we haven't gotten our item forge online just yet, we're still moving in that direction, but we haven't got it online just yet, which means we got to use what we got to use, and a tier 3 crossbow does deal a lot of damage. Just leaves us with some issues against Lightning Boy over there, but I think this is probably fine. Yeah, this should be okay. Don't lose everybody to another Berserk, please. We've done that enough. We've done that enough. A crossbow of Dragon Slaying is not going to do anything on this map, because I don't think there are any Dragon Rulers, but anything you can get with Dragon Slaying in multiplayer, if you're fighting against a Dragon Ruler, is absolutely bonkers, as you would probably expect. Well, is there a mount for you next turn? There is a mount for you next turn, Drusty, the knight. So I guess you'll pick up said banner and get in there. Can you get back to heal? You can get back to heal. All right, good deal. They're going to be able to kill that Animist next turn, though. And they're going to, so we're just going to drop it. We probably could have just well, no, if we'd left it in the outpost, it would have died. We needed to retreat, like, the turn that they were outside, and hoped that they didn't break off their scout to pick them off. But that's the way it goes. Animist or another wild speaker. I just like them better. Like, they're just the same thing, but better. I guess we need 1 healer. Do we need 1 healer? Do we need a healer? Nah. You know what? I'm just going to take another Primal Charger. We're fighting against, like, a bunch of guys who do at least have pretty meaningful weaknesses to frost damage, and Primal Chargers are good in that because of the interaction with our frost blades. They are going to be able to do a bunch of extra damage. And we already have a blacksmith down, too. so we're not going to be waiting around for that to come online. Yeah, I'll work on a granary here. And we need to be careful. Oh, God. Damn it. Oh, man. If I'd seen that, I could have added this quarry. And, oh, and that gives us just enough movement speed to get outside of movement. I think they'll still probably kill us, because I think they'll be able to move here and then break off the scout to activate the fight onto that Animist. But hopefully they don't, because if we have that Animist around, I think we're in better shape. Let's see. Let's go here. Let's go here. Yeah. That would give us 3 primal chargers for a front line. Do we have any protectors right now? Do we have any protectors that made it? We have 1 protector there who made it. Alright. Alright, AI. I guess we'll keep summoning wild animals. We still have the mana for it. And they're not going in on Yasak Vol. So let's see where this army goes. Sinrin, what are you gonna do with your summer vacation? Are you gonna siege down an outpost and let my Animist meet up with the rest of my troops? Cause like you're just a cool guy. Is that what you're gonna do here? Because I think that's what you're gonna do. That's what it looks like to me. Like, honestly, outside of the triple storm spirits and the ruler themselves, who Executioner is, and the combination of Executioner, Belt of Berserker, means that Sinrin is not a joke. But I think Sinrin is meaningfully weaker than Carissa. This is also just like oops all magic stuff on Sinrin's side and Weaver. Yeah, Sinrin is definitely not as scary as Carissa is, at least not at game start. Oh, and we got an ice spider back. All right, you know what? I'm gonna do one more. If we got 1 ice spider, we'll get a second, right? Nope. We get a Gortusk piglet. Well, that's okay. That's okay. Let's get this army together and go try to drive Sinrin off this turn, or next turn actually. Yeah, you come in. You come here to heal. Everyone rotate this way. Get our Pyromancer Club. No, I think so. Nature tomes, I think, are actually really good with barbarians and barbarians in particular. I've been really impressed with barbarians running Tome of Beasts in early game stuff. It's just that you need to. Yeah, no, we're not gonna. This is Anthony. We're gonna do the kill everybody on the Crimson Caldera. That is the goal. That is the goal. Kill everybody. So that means you don't do those quests. Those are silly. Let's go here. I think this is still a pretty reasonable location for us to be, like, gravitating towards. You come out so you can get experience points on the ice spider. And this wild speaker is already champion level, so like I kind of don't feel like we need to keep giving more and more experience leader points there. Okay, well that's like almost the same size as Sinrin's army, except that they've got a pretty meaningful advantage on hero quality. But other than that, gonna be pretty close in terms of military strength over there. Okay, so I'm gonna take another bio break here, and then we're gonna have a big fight with Sinrin. We need to win this fight without losing like our entire army for me to feel like this save file is worth continuing tomorrow. But we're gonna keep doing Crimson Caldera with something, whether it's the save file tomorrow because we're successful against Sinrin, or with like a faction that I think is better set for this map, like Industrious or Barbarian. I don't know, like. Primals do pretty well in skirmish, but I just still have not seen anything in terms of like the different, maybe like a different primal maybe, but I just like they just don't work in auto resolve. And not as bad as Reavers, but you just die. They die all the goddamn time. Yeah, I think we do have Astral too, so we actually can go ahead and just grab a library here just to scale that up faster. And you can turn into a quarry, and you can turn into a farm or a research post. Yeah, research post, and then we'll get a forester as our next population on Yasak, and that'll be good enough. The White Witch. No. We're not recruiting a White Witch. We just researched that because we don't have the mana we didn't have the mana to shuffle. We'll take siege magic, that's much better. Let's go here. Let's go here. I think this is fine. I think this is fine. Yeah. All right, Sinrin, don't jump in on these units. I wanna take a break before we fight you. Yes, good. Dive on this outpost, and then bring an 18 stack together. Oh my god. All right, Sinrin. You've got, what do you have over here? You have quadruple storm spirits. Is the core here? That's scary as hell, but we do have access to cold blades, so we do actually have an out on Sinrin. But yeah, I'm gonna be right back, and then we'll figure out what we have to fight back against these guys. I think we might need to fall back to here and maybe like send one of the vampire spiders in to harass this outpost as Sinrin tries to capture it. But at least Sinrin has absolutely no mobility on these guys. These are all 32 movement. And definitely Primal is better than that. Like, Mystic's not... There's no movement here, guy. There's no movement. There's no 40-pointer. And at least the Primals do have, like, the faster boon ability on their own speed, which is pretty cool. So I will be right back. Maybe 5-10 minutes. Okay, so there is something that we can do here that will actually like help AI perform a little better with primals that we probably would want to be playing with a different primal in order to do. But if you have a bunch of mana, then at least your auto-resolve will actually cast tactical spells more. And so if we can make it so that our casting slots are only going to be using summons because we're not researching other tactical spells, maybe Primals will work a little better in auto-resolve. So maybe you can get there by like starting on Faith, because Faith doesn't start with a tactical spell. So then like maybe you can get there if you play with Faith and Stormcrow, maybe, because then you at least have like a bunch of mana and only one tactical spell which can summon. So that could be a little better in auto-resolve, but let's pull our units together and then let them auto-resolve into these guys and see what we get out of it. I think we'll want to wait at least one more turn so we actually have like a full 18. So let's pull back for now. See where these guys can go. Looks like Sinrin is gonna get like right around here. So we'll pull those units there. We'll drop in probably a couple of more wild animals, but we do actually have now 2 blizzards that we can drop in, which is pretty good. Being able to drop 2 blizzards in can also make these fights go pretty quickly if you get a bunch of berserks on. And at -2 special, -2 status resistance, they should let us get some berserks off, but we'll see. I guess here this can take this tile for free without ruining everything. But we do need to conquer Devilton. Let's take that Forester. Let's see what we get. Palisade Walls, Elderhurst is doing okay. We could drop in another Mana Obelisk to just keep pumping that side, which I don't even hate. Like, the more mana that we have, the less shy the auto-resolve will be at using mana. Yeah, alright. Everyone just hang out here. You're gonna get some animal reinforcement, and then hopefully that plus some blizzards can help you guys take those down, because like this is at least double, like super duper weak to frost stuff. And it doesn't look like Sinrin has tons of healing on that side, other than the 1x Scald, which is sort of like an infinite amount of healing all on its own. Let's see who we get. Get another polar bear. Okay. So at least we are going to have a lot of those. Oh, are we not going to have enough? Oh, no. We're not going to have enough casting points to cast Blizzard and summon more animals next turn. Are we going to be able to move this Primal Charger into space? Yes, but it'll be 2 turns until it gets to that front. Well, maybe we have to, yeah, we're at war, good. Maybe we have to summon again, and then fight in 2 turns. Sinrin, will you keep your army here for 2 turns for me, please? Like, or move towards Sacred Barrow, that's fine too, but don't pull back. I wanna fight your guys. I wanna fight them. And I think we do have to take another summon. Just like, how many summon animals have we done in this game? Oh man, if that one spider hunter, if the one frost matriarch had made it, maybe. Can one of our vampire spiders just dive on the outpost? Yeah, one of them can just dive. Oh, nope, but they're currently being defended. So this outpost, because there's other units nearby, they're going to be able to block our attempt to liberate that outpost. You can chase off that vampire spider. That's fine. Yeah, you go here. Primal Charger goes here. I think that's as close as you're going to be able to get this turn. That Primal Chargers is not going to be able to get in range. And those guys are all just like clumping up around here. So if we're on the gold quarry, we're safe. Yeah, if we're on the gold, we're safe. Where they can actually reach is important, because we do want to try to fight them, but we want to try to fight them when we actually have the full 18 and the double blizzard. So I think we need both. What did you get? You got a Gortusk Piglet and another Grimbeak Crow. All right, so we got all low tier animals. Oh my god! But now we can do double blizzard next turn, assuming that Sinrin is close enough to actually fight us. And that might be enough. That might be enough. We will see. Grab item forge. And I guess casting reserves we're at now. That seems okay. We do need to get another city, but if assuming that we're continuing it, but that is the best city for us, Denvilton. It's so good. If we can get it, getting a tier 4 is fantastic. It's a lot of production that you just get for free. And I guess, yeah, the Gortusk Piglets have a lot of problems with dying pretty badly in auto-resolve because they are very fragile. They're shock units with absolutely no defensive typing really at all. They're mostly just like chaff, but because now at least chaff doesn't like tank your morale into outer space, then it's not as painful to be fielding it. It used to be devastating to the point where like you wouldn't even bring level like tier 1 units into some of these fights because they would literally just die and then cost you morale, and that's not where you want to be. That is not where you want to be. But here I think it's okay. We did spend all of the mana that we need to auto resolve though, so I guess we can't actually build anything that costs mana. We can't actually build here. Oh boy. Alright, I guess we'll just produce merchandise in Elderhurst. Yeah, just build merchandise there, and I guess we'll start on well, one turn we're gonna get a Forester, which means that we will be able to get the boost on the Arcane Institute next turn. Yeah, that's probably okay. All right, Sinrin, where's your army going? Is your army gonna stand right here, or is your army gonna try to chase down that one vampire spider hatchling up there, or are you gonna come down here? All right, you're gonna come down here. You're gonna chase down that one vampire spider hatchling. All right, that's fine. If you want to kill that one, be my guest. Here we could like cheese the AI by trying to just take this scout fight rather than taking one of the other threes. But I do think that probably if we're gonna make Primal work on this map, that it might not be Glacial Mammoth. It might be Stormcrow actually, because Stormcrow, at least like I think broadly speaking, Glacial Mammoth I think has the best upside because it does have a really good summon, but it is very rough in auto resolve because like you just don't have an infinite amount of mana, and that results in your auto resolve AI being just too shy on actually using spells and spell like effects. Take Blight Robe here. What can our last hero use? Our last hero actually probably should just use a tier 2 smashing weapon, and it looks like this one does the most frost damage, and considering that we are fighting against a bunch of units that are super weak to frost, that looks pretty good. Let's split these guys up. This is not the best distribution of these units. We need to get some of these supports in different groups, Walker. Can't have all your supports in one army. That is no bueno. Alright, so move this Animist here. Move you here. Move you here. Move you here. And then we're gonna grab the Smasher on Drusty the Knight for the extra frost damage. And then we're gonna Blizzard. So we're gonna Blizzard you? Yeah, you, because that is the chunk that actually has the lightning elementals. Now the lightning elementals, of course, are going to get healed back pretty quickly by this Scald using the regeneration effect, because 2 regeneration is 12 HP per turn, and so the damage here on the Storm Spirit is not going to last indefinitely. But by shredding the 2 or the 3 status resistance off the Blizzard, we are going to make this a lot more susceptible to like rampaging itself and berserking, and hopefully doing more damage to their own side than to us. And I think we probably want to Blizzard this second smaller stack for the same reason. I don't think that these spell shields... Well, actually, the spell shields, if we berserk the spell shields and the berserked spell shields use Stunning Flash on their own side, that could be pretty devastating on that stack. And -2 status resistance on Senrin, considering that he doesn't actually have any naturally, could be crucial. So yeah, all right, I talked myself into it. Let's Blizzard Senrin's main stack, because also the other thing is that this other stack here has a Soother, and so any damage that we do to this stack is not going to be as sticky as it is on some of the other sides. And do we want a Vampire Spider instead of one of these Grimbeak Crows? I think maybe, actually, because if we are victorious here, then getting the extra experience points onto that Grimbeak Crow could be pretty critical. So let's go ahead and watch this. It says it's a risky battle, given that there is the Domain of Mayhem in effect. Like, literally anything could happen. Hopefully the fact that we've shredded their status resistance a lot means that, like, our dice rolls are better than theirs. But unfortunately, they do have a lot of higher tier units. So there's, like, we've mostly used the Blizzard to, like, balance out the potential outcomes, rather than get a meaningful advantage. Let's see what the AI actually does, though, because the AI has a lot of tools here. They have access to Rallying Blessing, which, unlike in our fight that got all of our guys all our guys killed, at least the Rallying Blessing is in a stack with actual units, so there's going to be some friends who are going to get some nice bonuses there. We also do still have access to like a pretty meaningful numbers advantage, because we have 2 Wild Speakers plus the extra Grimbeak Crow here, and hopefully the summons that the AI can use. We'll find out if the AI agrees if it can use it. And now they are moving in. So the engagement problem here that the AI has not identified is that the real distance for engagement on Storm Spirits is crazy far. They have the Shocking Phase ability, and that's able to, you know, get them into these groups, like phase in, do a bunch of damage with a charge strike after the fact, and assassinate someone if you're not careful. Hopefully the AI is not too proactive at following up on that, because one thing that can go well for you if you're fighting against an army here with some Storm Spirits is that the Storm Spirits like blink in before the rest of their friends can actually show up. Looks like the AI is going in with their Arcanists. That makes sense. Those are pretty good at dishing out damage to these low tier units that don't have access to Tome of Warding. So yeah, there's the electrified jump in that we highlighted. Now this area is like really difficult to chew through without access to like a good melee attack or an auto hit. But we have at least some tools that will be helpful here. The fact that we have Tome of Cryomancy means that all of these units, because of the frost weakness, basically everything that we have is going to be able to do super effective to these things if they can get in there. And so far, all 3 of those lightning spirits have only taken out 1 vampire spider hatchling. That's annoying, but it was not a high tier vampire spider hatchling. That thing had literal 0 experience points on it. All right, AI, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna use your cool summon? Are you gonna do the Primal Fang? Let's see what they're gonna do. It looks like they are not gonna do that. They are instead going to cast the like buff for strengthened and defense. That is one of the reasons why, if you're gonna try to use Primal, if you limit the number of tactical spells that you're doing, you might end up in a better spot. It's pretty important to be able... Oh, come on, man. Like, you can do that closer. You can do that closer. At least we took down one of them. Well, there's the Star Blades coming out, so that means that that is another very quick death on that Storm Spirit. That's not where you were supposed to go, Drewsty. I don't know why you charged in on the unit that has charge resistance, but I guess live your best life. If you just worked with your friends, and did some damage to the units that were standing right there in front of you. Windrager is putting in some work. But yeah, like, the auto-resolve identification of where it's going to generate value is very confusing, because it doesn't seem like right now the AI is, like, looking at any of the things that it's attacking. Like, why is it... Bro, why are you going where you're going? Like, why don't you just deal with the big, scary unit that's, like, right here? Why are you diving on this Arcane Guard? There's a tier 3 right here, bro. Alright, Domain of Mayhem has come out. So we have a Berserk off of... Well, the Berserks are not mattering right now. It looks like the Berserks are mostly just attacking our own units. Or rather, no, the Berserks are attacking enemy units. Looks like they are activating Tome of Warding over there to make an invulnerable unit. And indeed, the Scald is coming out. So the Scald is like really, really dangerous in terms of long-term value, but unfortunately, there's not a lot we can do to like encourage the AI to pick out support units as being vulnerable. Okay, so Kolith, what are you going to be able to do, given that all of your friends are letting you just get demolished by Cav? Well, I guess you're going to die is what you're going to do. Okay, that's a plan. That is a plan. Looks like the polar bears are gonna get torn apart without like any big powerful tier 3 or above to support them. Polar bears can't last forever. That is the way that tier 2s do. You need some of your animals to evolve, Walker. If you're gonna get Tome of Beasts and you're gonna get good value out of it, you need some of your animals to evolve. And if they all just die, then Tome of Beasts is not as good. Alright, so there's a Visions of Woe at least, which is a fine effect, but somebody does need to deal with the Storm Spirit. I guess the Ice Spider could potentially do it. I think pretty close to killing it if we can just get one other source of damage. Somebody want to do something to the Storm Spirit here? Like maybe a little bit of extra damage? Nope. All right, you're gonna run. The Ice Spider is gonna run away and ignore the Storm Spirit. Well, you do have to kill those guys in order for you to win. I don't know if you know this, AI, but you have to take those guys out if you want this fight to be moving in your direction. Okay, Rising Fury 4 is not gonna freeze these guys, and that's not gonna do enough to take this down. And unfortunately, yes, the summoned Vampire Spider Hatchling, anything that's summoned off of the Wild Speakers, do not actually get any of the enchantments. I think that largely makes sense. Like, I think broadly speaking, if the Wild Speaker enchantments, especially if they're getting the Keeper's Mark, they'd probably be too powerful. Looks like the AI is pulling this guy back to try to heal. Yep. Okay, well now I actually don't know. Like, the AI is getting some good engagements here, but it looks like this Storm Spirit is not actually going to generate enough of a front line for Senren to fight against the Mammoths. Yeah, it looks like Senren's not going to get enough here, so I think we actually probably are going to win this fight unless something dramatic happens during our turn where, like, we just fail every single attack, or the AI just does this. No, AI, don't go insane and kill yourself. Don't do that. You're better than that. Okay, so we did dive on their supports, and it does look like we're getting a meaningful advantage in terms of morale now. If we can take out that Storm Spirit, which I think we should be able to here. Like, this You guys have to have someone who can finish this fight. Yeah, there we go. Use that summon. You don't need it. Good. Done. And that even left a tier 5, like 5 stacks of Glacial Fury on this Protector. So unless the Protector dies, which, there it is, got taken out by a spell, that's probably pretty smart, just denying the access to the Glacial Fury stacks. But that's not going to do it. That's not going to do it, Sinrin. That might. That's pretty good. So this flank is gonna fail, but that's where Sinrin is, so that does make sense. I think given that this hero has access to a really good crossbow, as long as we get rid of all of the things that have wind barrier, then I think that hero is going to be able to pull this out here. But I think probably we'll do Crimson Caldera tomorrow, but probably with the Stormcrow, because I kind of want to see if the AI is a lot better with access to a larger amount of mana, because I think that is a big deal. Like the modification to AI behavior when it comes to having more mana and more like mana income can make a really big difference on early game casting for Primal, and like obviously early game casting is really important. That's another thing that could make Primals better, is just like give us access to the ability to make our AI use a spellbook like we had in Planetfall. I don't understand why so many of these like great technologies from other games from Triumph have not made it over to this game just yet. Oh no. AI, come on man. You gotta finish that flank up. Don't let them just like walk over these guys without contesting them. Like take these guys out. Berserked, and they even found a way to attack us. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yep, nope. You're gonna die here. You're gonna lose it. And they never cast a single goddamn summon. Like we have the Primal Mammoth right here, and it's now turn 6 and the AI hasn't summoned a Primal Mammoth once. Primals. They're pretty good in manuals. They're really pretty anemic in autoresolve. And it's mostly because of AI behavior. Yep. They didn't cast a single summon. Not in the entire fight. Oh AI, when will you learn how to use these tools better? When will you learn? Like, how do you release primals without them having the logic necessary to actually use a summon in the game? Oh dear. Oh dear. All right. Well, I tell you what we're actually going to do here, I'm going to go ahead and we'll retry this, and then we'll just retire the save file, because I feel very confident we can win this fight in a manual combat. Like, the fact that the AI just does not use summons at all means that I think that the AI that does really need to be reworked in order for Primals to be more than a B tier, because they do really well in manuals, but like their auto-resolves are just like incredibly bad. And that really hurts them when it comes to multiplayer, because the AI just like has no idea what it's doing here. No idea what it's doing here. All right, yeah, kill that so we can come back in and retry this. All right, we'll retry this and that'll be done. Like, yeah, you can do hard Caldera with Feudal. You can do anything with anything. It's just that if you wanted to do auto resolve with Primal Glacial Mammoth on Caldera, I think like it would probably just be really long. Because I think we have to take a lot longer on the creeping phase than I think I'd want to in order for it to be like viable. But it's conceivable that Stormcrows can do better because they have a lot more mana, and so at the very beginning of the game they are more likely to want to use their summons and things like that. Hopefully to the degree where it'll actually make a difference on their income on the outcome here. I think the AI needs some help here. Yeah, at least the Wild Speaker summon running away and summoning at least summons though, which is pretty nice. Like, broadly speaking, the AI is just too shy, period, when it comes to using summons. And so anything that gets them to use it, period, I'm not going to be too worried about. I guess this will be our Rallying Blessing here. Yeah, that'll be our Rallying Blessing, that's fine. And we could try to have our spiritual healer just like heal himself to get 3 stacks of healing, but honestly, like, we're at the point where this guy is probably going to dive on us next turn, and so having the healing around off of the Animist isn't a bad thing. And the defense mode is also pretty important. Yeah, it doesn't use summon spells at all. Like, I might literally... No, I've seen it use... I think I've seen it use it once or twice, but it needs better AI behaviors in order for summons to actually behave remotely appropriately in autoresolve. And right now, it's just not doing it. It's just not doing it. So here, Polar Bear, I think we're just going to have this one defend here in the grass. I don't think that I'm too worried about anyone coming forward to attack us. In the event that they do, but, you know, it's okay. They're not going to get close enough to destroy this entire stack in one turn, I don't think. Especially if we use this Wind Rager to provoke, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I think that's pretty good. And then we'll leave the Gortusk Piglet here as a potential shield in case the this extra Storm Spirit comes down here. But in the event that it doesn't, having a Piglet around to charge in and hit someone for a lot of damage is actually pretty good. Defense mode warding, that's important with a lot of magical damage here on this board. And we have a Mana Unchained here, which is really important with Storm Spirits on the board on that side. So let's get Mana Unchained down on this side of the board. Oh no, we don't have one. Oh man, if we had Sprint, then that would be so good, because then we could use Sprint and get Dristy inside the Mana Unchained. But that's okay. I think it's gonna be where it's gonna be. Animist here. Primal Charger here. This might be an opportunity. Well, I don't know. Do I want the Wild Speaker that close to Storm Spirit? Probably not, actually. So right now, our Mana Unchained is here, which means we have 2 more spaces. So we can grab you, a Protector, which actually might genuinely be important. And that's a multi-attack, which also might genuinely be important on the Grimbeak Crow, especially because that is easily deployed. So yeah, we'll move there, and then we'll drop in a Mana Unchained on this. And here, this Wild Speaker is far enough back that if this Singleton Storm Spirit decides to just charge in, I don't think it's going to be able to do enough to threaten that Wild Speaker. Unleash Beast here. Dread Spider defends. I'm gonna have Drewsty move into this this cover here, so that way wherever he decides to go, he should be okay. But this is important. Here we do only have 32 movement on Drewsty because we don't have access to like good item forge stuff just yet, and that is a big deal. Like if we had access to it, like item forge and haste onto this fight, I think we would be in better shape in an auto resolve situation. But like the AI just needs to know how to use summons better. It needs to know how to use them at all. that is kind of important. Alright, Wild Speaker will defend, so that way we just have more elemental resistance and status resistance to hopefully prevent more of those electrifies coming in. And this Vampire Spider Hatchling has 0 experience points, so if the Storm Spirits dive on it, the Storm Spirits dive on it. And I guess we're going to keep this Polar Bear here. Yeah, I'm going to keep this polar bear here. So this polar bear might draw in one of these guys to charge on it for an attack mode, but I'm perfectly happy with that, because at least here we're going to go ahead and do cold damage. Yeah, I mean, I think Crimson Caldera is a really interesting map. I think that generally speaking, the best route on this map is Industrious or Barbarian. Like, that's mostly true on most maps, but on this map in particular, I do think that Industrious has the best potential income, because they have really insane amounts of mountains on this map. But overall, this map is favorable to the good factions, unsurprisingly. All right, you two can just stay in defense mode. Yeah, there we go. All right, so now the AI is going to move around some stuff, but then unlike our AI, we are going to be able to summon, conjure Primal Mammoth. We're going to be, unlike the AI, we are going to be able to use the cultural spell that we have access to that makes the primal, air quotes, good. Yep, diving in and doing magical damage. They're going to pick off the Vampire Spider Hatchling, that's fine. If they rough up the Protector, that's okay too. That is not an important unit in this fight. Okay, so the AI has indeed just like kind of gone in everywhere as they do. So what we can do, of course, to offset this is use our Primal Mammoth. The Primal Mammoth is going to give us access to a potential freeze from behind on these Storm Spirits. So I think the first one I think we are going to drop in here. And we can use a Glacial Stomp. And I guess I'd rather hit you? Actually, who is closer to being dead here? So you, if we hit with this charge, that would cancel the retaliation, and then we could probably follow up with Animist healing on somebody. Ooh. Or we just take out the Storm Spirits with our hero, or we just take out all of the Storm Spirits with our hero. Yeah, actually. So this is 2 movement, and that's but that puts us in like some weird flanking positions if we go that way. So let's have Drusty go this way instead. And then we can smack you, and I don't see any big bonuses incoming out of that. No. So hit you. Yep. And I guess we are going to heal our Wild Speaker here, because there's nothing preventing us from doing so. Move you back. You are not going to kill with that right now. But what if we gave you killing momentum? Actually, you could just kill with the Dread Spider Hatchling and then give the killing momentum to the bear. That's probably better. Actually, that's definitely better. Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. So let's go here. Chuck killing momentum. Actually, can we do killing momentum on that bear? Yeah, we can do killing momentum on the far bear, the closer one, the one who's actually ready to rock and roll. So here, if we can kill one of these guys, we'll get the killing momentum off, and that should be something that we can enable if we use our overchannel. So boom, overchannel. And then I think a Primal Mammoth here. Displace and replace flanked is not going to be as important. Actually, that's just more damage, period. Yeah, Enchanted Archipelago is pretty slow. That on mountains, that is true. If we push you forward, then bear might be able to flank. Yeah, actually, now bear can flank. So now bear can come here and do flank distracted on that. So if we can do enough damage to the Spell Warden that we can kill with the bear, that is pretty good. This is a Power Cleave, which we cannot do. We don't have enough action points for that, but that's okay. We can go in here with a Charge Strike. So now we're at 13. Or 24? Just not going to get killing momentum on this guy this turn. That might be true. That might be true. Not with that attitude, Walker. I think we can do it this way. Yeah, we can do it this way. Killing momentum. Okay. Now, to be fair, like, I think broadly speaking, part of the strength for Tome of Beasts is the manual combats are pretty good for them, whereas like their auto combats aren't like always special, but like their auto combats are usually a little better once they actually have like real units on the board. Retaliation is going to do a bazillion damage to this vampire spider hatchling, but I don't know what else we can do with it. And if it's not dead, then we might be able to get it off the field next turn anyway. So yeah, let's go ahead and dive in on that Storm Spirit. Hey, cool. We got the Storm Spirit. Alright, so let's go freeze some of these butts over here. Is that where we want to do those? 27 or a frozen for 25? No, alright. Go ahead and just remove the one closer to you. We don't have another charge strike over here, so we can't kill them. Well, no, actually, we might be able to kill them both with this one. Yeah, you know what? Cortez Piglets were made to rock and roll. So, Cortez Piglets, rock and roll. Get in there. Do some damage. Good. Cool. Alright. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty different when you can use the spells that make Primal work. Then they're a lot better. Unfortunately, the AI is not finished for them. I think probably pretty clearly, because now we're gonna like slaughter these guys wholesale. I think without too much issue. And all we did was use the spell that is supposed to be like the banner for primals to make them good. So I think that they could get a lot better. They just need a better AI. They just need a better AI, and then primals I think could probably be pretty solid. You could come here to finish those guys off, but I think actually we're better off trying to freeze you in an AoE. Yeah. Just freeze those guys. That's pretty good too. And you could kill the lightning elemental with a quick stab. We don't have killing momentum on our hero, but I think that's fine because we're actually like doing pretty well here. And you, Protector, do not have any stacks of Rising Fury here, right? Yeah, you don't have any stacks of Rising Fury, so this is actually a perfectly reasonable opportunity for this Animus to heal. Yeah. You go there. We could walk through 3 tiles of electrifying terrain and get everybody really, really dead. Unfortunately, I don't see a way out for this Protector. Just gonna have to walk this way. But the shield wall is gonna be really helpful for everybody else. And unsurprisingly, now we can conjure another animal. I guess, where are we gonna drop that animal? Do you want to just drop it up front? Yeah, we'll just drop it up front. No, Mystic doesn't have a lot of economic bonuses. Like, the biggest economic bonus for Mystic by a long shot is that they have access to the pickups on the map, and that is a lot of mana and knowledge that you can get pretty early, but it's only mana and knowledge, and so like they don't have enough, I think, defense or enough like industry and gold to really make things rock and roll. But if you can survive to the mid to late game with with mystics, then you can get a lot of extra knowledge and research off of, or knowledge and mana off of your astral tower thing. Yeah, all right. So they're gonna do a lot of damage to the units that are on that side, kind of no matter what it looks like. But that's a summon. That's a summon. That's a summon. That's a summon. Yeah, the Primals are gonna have the same problem with the game that Reavers are gonna have, except their economy is a lot better. So I guess we'll see. We'll see if someone at Triumph fixes the AI to actually like use spells, then I think we could see Primals be pretty good. Or if we just got the bonus that, or if we just had the option to like use spells that we have in Planetfall, and that could also do it. Could also do it. We just need the ability to control what our spells do. Mystic T1s are also not fantastic. They have a couple of issues with Mystic T1s where, like, broadly speaking, the Arcanists are really good at doing damage, but they're incredibly fragile, which, you know, we're seeing here. Is this enough actually to just kill these guys with a claw? Not with those guys, but if we charge you, then we can killing momentum and killing momentum. And I guess you're frozen, so it's really, oh shoot, Walker, you gotta remember that when you walk onto burning stuff, you cannot undo, and now your guy's on fire. That's what you gotta remember. But that does seem to be impossible to do right now. Magic Blast could be okay. Could be fine. Sinrin is kind of isolated, but that's, you know, that's the way these things go. Yeah, they would be great if the AIs would use spells better, because there's some really good ones. There's some really great spells in this game. And I really do think that if they just let us build the spell book, then I think we could definitely see these guys be pretty meaningfully better. But then we would also have to like rely on how does the AI actually use these tools, which I don't know. I have some ideas as to how the AI would use these tools, but I do think that the AI would broadly struggle to generate the same amount of value that humans do most of the time. But like I think that's okay. As long as the AI is using the tools, then I don't really care. It's just that right now the AI isn't using the tools. They're not summoning they're not summoning at all off of spells. That's a flank distracted. So that would finish off that guy, but so would this. I think that's gonna be pretty good for us. Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty good for us. What is this? This is our Consume Chaos. That's not going to matter on this fight. Not against these guys. Not with the tools that we currently have. Well, that is an electrified spot, so we're not going to move there, but this is a kill, and that's fine. And now they're routing. And now they're routing. And now they are routing. Guy, can you kill one of these dudes with your cool crossbow? I know you don't have killing momentum, but if you could kill one of those cool dudes with your cool crossbow, it would be pretty cool. Lightning weakness, immune to poison. Yeah, alright. Oh, man. Oh no, we're like one tile away from the polar bear being able to jump in on that fight. Oh, but this is fine, because here you can see we're like almost gonna kill this dude with our triple attack. So what we can do is we can get killing momentum, and then unfortunately there's nowhere for the ice spider to go with that killing momentum after killing these guys. But even when there's nowhere for you to go, killing momentum is still like a very powerful ability. Just like defensively being able to like turn an attack into a block is pretty good. And I guess our little crow is gonna go over here and try to blind that Scald, and then get stunned for its troubles. All right, so here we still have our our one hero left. Oh, and all of these guys. We have our one hero and all of these guys. And everybody is routing. Good. Yeah, sure. I guess we'll go open up this path for this charge unit to run along. Yep, that's okay too. Now those guys are routing. Now those guys are routing. Who else is here? Who else wants to participate in this? I guess we'll take triple attacks there, because at least they're currently routing, so it doesn't like cost us anything, except for position control, which I'm fine trading there. 65s, because they are running, which means that because they are running, we can just take our dude and charge straight at Sinrin. Yeah, we'll just take our dude and charge straight at Sinrin. Everybody else is just like running like hell now, so yeah, just shoot him. Animist? Sure, yeah, go over there, Magic Blast. That's fine. Wait, who still has an action here? Nobody still has an action AI. You're gaslighting me. Get out of here with your, like, somebody's gonna enter into defense mode. Wait. Oh, this polar bear. Yeah, okay. That polar bear is gonna enter into defense mode. That's fine. That's not a big deal. Okay. Yep, they all ran away. Yeah, alright. We'll claim victory and win the battle immediately, but I think tomorrow I'm probably gonna run with the Stormcrow. We might not actually like finish the entire Crimson Caldera, considering that like it does take a very long time, and I think if we're gonna try out Stormcrow just to see if the increased mana makes the auto resolve like a little better when it comes to using its spells, but I do want to see if there's anything that we can do to make the AI use these spells more proactively with the tools that we currently have. And getting our mana income up is one of those tools that the game does make available to you in terms of the AI behaviors, but it doesn't say anywhere. And to be fair to the game here, our mana was really low on occasion here, where like it meant that even if we'd left the auto spells on, it probably wouldn't have seen the casting. That most recent fight, I honestly have no idea why it wasn't using any spells or any summoning at all, and we'll see if that is still a problem with Stormcrows. But I think that's going to be it for today, and then we will see what we can get done with Stormcrows tomorrow, and then Friday I'm still going to do Endless Space 2, because I think that Endless Space 2, like, it deserves a time to shine. I think it's my favorite Amplitude game, and like we used to do Humankind on the channel, and so I don't hate messing around with some more Amplitude stuff just to see what we can get done. But yeah, I think that's it for the Glacial Mammoths. I think that broadly speaking, the economy side for them is pretty good, because they do get a lot of extra production. But the early game auto-resolve problem for Primals is not solved by the tools that we brought here. Quick reflexes, light-footed, and hardy might not have helped out. So this is hard. Which is like the max that's available on the story realm. It sets the AIs to very hard and gives them like a lot of resources at the beginning of the game. But I think the bigger issue is just that their auto-resolve is miserable. And like you can test that on a lot of different like settings for Primals, but like broadly speaking, they have some issues. The animists, they really do not target particularly well whenever it comes to utilizing their spiritual healing in the Summon Primal Crocodile, and then they don't have like enough survivability with 60 hit points, so they kind of just get like crunked over in comparison to some of the guys who, although they have the same amount of HP, if they have a better front line in the form of like Anvil Guards that can taunt, then they can stick around and do more. And unfortunately for the Primals, their protector is like just a Dawn Defender. There's no stun here, so like they don't have ways to plug up the board, and so if your ranged pieces are just like a lot more fragile than the numbers would describe, simply because of the way the AI behaviors work. But maybe Stormcrows will work better. All right, for now, that's Walker. All right, take care.